Chapter 1824. Crossing Heaven Domain. Eternal landed steadily, and all sorts of music could be heard. At this moment, the League of Stars and Seas military band lined up neatly, playing and singing to welcome the hero's triumphant return. Crack! The cabin door slowly opened, and a blast of air spread out. The Sect of all times patriarch Jun Changshao walked down with his wife, Rows of Flowers. He smiled and received the flowers from the children, and then waved to the enthusiastic crowd to thank them. Without a doubt, he led the Sect of all times disciples to participate in the competition and won 20 spots in the finals. He was regarded as a hero in the Crossing Heaven Domain. Jun Patriarch. Vice Leader Pun gave a thumbs up and said, "Amazing!" Not bad, not bad. It was rare for Jun Changshao to be so low-key. That day, in order to celebrate the Sect of all times victory, Gu Tianqing held a grand banquet at the League of Stars and Seas. All the tyrants were invited to participate. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were in formal attire. During the banquet, there were always experts toasting and praising them with the words, "Heavenly prodigies, rising stars of the future." The disciples were praised. Jun Changshao had a lot of face, so in a good mood he completely let go of his alcohol and was carried back. Yi Xingqian also drank a lot. Although he was no longer the supreme of the wine Dao after changing his body, he had gradually adapted to it after many years of tempering. In fact, Night Emperor wanted to get drunk for this battle. It did not matter even if he ran to Spirit Beast Peak. At least he could get drunk to relieve his worries. Ever since he saw Jie Lingyao's name on the screen, Yi Xingqian's mind was in a mess. The more he did not think about it, the more it appeared. The more he wanted to forget, the more vivid it was. Uncomfortable, tangled. After the banquet ended, Yi Xingqian stood alone on the mountain. What happened in the Sky Spill domain surged into his mind again. It was so clear and so real. The next day, He Wudi entered the Tianji's secret realm, under the influence of the powerful nature of heaven and earth in the eternal world. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, but he had not made any substantial breakthrough in his realm. Therefore, if he wanted to reach a higher realm, he had to rely on it. He was late. The heaven's secret realm was filled with people. There were core disciples like Yi Xingqian, Xiao Ziji, and Long Xiang. They had been stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm for a long time. Since eldest senior sister could make a breakthrough, they must be able to do it too. Although the Tianji's secret realm was powerful, it had restrictions. Only those at the peak of the truth-seeking realm could enter. Therefore, many inner and outer disciples could only look forward to it anxiously. There was one thing that was strange. Most of the core disciples had come to cultivate, but Su Xiaoma was nowhere to be seen. Yes, he was in the discipline hall. As for the reason, it was naturally because they purposely went easy on him during the competition. Jing Ji and Mao Xiaodao were equally miserable. The two of them once again entered the latrine with brushes and shovels. From this incident, it also proved that Gosheng was a man of his word. If he said he would punish, and he would not tolerate it. Phew! In the study, Jun Changshao opened his eyes. After entering the heaven's secret realm, every time he meditated, he would feel as if his soul had ascended to heaven. However, when it rose to the highest point, it was pressed down by some kind of force. That power was like a divine power that couldn't be blasphemed. No matter how much Guzu tried to attack, he couldn't find any flaws. "Uncle, what's going on?" Jun Changshao found Gu Tianqing and told him about the situation he encountered. "It's normal. Uncle Gu said, I'm in the same situation. It said that only by breaking through that obstacle can one be qualified to step on the path to immortality." "Oh," Jun Changshao said in surprise, "the force that prevents the soul from ascending to a higher realm." Gu Tianqing shook his head and said, "To be exact, it leads to a higher world and even pursues immortality." "Immortality?" Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "It's fascinating. He was also a layman. If he had to die to survive, he would definitely be more willing to seek immortality. Pa Gu Tianqing put down a thick stack of documents and said, I've gathered the list of the contestants who advanced to the finals for each element. It briefly records their strength and specialties. Let the disciples know more about them so that they can know themselves and their enemies. Uncle, you're too kind. Jun Chang Xiao put the documents into his space ring and said, I'll go back and study it now. Right. Gu Tianqing said, I've already discussed with the Mountain Sea Realm Lord to hold a wedding for Gowa in spring next year. Jun Chang Xiao, who walked to the door, almost fell. Then he said with a broken face, Uncle, Chaoshi is only 12 or 13 years old. Isn't it a little too early to get married? He'll be 14 next year. He'll be an adult. Jun Chang Xiao said speechlessly, Marriage is not a game. Uncle, you'd better ask for Chaoshi's opinion. There's no room for discussion. Gu Tianqing said he must get married. Why? Jun Chang Xiao was a little confused. His life and death brother was just on the rise in martial arts. If he suddenly got married, it would definitely affect his future. Nephew. Gu Tianqing walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, I don't want my son to follow in your footsteps. Jun Chang Xiao was puzzled by his words. Gu Tianqing walked out of the hall, looked up at the sky, and said with a serious expression, If living beings want to live longer, they must go against the heavens. Although they can get what they want in the end, they will also be punished by the heavenly Tao and lose the ability to reproduce. Jun Chang Xiao was silent. He had heard about the punishment of the heavenly Tao, and he also knew that the stronger one was, the lower the chances of having children. Sigh. Gu Tianqing sighed and said, Uncle traveled all over the upper universe in search of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In the end, he was lucky enough to have a son. Therefore, Gowa must get married as soon as possible and carry on the Gu family's bloodline. Jun Chang Xiao understood. The reason why Uncle Gu wanted him to get married quickly was to continue the Gu family's bloodline when he was still young and was not punished by the heavenly Tao. However, what does this have to do with me? Why did I follow in his footsteps? Nephew, Gu Tianqing said, You have been married for decades, but you still have no children. You should be able to deeply understand the pain of being punished by the heavenly Tao. Jun Chang Xiao almost vomited blood. He understood. He completely understood. Not letting Chaoshi follow in his footsteps meant that he was afraid that he would not be able to have children. Uncle, Jun Chang Xiao howled, You misunderstood. Gu Tianqing patted him on the shoulder again and said, There's no need to explain too much. After all, it will take tens of thousands of years for me to have children. No. Jun Chang Xiao was about to explain. Uncle, Gu Tianqing leaned over and whispered, I have a folk prescription here. Do you want to try it? Jun Chang Xiao covered his head with his hand and held in his heart. In Uncle's eyes, I am suffering from an illness. Here. Gu Tianqing stuffed a prescription into his hand and said, The medicinal materials inside are very rare. Whether you can find them or not depends on your luck. Jun Chang Xiao was speechless. He knew that his uncle had good intentions, so he could only accept it and leave. On the way, he casually threw it into the space ring and affirmed in his heart, I don't need this folk prescription. Chapter 1825. Bang! Gu Xiaoxi pushed the door open and roared, I refuse! He had already learned from Jun Chang Xiao that he was going to marry a plastic surgery freak next year. Naturally, he would not agree. After all, he had to cultivate martial arts and participate in the finals of the universe Holy War. Your refusal is invalid. Gu Tianqing put down his teacup and said, Father! Gu Xiaoxi roared, I want to cultivate. I want to become stronger. After marriage, it won't hinder you from cultivating, and it won't hinder you from becoming stronger. Gu Tianqing turned his head and said, If you find it troublesome to take care of the child, father and mother will help take care of him. Gu Xiaoxi hugged his head. his spirit completely collapsing. "Son," Gu Tianqing said seriously, "our Gu family needs you to continue the family line." When he was young, he did not have any concept of reproduction and only yearned for martial arts. However, the longer he lived, the more he understood how important it was to continue the family line. Guo was still young. If he married early, he would not be punished by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, he hoped to see a house full of children and grandchildren in his lifetime. "I won't get married." Gu Xiaoxi rushed out of the door, clearly unable to understand his father's difficulties. Sigh. Gu Tianqing sighed. Mother Gu said, "The child is still young after all. Perhaps he will be sensible next year." "I hope so." Although the old couple was a top powerhouse in the upper universe, they still had the attitude of mortals who were worried sick for their son. Gulp. Gulp. In the Sect of All Times cafeteria, Gu Xiaoxi gulped down drunken dreams in large mouthfuls. He was very irritated and needed to drink to relieve his worries. Yi Xingqian was sitting beside him. He was also very irritated and was also gulping down wine. One was conflicted about the past, the other was conflicted about marriage. At this moment, they could be considered to be in the same boat. Boom! Suddenly, Jun Changshao punched Night Emperor out of the cafeteria and sat down. He snatched the wine jar from Gu Xiaoxi's hand and said, "Although you're almost an adult, you're still not at the age to drink." "Brother," Gu Xiaoxi said sadly, "I don't want to get married." "I know." Jun Changshao took a sip of drunken dream. Gu Xiaoxi said, "Why don't we leave the crossing heaven world? Running away from home again. If I don't leave, I'll be marrying a plastic surgery freak next year." "Do you not want to get married? Or do you not want to marry Qin Chilin?" This question stumped Gu Xiaoxi. That's right. What was it for? "Brother," Jun Changshao said, "Qin Chilin has both looks and status. How is she not good enough for you?" Gu Xiaoxi didn't say anything. Although he already understood that the ugly freak he saw for the first time was just a servant pretending to be her, he was still traumatized. Whenever he saw Qin Chilin again and again, he would think that she had undergone plastic surgery. Living in this world, sometimes you can't care too much about yourself. You have to know how to care about others, especially your family, Jun Changshao said seriously. Gu Xiaoxi said, "Brother, do you agree to my marriage?" "Your marriage is up to you," Jun Changshao said. "However," he added, "if it's because of the race, there's no need to reject the marriage. After all, I know." Gu Xiaoxi said, "Sister-in-law isn't human either." Jun Changshao roared, "We're talking about your problem. Why are you talking about me?" Sigh. Gu Xiaoxi rested his chin on the table and said, "I'm quite envious of you. You can marry the woman you like, unlike me, who didn't have the right to choose since I was born. Uncle is thinking for you. I know, but I don't have feelings for Qin Chilin." Rose of Flowers walked over and sat beside Jun Changshao. She smiled and said, "Feelings can be nurtured." Gu Xiaoxi was silent. Boom! At this moment, the door of the cafeteria was violently torn open. Qin Chilin walked in angrily on her high heels and said, "Gu Xiaoxi, I'm not worthy of you." Jun Changshao saw this and tactfully pulled Rose of Flowers away. After a while, bang bang sounds came from the cafeteria. The violent energy came wave after wave, shocking the disciples who passed by. "What's going on?" Lu Wanxia rushed over and knew that Elder Gu and Qin Chilin were inside. She immediately turned around and announced loudly, "Dinner will be delayed by 2 hours." Huff huff! Huff huff! While Gu Xiaoxi was being abused, He Wudi, who was sitting in the Tianji secret realm, kept on leveling up. "Junior brother, he is about to break through," Su Xiaoma and the others said enviously. Li Qingyang and Lu Qianqian needed pen and ink to describe their leveling up. He Wudi didn't need to do so at all. After all, he had been through it before. To be exact, as a powerhouse whose level was reset to 0, Unless he broke through a realm that he didn't reach in his previous life, he would just have to go through all the previous levels again. Huff! After successfully leveling up, Hiwudi let out a breath of turbid air. There was no surprise or excitement. Instead, he just looked at it with a normal heart. Hiwudi walked out of the secret realm and looked up at the blue sky. He clenched his fist and said, "I'm one step closer to returning home. Invincible." At this moment, Jun Changxiao's voice rang in his ears. "Come to the study room." Creak! Hiwudi pushed the door open and walked in. Jun Changxiao clasped his hands together and said with a smile, "You broke through." Hiwudi saw this and immediately became nervous. "Patriarch," he said with a bitter face, "I really don't have any more secret manuals." "I'm not looking for secret manuals." Jun Changxiao said, "I have a very serious matter to ask you." "Not the secret manuals?" Hiwudi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Changxiao tapped his fingers on the table and said with a serious expression, "Since you came from a high-level plane, do you know how to enter the land of eternal life? Prying into a level higher than Tianji can obtain the qualifications to step on the path of eternal life. Then you can enter the land of eternal life." Hiwudi said, "There's no other way." "No." Hiwudi's expression changed. He said in surprise, "Patriarch, you're not planning to repeat the same trick and sneak into the land of eternal life, are you?" "No." Jun Changxiao said, "The readers will say that I'm repeating the same trick." "Then there's no shortcut." Hiwudi said, "What I mean is," Jun Changxiao said, "is there a shortcut to prying into a level higher than Tianji?" "I won't sneak into the land of eternal life. I'll take another shortcut, okay?" Hiwudi muttered in his heart, "Is there a difference?" After a moment of consideration, he said, "I don't think so." He didn't dare to give a definite answer. After all, the world was big and there were all kinds of strange things. Who knew if there was a shortcut to prying into that level? Oh, right. Suddenly, Hiwudi thought of something and slapped his forehead. If there really is a shortcut to prying into a level higher than Tianji, the only thing I can think of is the 7 mysterious, sun-glow, broken scroll. What do you mean? Jun Changxiao asked. Hiwudi said, Senior Qishuan once said that the 7 incomplete scrolls contained his understanding of the heavenly Tao. If the fated ones could comprehend the mysteries within, they would be able to solve any problems in martial arts. You mean if I comprehend the mystery in the scrolls, I can pry into a level higher than Tianji? Jun Changxiao said. That's right, Hiwudi said solemnly. Chapter 1826. Hiwudi's words moved Jun Changxiao's heart. Since he had inherited the Shenyuan domain and had dominated the star system competition, it meant that he would face the celestial devil emperor sooner or later. It would be best if he could break through to a higher realm as soon as possible. To put it bluntly, Jun Changxiao had just entered the divine mystery realm, and he was already thinking about the next realm. It was not to search for eternal life, but to have the ability to fight against the enemy. However, Hiwudi said, I don't recommend Patriarch to comprehend the remnant scroll now. Why? Jun Changxiao asked. Because, Hiwudi said with a serious expression, the remnant scroll, left by Senior Qishuan, still hides the mystery of entering the Saint Venerable Realm. The strongest realm in the land of eternal life? Jun Changxiao asked. Yes, Jun Changxiao was shocked. Although he had not been to that world, there were levels, and it was the strongest level. Everyone would definitely yearn for it. Senior Qishuan had integrated his understanding of the great Tao into the remnant scroll, and even hid the mystery of the Saint Venerable. Such a powerful person. Could he be my father? The system said, Why is your face so big? I understand what you mean. Jun Changxiao said, Instead of comprehending the mysteries of the remnant scroll with my current realm, I might as well enter a higher realm to comprehend it. That's right. Hiwudi nodded. The mysteries left by Senior Qishuan in the remnant scroll were the greatest opportunity in the world. Once comprehended, it would be gone. It had to be used at the most appropriate time, such as after breaking through to the Saint Venerable realm. He had thought the same back then, and even went against the principle of staying low to snatch the remnant scroll. In the end, his level was reset to 0. That's not right, Jun Changshao said. If I comprehend the mysteries, will I directly enter the Saint Venerable realm? Hiwudi almost fainted. As a patriarch, I'm really daring to think about it. Even if this conjecture was true, the upper universe could not accommodate a Saint Venerable. After Hiwudi left, Jun Changshao took out the 7 incomplete scrolls. In fact, he had long known that there was a profound mystery hidden within. Every time he broke through a great realm, he would pry into it, but in the end he didn't get anything. I don't understand. I still don't understand. Jun Changshao spent the entire night researching and howling in pain. The system said, this kind of remnant book that contains profound meaning is the same as cultivation. You never know when you'll be able to comprehend it in a daze. That's true. Jun Changshao gave up on comprehending and focused on the development of the sect and the cultivation of the disciples. Swish, swish. In the bamboo forest, the sword light was as fast as lightning. Clang, after a while. Zhou Hong sheathed his sword and stood with his head lowered amidst the dancing leaves. He looked like a swordsman of a generation. Pa pa pa. The falling leaves suddenly separated into strips. The size and scale were just right, as if they had been uniformly divided by a fixed machine. Jian Xiaohong opened her mouth in disbelief. Beside her stood a disheveled old man. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhou Hong. His gaze was similarly suffused with surprise. Although this person was a little sloppy, he was famous in the ruins of End and even the entire upper realm. That's right. He was the ruins of End Sword Saint that even Gu Tianqing had to respect. There was no sword energy around Jian Guishu. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary old man. Kid, he said in a deep voice, who taught you the Ling Jian divine art? Zhou Hong was rather surprised. Senior, how do you know this sword art? Cut the crap, Jian Guishu said. Answer me, who taught you? This sword art is a unique secret manual of the sect of all times, Zhou Hong said. Bullshit, Jian Guishu roared. I created the Ling Jian divine art. Zhou Hong was at a loss. It's clearly a martial art of my sect, but he insists that he created it. This swordsman is a little shameless. Humph. Jian Xiaohong said. No wonder the secret manual is gone. So it was stolen by the sect of all times. The surprise she showed just now was not because Zhou Hong's sword art was superb, but because it was clearly a martial art created by her grandfather. How could an outsider learn it? Miss Jian, Zhou Hong said, please don't slander me. As a disciple of the sect of all times, he naturally could not allow himself to be slandered. But the truth? Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Little Du gets angry at the mention of it. He would probably point at Goshan's nose and scold him for 3 days and 3 nights. How long have you been cultivating this Ling Jian divine art? Jian Guishu asked. More than 30 years. What? Jian Guishu's eyes widened. Impossible, Jian Xiaohong said. Although the Ling Jian divine art was created by my grandfather on a whim when he was young, and there are many imperfections, how can you comprehend it in just a few decades? It's fine if you don't believe me, Zhou Hong said. I do, Jian Guishu said. According to the time the sword art was lost, it was exactly 30 years. He was sure that Jian Guishu was not lying. Grandfather. Jian Xiaohong was still doubtful. How can he do something that even I can't do? Jian Guishu smiled and said, although your talent in the sword Dao is strong, there's always someone better. It's not like there aren't people stronger than you in this world. Jian Xiaohong was a little unconvinced and secretly glared at Zhou Hong. Kid, Jian Guishu said, Since you can cultivate the Ling Jian divine art, it proves that you and I are fated. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master and cultivate the sword Dao? No, Zhou Hong said. I want to return to the sect. Jun Patriarch was right. This guy has become a fool from practicing the sword, Jian Xiaohong said in a low voice. Her grandfather was known as the top sword Dao expert in the upper universe. Many people dreamed of becoming his disciple, but he was actually unwilling. I won't force you. Jian Guixiu picked up the leaves on the ground and said, You can leave at any time. Whoosh! The leaves flew over and brushed past him. In slow motion, one could clearly see that wherever the leaves passed, cracks would appear in space. This did not seem to be anything special. Anyone who entered the truth-seeking realm could do it. However, Zhou Hong stood rooted to the ground in shock. It was clearly just a casual wave, and there was no sword energy eruption. Why did the leaves contain an extremely powerful sword energy when they passed by him? A powerhouse. Are you curious why a leaf can be condensed into sword energy without sword intent erupting? Jian Guixiu smiled and said, Acknowledge me as your master, and I'll tell you the answer. Zhou Hong looked conflicted. You're really stupid. Jian Xiaohong could not stand it anymore. She walked to his side and winked at him. Hurry up and acknowledge the sword saint as your master. Zhou Hong was still in a dilemma. It was not until he recalled the patriarch's expectant gaze that he cupped his hands and said, I'm willing to acknowledge Senior Guixiu as my master. Kneel and kowtow. Jian Xiaohong's tone sounded as if she was exasperated at Lu Xian's failure to meet her expectations. I'm sorry, Zhou Hong said. The patriarch once said that the disciples of the sect of all times do not kneel to the heavens and the earth. They only kneel to their parents. Jian Xiaohong said, A master for a day is a father for life. Forget it. Jian Guixiu said, There's no need to care about the formalities. Humph. Jian Xiaohong curled her lips and said, Grandpa isn't taking in a disciple. He's taking in a master. Speaking of seniority, Jian Guixiu said, He's my disciple and is of the same generation as your father. As his daughter, you should call him uncle. Huh. Jian Xiaohong was dumbfounded. From today onwards, you have to call him Uncle Zhou. Grandpa, didn't you just say that there's no need to care about the formalities? Everything else doesn't matter. Seniority can't be messed up. Whoosh, whoosh. In the heavenly secrets mystic realm, the momentum of advancement surged crazily. That's right, someone had broken through again. This time it was not a core disciple, but a higher up of the sect, Ryu Sinan. The situation of taking half a step into the next realm would appear one after another. The reason was none other than Go Sheng entering the heavens' secret realm. Let me explain. The system said, when the host is stuck in a certain realm, the disciples will remain on the spot. When he breaks through, the realm he was in will immediately weaken. The higher-ups and disciples will break through easily. This is Go Sheng's law of realm advancement. Chapter 1827. Master. In the extreme cave residence, Jun Changshao said with a serious expression, Just agree. Jinren Tonggu turned his back to him and said nothing. I know you pursue freedom, but if you join the sect of all times, you can also live in seclusion in the mountains and ignore the world. Jun Changshao said. Jinren Tonggu said, I've already made the biggest concession by coming to the eternal world. I know. Jun Changshao said, but no need to say more. Jinren Tonggu said, I've made up my mind. You can go back. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed and left dejectedly. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he walked out of the cave residence, there was a majestic momentum of advancement in the sect, which meant that someone was about to break through. Boy, Masato Kitano wondered, why is your disciple about to break through to the half-step Tianji realm again? The word again was enough to show that advancement was common. To be exact, in just a few months, the sect of all times had people advancing every now and then. At first, Masato Kitano was quite shocked, but he gradually got used to it. However, he still had doubts in his heart, so he took the opportunity to ask. Because, Jun Changshao said seriously, our sect has a trick to advance to the half-step Tianji realm, and the success rate is as high as 100%. Go Sheng was not bragging but telling the truth. As long as one's talent was passable, as long as one was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, it was only a matter of time before one entered the Tianji realm. What trick? Masato Kitano was tempted. For someone who had been stuck at the peak for too long, if there was a way to advance, he would definitely pay close attention. Sorry, Jun Changshao said. I can't tell you, unless I join the sect. Masato Kitano was speechless. Senior, goodbye. Jun Changshao was about to take off when Jinren Tonggu's voice came from the cave. Are you sure that the trick you mentioned can help you break through the half-step? If it's fake, how can there be people who repeatedly break through? Go Sheng asked. Jinren Tonggu walked out of the cave and said, in order to verify the authenticity, I have decided to join the sect of all times. Jun Changshao was elated. Then he looked at Masato Kitano and asked, where is Senior? I'm willing. Masato Kitano looked calm, but in his heart he was roaring. This old man has finally figured it out. Recently, many disciples of the sect of all times had achieved breakthroughs, and he could not wait any longer. However, Jinren Tonggu had not relented, and he could not be so thick-skinned as to join. Ding! Ding! With the stamp of the seal, the formalities were completed. At this point, Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano had officially joined. After returning to the sect of all times, Jun Changshao immediately announced that the two of them were appointed as Grand Supreme Elders. They could live in the sect or in the mountains. To be honest, peak truth-seeking realm cultivators like Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano were already considered ordinary in the sect. There was no need to pull them in at all. Why did Go Sheng repeatedly invite them to join? Because they were master. Because they had helped him before. Now that Jun Changshao had absolute strength, he naturally would not be ungrateful. Moreover, Jinren Tonggu had taken the blame for him many times in the past. Now that he had the ability, he had to help him break through to a higher realm. Don't think that this was whitewashing Go Sheng's reputation. In fact, whether in the lower realm or the upper realm, everyone who had feelings for him had benefited in the end. It was a perfect example of what it meant to be good to others. The Tianji arcane realm. Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the profound meaning of the Tianji arcane around them. The shock in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. It was not until they experienced it that the two of them completely understood why so many disciples broke through every now and then. It turned out that this trick was too terrifying. It could even simplify the profound meaning that they could not comprehend in their lifetime. Your disciple repeatedly urged you to join the sect, but you insisted on pursuing freedom. Now you regret it. Masato Kitano said, That little bastard. Jinren Tonggu said angrily, Why didn't you say that there was such a good place for martial arts earlier? In fact, Jun Changshao also wanted to lay his cards on the table. However, it was a sect secret. If it was leaked, his memory as a patriarch might be erased. Therefore, when Go Sheng recruited famous talents, he never mentioned any awesome arcane realms or facilities in the sect. He either relied on areas whipped to move them or Lu Wancher's food to tempt them. It's okay, it's okay. Masato Kitano said, It's not too late. With the existence of the Tianji arcane realm, the two of them were very confident. As expected, a month later, Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano successfully entered the half-step Tianji arcane realm. When they felt the stronger power, they could not stop their tears from flowing. After being stuck for tens of thousands of years, they finally got what they wanted. Without the help of the Tianji arcane realm, the two of them would probably be stuck in the same spot until their souls returned to the 9 heavens with regrets. Don't get too excited. Jun Changshao said, "This is just the beginning." "That's right," Jinren Tonggu said with a determined gaze. "There are higher realms waiting for us to explore." The Tianji arcane realm. It was not only used for martial artists to break through the half-step, but more importantly, it was used to peak at the highest level of the upper universe. Therefore, its value was not completely squeezed dry. The higher-ups and disciples who broke through the half-step could still cultivate in it until they entered the Tianji arcane realm. Go Sheng still remembered that when he just completed the epic mission, he was only given one arcane realm. Now, it was definitely an epic-level arcane realm. In short, it was sure arcane. Patriarch, Elder Sun has broken through. Patriarch, Elder Jiang has broken through. Patriarch, Junior Brother Long has broken through. Patriarch, Madam has broken through. In the next half a year, the higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times broke through again and again. The number of people who entered the half-step Tianji arcane realm was constantly increasing. It was a pity that the system interface did not show the combat power of the sect. Otherwise, it would have doubled from half a year ago. Patriarch Yuan Gongzi said, "According to the statistics, the sect of all times currently has 30 half-step Tianji arcane realm cultivators. According to the current development, the total number of people who have broken through will reach 50 in half a year." Not bad, not bad. Goshing smiled. As the highest realm in the upper universe, the Tianji arcane realm was extremely rare. Therefore, the half-step Tianji arcane realm was undoubtedly the mainstream of the current peak level. The sect of all times had dozens of them. That was definitely terrifying. Let's use an analogy. At this moment, if the first fleet of the astral spirit world that invaded the upper realm came again, even if they summoned 10,000 truth-seeking realm cultivators, it would not be enough to defeat the sect of all times in a few minutes. We're still far from it. Jun Changshao said, "We don't know how strong the astral spirit world is for now. We can only increase the strength of the sect as much as possible. To deal with a plane of this level, Go Xing would not recklessly challenge it one-on-one. It would only be fun to rely on numbers and realm to crush it. Give us some more time." Leaning back in his chair, Jun Changshao covered his face with one hand and said with a ferocious expression, "I will lead thousands of half-step Tianji arcane realm cultivators to descend on the astral spirit world and ask them loudly, 'Are you afraid?'" Kikik, kik-kik. Eerie laughter echoed in the study, sending chills down the spines of the disciples passing by. Chapter 1828. The overall strength of the sect of all times was improving, and the development of the eternal world was not stagnant either. Under the efforts of various clans, the once deserted Bit Wall was brand new. There were herbs emitting heaven and earth attributes everywhere, and there were magnificent buildings everywhere. It was full of vitality and prosperity. Jun Changshao also began to think about how to develop in the future. "What's the matter?" The system said, "Host, are you planning to switch from the sect to the Bit Wall stream?" The eternal world and the sect of all times are closely related. The improvement of either side will help the other. "I can't relax," Jun Changshao said. The system was speechless. "Besides," Jun Changshao said, "when I have a son, won't I leave him a foundation?" Because of Gu Xiaoxi, Go Sheng was a little irritated. Since he did not have the ability to reincarnate, he could only seek benefits for his descendants. In short, if he could not be a strong second generation, he would let his son be. The requirements were not high. He would be the young patriarch of the sect of all times and the young realm master of the eternal world. What if it's a daughter? The system said, "It's the same for both genders." Jun Changshao did not value boys over girls. As long as it was his child, he had to give them a starting line ahead of their peers. If Go Sheng really had children, others would be jealous. By then, it would depend on who was better at reincarnating. What a pity. The system said, I don't have the ability. Patriarch. In the main hall, Li Qingyang placed the map of the eternal world on the table and said, I just measured this. He was responsible for most of the city planning and construction in the eternal world, so he temporarily acted as a cartographer. Okay. Jun Changshao nodded and carefully looked at the points of clans and cities on the map. He held his chin and said, whether Bitwal's martial arts can flourish or not, it needs to be grasped from the most basic. Pass down the order. Every clan must establish a martial arts school, which will be graded according to their age. We must ensure that all of them practice martial arts. With Jun Patriarch's order, the news immediately spread to all the major clans. There were even specialized schools that were divided into different grades, such as the Elementary Martial Arts School, the Elementary Martial Arts School, the Intermediate Martial Arts School, the Advanced Martial Arts School, and the Advanced Martial Arts School. The system roared, That's too casual. I'd love to. Jun Changshao then drew up a detailed division of the school. City-level schools must be equipped with advanced martial arts and advanced martial arts schools. Town-level schools must be equipped with elementary and middle martial arts schools, and village-level schools must be equipped with elementary martial arts schools. Of course, the so-called Wu-Tang was not only about martial arts. At the same time, it included courses on culture, alchemy, medicine, and so on, thus achieving a comprehensive cultivation of morality, intelligence, beauty, and physical strength. Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi was speechless. If the various clans build so many schools all at once, the teaching staff will definitely not be able to keep up. It's not a big problem. Jun Changshao said, You can let me work part-time. Perhaps due to the implementation of the school plan, the mission board kept up with the trend. One after another, inner and outer sect disciples received new missions to build schools and become instructors. Therefore, almost every day, batches of disciples could be seen going down the mountain to the various clans to assist in the construction of schools, as well as temporarily become instructors to nurture students. As the master of a realm, Jun Changshao's words could be said to be the law. In just half a month, the schools of the various clans and cities were completed one after another, and they began to recruit students. Elementary, middle, high, advanced. The 5 levels corresponded to the 5 age groups. The cultivation time was 3 years. According to the entire process, a 3-year-old child who graduated from the Advanced Martial Arts School would be 15 years old. What would they do after graduation? According to Jun Changshao's follow-up plan, those with extraordinary talent could be directly recommended to the sect of all times, while those with ordinary talent could become instructors in various areas and integrate into various professions. At this point, the reader understood. Go Sheng was so meticulous in formulating the martial arts system. Although it was beneficial to the development of the overall strength of the plane, more importantly, it was to provide sustainable fresh blood for the sect. Of course, if a sect wanted to flourish and not decline, the injection of talents from the younger generation was indispensable. Otherwise, when the higher-ups could no longer work and retired to the second line, the disciples would take over one after another. Who would be the disciples then? There's also the school uniform. Jun Changshao said, We need to innovate. Calculating the time, the sect of all times' school uniform had been in use for decades since it was formulated. Although the style was trendy, it was a little aesthetically fatigued and had to be changed boldly. For this reason, Jun Changshao began to design again. The sect of all times' school uniform must be unique. It must give people a feeling of being gorgeous but not ostentatious, low-key but not luxurious. Go Sheng held a pen in his mouth and thought carefully. Whoosh! Whoosh! He waved his pen, swallowing mountains and rivers. The next day, Jun Changshao handed many designs to Yuan Gongzi and ordered him to find a tailor to make hundreds of thousands of sets in the shortest time possible. The school uniform design this time was not as uniform as the previous generation. Every elder's peak, every hall, and even the inner and outer sect disciples had different styles. The colors were red, purple, and blue. It was a riot of colors. As for what style it was, it would depend on how the comic artist drew it and how the readers imagined it. It's decided, Jun Changshao said, the school uniform will be changed every 50 years. The new comic artist silently took out his kitchen knife as if he wanted to chop this dog on the spot. After all, changing the school uniform every time would require a new design and color. There were more than 100,000 disciples in the sect. It was definitely a huge project. Little Du said, why would there be a comic artist foolishly drawing one by one? In the scenes with many characters who would either draw shadows or copy and paste. It's time to collect the school uniform. On the peak, Su Xiaoma shouted at the top of his voice. Whoosh! Whoosh! All the disciples went to the front of the main hall and queued up to collect the school uniform. Hall Master Z. Just as Z was about to collect the exclusive school uniform of the Spirit Beast Hall, Yuan Gongzi suddenly pressed on the back of his hand and said seriously, the materials used for the new school uniform are extremely expensive. If one is damaged, 100,000 beast cores will be deducted. The corner of the Purple King's mouth twitched. After collecting the new set of school uniforms, he returned to the Spirit Beast Peak and called for Elder Nyo and the others. He placed his hands on his waist and yelled, from the moment the new school uniform is worn, all of you have to cherish it like your own life. Whoever dares to damage it will be severely punished. Yes, collect it one by one. Nighttime arrived. After Hall Master Z settled the internal affairs, she returned to her bedroom and carefully took off the brand new school uniform. She then hung it on the wardrobe with a clothes hanger before quietly closing and locking it. Additional note, there were 2 sets of first-generation school uniforms that had been mended for 3 years. To cherish the school uniform to such an extent, it was simply insane. Rumble. In the middle of the night, there was a sudden commotion. Hall Master Z, who was in deep sleep, suddenly woke up from her bed. A normal person would instinctively think that there was an earthquake and would immediately run out of the room. That was exactly what Aziz did. However, when she ran out, she carried the locker on her shoulder. Only when she reached the safe zone and made sure that her new school uniform was safe and sound did she raise her hand to wipe the sweat off her forehead. You scared me to death. The scene changed. In the inner courtyard of the Spirit Beast Hall, Elder Nyo and the others were carrying the wardrobe and wiping off their sweat. As for the commotion earlier, it was caused by Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others playing football at the main Peaks martial arts field. Chapter 1829. The eternal world was developing in an orderly manner, and the disciples of the sect of all times were improving their realms in an orderly manner. Jun Changshao, who had nothing to do, often sat on the mountain peak to feel the new understanding of heaven and earth after breaking through to the divine mystery realm. It was very mysterious and special. The land of immortality. What kind of place is it? Can I go there in my lifetime? Jun Changshao longed for power, even though he relied on cheating to improve his realms. Don't think so far ahead, the system said. Focus on the present and how to complete the main mission. Speaking of the main mission, Jun Changshao was angry. The progress of the mission had been stuck for a long time. Even when the universe holy war preliminaries were fast-forwarded, there was no progress. I can only rely on the finals. Maybe I can improve if I win the championship, Gosheng said to himself. It's hard to say. The system said, this kind of competition is limited to young geniuses. It shouldn't have anything to do with dominating. Milk. Jun Changshao said, continue to milk. The system was not angry, nor did it roar. It said, in my opinion, the safest way for the host to complete the main mission is to kill the celestial devil emperor. Jun Changshao fell into silence. Gu Tianqing showed fear when mentioning that guy, which meant that the upper universe was very powerful. If he could kill him, he might be able to complete the main mission. It seems. Jun Changshao rubbed his face and said, "Even if I don't inherit the Shenyuan realm, I will still be his enemy." Jun Patriarch. A voice came to his ear. "The leader wants you to go to the main hall." Whoosh! Jun Changshao returned to his rune from the eternal world and replied, "Got it." In the main hall of the League of Stars and Seas, Jun Changshao walked in. At this moment, not only Gu Tianqing, but also Vice Leader Peng and other high-level officials were there. They all looked serious. "Uncle, what's the matter?" Jun Changshao sat down and asked. "See for yourself." Gu Tianqing threw a letter to him. This was a letter of challenge. The content was as follows. "In 3 days, I will come to your realm for a battle." The signatory was the celestial Devil Emperor. Seeing this, Jun Changshao's expression became interesting. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking about that guy. Now he suddenly came to declare war. "In my opinion," Vice Alliance Master Peng said with a solemn expression, "the demonic emperor suddenly sent a letter of challenge. It should have something to do with his adopted son being trampled on." "So," Gu Tianqing said, "I'm worried that he didn't come here to challenge me to cross the heaven realm, but—" He looked at Jun Changshao and said, "To challenge the sect of all times. No way." Go Sheng was on the verge of breaking down. The celestial demonic emperor was a big boss-level existence. Just because his adopted son was bullied, he was in a hurry to roll up his sleeves and make an appearance. Wasn't this a little too fast? At the very least, give me some time to develop. He's probably worried that you won't be able to do anything to him once you've grown up, so he came here in advance, the system said. Jun Changshao was speechless. Once the villains had intelligence, how were they supposed to play? "Kid," Gu Tianqing said, "quickly take your people and leave the heaven realm." "Uncle." Jun Changshao stood up and said with a solemn expression, "If the demonic emperor came because his adopted son was abused, how can I leave as the person involved? If it was in the past, he would definitely run away if he couldn't win. But this was the heaven realm. If the demonic emperor came to target him and couldn't find him, he would definitely take his anger out on this plane and implicate Uncle Gu. Now is not the time to be a hero. Quickly leave before that guy comes," Gu Tianqing urged. The demonic emperor was an ambitious person. He was definitely not a good person. "Uncle, I won't leave just like that. Since the demonic emperor has declared war, my sect of all times will accept it." Jun Changshao's attitude was very unyielding. At that moment, even his back view became incomparably imposing. Gu Tianqing was speechless. He originally wanted to continue persuading, but when he met Go Sheng's eyes, he immediately dispelled the idea and changed his words. "Uncle will support you." "I'll wait." Vice Alliance Leader Peng and the other higher-ups stood up and said, "We will also support Jun Patriarch." The disciples of the sect of all times represented the heaven realm in the universe, sacred war, and earned enough prestige. Naturally, they would do their best to help. It was undeniable that although Go Sheng was sometimes very mischievous and shameless, the friends he made were not bad. At the very least, they would not stand by and watch when he was in danger. And this was his charisma. What should I do? What should I do? After returning to the sect of all times, Jun Changshao began to hesitate. Although he acted very righteous in the League of Stars and Seas, he was actually panicking inside. "What are you afraid of?" The system said, "Just do it." Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. "I don't have confidence." He had broken through to the Tianji realm. According to the traditional plot, when the protagonist's realm increased, there would definitely be villains who would come to torture him, thus creating some fun. But this time it was not a small fry, but a big boss who could stand it. In short, Jun Changshao did not think that with his current cultivation level, he could fight with the demonic emperor. Unless He stopped and said with a serious gaze, "You help me fight." Go Shang's biggest characteristic was that he used cheats to increase his strength, and his biggest trump card was to let the system possess him to fight for him. If he couldn't use cheats, then he would find someone to fight for him. "Please be a human," the system said, "then the host should run." It was not that it wanted to help, but once it appeared, it would bring unpredictable and serious damage to the upper universe, and even endanger the entire universe's operating system. No, no. Jun Changshao rubbed his face and said, "I have to think of a way." Under the premise that he could not run, under the situation where the system could not help, how to deal with the demonic emperor was a very tricky problem. 3 days later, it was drizzling and the atmosphere was stifling. Outside the League of Stars and Sea's main hall, Gu Tianqing and a group of higher-ups had solemn expressions. Buzz! Buzz! The space in the sky rippled like a stirred lake, and a gloomy aura had already filled the entire plain. The creatures living in the crossing sky world trembled, especially those monsters, who seemed to have a premonition that a big shot was coming, and they all knelt on the ground, their eyes full of fear. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light flew out from the space ripples. "He's here!" Gu Tianqing's heart was filled with fear. At the same time, the stream of light standing proudly in the sky weakened, revealing a masked and black-clothed figure. A monstrous, demonic aura spread all over his body, as if a demon god had descended. Ka! The space barrier could not withstand the terrifying demonic aura and began to crack on a large scale. Just the aura alone could shatter space, which made Deputy Leader Peng and the others, who were still fantasizing, immediately certain that the visitor must be the demonic emperor who terrified the upper universe. "Leader Gu," the Black Shadow said gloomily, "this is the first time I'm here. Please excuse me." Gu Tianqing frowned. Every word the demonic emperor said contained a soul-level attack, which made him feel so pressured that his forehead gradually broke out in cold sweat. Dong! At this moment, the melodious sound of a zither was heard. The demonic emperor looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man sitting in front of a table on a mountain peak outside the League of Stars and Seas. He put his hand on the zither and said with a smile, "It's a pleasure to have a friend from afar." Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen, cosplaying as page boys, stood on both sides. "You are the patriarch of the sect of all times." Jun Changshao answered indifferently, but he was panicking inside, because when the other party looked at him, the terrifying demonic aura also pressed down on him. If he had not entered the divine secret state, he might have been able to withstand it, but in the past he would have vomited blood. Damn it! The final boss before the finale was indeed powerful. Chapter 1830. The Sky Devil Emperor was really strong. Just by releasing his aura, he made Jun Changshao feel pressured. If they fought, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter how strong he was, a cool breeze brushed the hill. Although Go Sheng was panicking inside, he was very calm on the surface, which really reflected the self-cultivation of an actor. There was a trace of surprise in the Sky Devil Emperor's eyes at first, and then he smiled sinisterly. "I came here this time with the intention of competing with Alliance Leader Gu. I didn't expect to meet the patriarch of the sect of all times. It's fate. It's indeed fate." Although Go Sheng was smiling all the time, he was roaring in his heart. "This guy is not here to trouble me." Because of the speculation of Gu Tianqing, Deputy Leader Peng, and others, Jun Changshao always believed that the Sky Devil Emperor came this time to avenge his adopted son's abuse, so he had been sulking for several days. In the end, it was his wishful thinking. Haha, the system was amused. "Nephew," Gu Tianqing said, "since you're here for me, you should leave quickly." Since the Sky Devil Emperor did not come because his adopted son was abused, he would certainly not let Jun Changshao participate. But the reality? He had already appeared. With 2 pages, he pretended to be an expert and played the zither. How was he supposed to leave? Go Sheng's current situation was that he had to pretend in front of the top powerhouse, so he had to pretend even if he had tears in his eyes. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "In the galaxy's main competition, my Sect's disciples defeated your adopted son, Ling Li one after another. I thought you came to trouble me this time." This guy, Gu Tianxing, was so angry that his head was about to explode. The Sky Devil Emperor had already said that he was here to trouble him, but he had to mention that. Wasn't he deliberately provoking the other party? Indeed, Jun Changshao wanted to attract the firepower. Anyway, he had already appeared, and it was impossible to retreat. He shifted all the trouble to himself to relieve Uncle Gu's pressure. If it was before, Jun Changshao's behavior would definitely be labeled as no strength, but King courting death. What about now? There was only one word to describe it: righteous. For the sake of Uncle Gu, for the sake of crossing the heaven realm, for the sake of all living beings in the world, Jun Changshao was willing to face such a great evil with his weak body. This spirit, I really can't continue lying. True enough, the Celestial Devil Emperor, who wanted to find Gu Tianxing to spar, heard the guy talking about the galactic competition and remembered that his adopted son didn't win the championship. Anger gradually appeared in his eyes. Very good, Jun Changshao thought to himself. Only by staring at him would he be able to complete the act. However, it seemed that the fire was still not strong enough. He needed to add some firewood. However, Jun Changshao said, "To be honest, this adopted son of yours is pretty good at taking a beating. He was trampled on by my Sect's disciples many times, yet he was still able to return alive." Gu Tianxing, Vice Alliance Leader Peng, and the others collapsed. Did this guy think that the Celestial Devil Emperor had a good temper? Was that why she dared to provoke him with her words? "Oh, sorry," Jun Changshao said again. "Did I hurt your feelings a little?" The Celestial Devil Emperor laughed. It sounded very casual, but the monstrous demonic aura around the mountain suddenly pressed down. Jun Changshao was still sitting in the same place, his hand still on the string. But the demonic aura that swarmed over was like a flood of beasts rushing over and over again. The blood in his body was boiling violently, and his sea of consciousness and spiritual defense was on the verge of collapse. Puff! After a while, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Patriarch!" Xiao Ziji exclaimed. Yi Xingchen, on the other hand, was full of killing intent. He almost grabbed his weapon and rushed over, but thinking that even the Patriarch couldn't withstand it, he would only be asking for a beating if he went over, so he could only suppress his impulse again and again. In the face of absolute strength, if he insisted on going head-on, it would not be reckless but suicidal. Swish! At this moment, the Celestial Devil Emperor withdrew his demonic aura and said with a sinister smile, "To be able to resist the power of this Emperor's heart fox, you, the Patriarch of the Sect of all times, have some ability. No wonder you can cultivate so many outstanding disciples." "You flatter me." Jun Changshao raised his sleeve to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. "This person is too strong. The system said the host is no match for him." Jun Changshao said, "We're both in the divine secret realm, but why is the difference so big?" "Nonsense. The system said, how long has he broken through? How long has the host broken through? It's unrealistic to think that he's invincible after entering the divine secret realm." "Little guy," the Celestial Devil Emperor said lightly, "this emperor is only here to exchange pointers with Alliance Master Gu. I won't ask about the Starry Sky competition." Jun Changshao howled in his heart, "You're not falling for it." The Celestial Devil Emperor said again, "The galactic competition has been held many times, and there are already perfect rules. If ordinary martial artists participate and lose, it's because their skills are inferior. Why would this emperor be calculative just because my adopted son was defeated?" There was nothing wrong with this statement. As for the projection array, The celestial devil emperor looked at the mountain peak, the array hidden in the void, and said, "There's no need to activate it." F***CK. He actually found out. Jun Changshao dared to cosplay as Zhuge dared to let his disciple cosplay as a page boy, not because he was singing an empty fort strategy, but because he had ordered the array formation hall to set up a projection array early to capture the scene in front of him in real time. A powerhouse at the level of the celestial devil emperor might not be useful in a head-on fight. If he wanted to find trouble with him, he could just question him in front of the projection array. Since it was a competition to exchange pointers, why bother? To put it bluntly, Go Sheng was betting that the celestial devil emperor would not dare to do too much in front of the projection array because of his identity. Judging from the current situation, he guessed right, but what he didn't guess right was that the lines that should have belonged to him were snatched away by that guy in advance. This created a feeling that the other party not only cared about his identity, but also acted very magnanimous, which set off Go Sheng, measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. "Master," Jun Changshao secretly said, "I've never seen a master of such a high level." He didn't think that the other party was very magnanimous. Deliberately making him vomit blood was proof, but doing one thing behind his back and another in front of others, he was a proper cunning fox. Pressure. A little big. Alliance, Master Gu. The celestial devil emperor looked at the League of Stars and Seas and said, "An entire Tsungyan system. You are considered a big shot. Today I came in person. Can you give me face and exchange pointers?" "Just a simple exchange of pointers," Gu Tianqing said in a deep voice. The celestial devil emperor said, "If I win by chance, your crossing heaven realm can consider submitting to me." The faces of Gu Tianqing and the others all changed. They finally understood the real purpose of the celestial devil emperor's personal visit was to blatantly annex the crossing heaven realm. It is said that the celestial devil emperor has the ambition to rule the upper universe. "Today, I see that you live up to your reputation," Gu Tianqing said. The celestial devil emperor smiled and said, "I don't know how many years have passed since the upper universe was born. The development of creatures is too casual, and their thinking is too rigid. It's time for someone to guide them to prosperity. And I am the one to guide them." The last few words were said very proudly, as if he was the chosen one. Gu Tianqing said, "If you want exchange pointers, I will accompany you to the end. If I submit to your celestial devil emperor, then forget it. Alliance, Master Gu, are you going to refuse?" The celestial devil emperor's eyes became more and more gloomy, completely losing the magnanimity he had when talking to Jun Changshao just now. It was as if he was going to tear off his sheepskin at any time. "Sorry." At this time, Jun Changshao couldn't help but speak. Swoosh! The celestial devil emperor raised his hand, and a monstrous demonic aura gathered in his palm. He said coldly, "I am talking to Alliance Master Gu. Unrelated people should not interrupt." Chapter 1831. Jun Changshao interrupted. The celestial demonic emperor suddenly attacked, and the whole process happened in a very short time, leaving no chance to dodge at all. "It's over." This was Go Sheng's first thought. Since transmigrating, he had experienced countless storms and waves, but this was the only time he smelled the strongest scent of death. "I haven't completed the main mission. I haven't built a good foundation for my son, and I'm going to die like this." Maybe there was still obsession, or maybe it was an instinctive desire to survive. But when the dark energy shattered the void and was about to attack, Jun Changshao shouted in his heart, "Brother Monkey, save me!" Boom! Suddenly the mountain peak exploded. Terrifying demonic energy burst out, and the space gradually collapsed and caved in, as if turning into a black hole. Jun Patriarch! Deputy Leader Peng and the other higher-ups exclaimed in unison, until they felt the terrible power, and the sadness in their hearts was replaced by trembling. The celestial demonic emperor was so terrifying. Gu Tianqing stood where he was, clenching his fists tightly. Although Jun Changshao had stolen many things from him, He was still the patriarch of Goa, and he found him to be a good person after all. Now that he was killed in front of him, it was hard to accept. "I'm sorry," the celestial demonic emperor said. "I didn't control my power well and destroyed the space system of your world." Not only was there no sincerity in his apology, but he was also deliberately showing off his strength, as if to tell Gu Tianqing that if he didn't cooperate, he would end up like the patriarch of the sect of all times. "You've gone too far." Gu Tianqing could no longer suppress his anger. "I came to fight a little abruptly this time. Well, I'll give Leader Gu a month to think about it. I hope that by then, you and the creatures of the celestial realm can give me a satisfactory answer." With the strength of the celestial demonic emperor, he could easily conquer the celestial realm, but he still chose the most gentle way. After all, his goal was to rule the entire upper universe, not to suppress it in a bloody way, unless the other party didn't cooperate, such as the former Xinyuan realm. After the celestial demonic emperor finished speaking, he turned to leave. "Did I say you could leave?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from the irritable black hole. There was no emotion in his words, nor was there any background music. With just a few words, the atmosphere was instantly rendered to the extreme. If one were to describe it in one word, it would be domineering. The celestial demonic emperor stopped and looked over in surprise. It seemed that he hadn't expected to hear such a voice. Gu Tianqing, Vice Alliance leader Peng, and the others also turned their heads in disbelief. They thought to themselves, "He's not dead?" That's right. Jun Changshao was not dead. He lowered his head and walked out of the black hole step by step. He was wearing a light yellow tiger skin skirt, and his fluffy black hair had split ends. The celestial demonic emperor became vigilant. Although this guy looked to be in a sorry state, the aura he emitted was very strange. It was as if he had changed into a different person after being bombarded by his killing blow. "Shua!" The celestial devil emperor raised his hand again, condensing the black energy that seemed to come from the depths of the universe. "I was too merciful just now." Swish! A powerful beam of darkness shot out. Its power was much stronger than the first time. Clearly, it wanted to kill this guy who was deliberately provoking it. He stated once again, the celestial demonic emperor didn't come to the heaven realm for Jun Changshao, because in his eyes this person and the sect of all times were not worth mentioning. When the finals began, more than 80 adopted sons would be enough to deal with him. However, since he was fated to meet him and had repeatedly angered him, he might as well wipe him out. This was not arrogance. This was true strength. If Jun Changshao hadn't activated his second trump card at the critical moment, he would have been finished long ago. What was the second trump card? Find someone to fight for him. After suffering a fatal blow, Jun Changshao didn't change his person, but his soul. The one controlling his body was the Monkey King. This Monkey King was not the Monkey King from the Great Sage set. He was an SSS-level heroic soul from the Heavenly Might's secret realm. His full name was Sun Wukong, the Great Sage equaling heaven from the Huagua Mountain Curtain Cave in the ally nation of the Eastern Divine Continent. What was going on? It all started when Jun Changshao was facing certain death. At that time, he shouted in his heart unwillingly. On the mythical wall of the sky, Might's secret realm, the macaque holding a stick flickered and turned into a stream of light that pierced through the secret realm, through the plane, and poured into the space between his eyebrows. To put it bluntly, this time it was not the Great Sage set that came to save the situation, but the mythical heroic soul in the sky Might's secret realm. What was the reason that made Go Sheng move the heroic soul at the critical moment? Don't worry, I'll explain after the fight. If I don't explain, it means that I've forgotten. There's no need to remind me. Even if I mention it, I'm too lazy to explain. Whoosh! The pitch-black energy burst out, and the collapse of the space became even more serious. Jun Wukong stood with his head lowered, turning a blind eye to the violent power that was attacking him. He even had the time to talk to himself. Where's my phoenix wing, purple gold crown? Where's my golden armor? Where's my lotus root, cloud-walking shoes? Jun Changxiao's soul was still in his body, so he chose to remain silent. Forget it. Monkey King suddenly raised his head. His eyes, which refused to accept the heavens and the earth, were full of fighting spirit. Immediately he patted his ear with one hand and suddenly pulled out a golden light object, sweeping it toward the pitch-black flowing light that was rushing toward him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The heavens and the earth shook, and the sun and moon lost their light. Boom, puff, puff, puff. Deputy Leader Peng and the others, who were in the League of Stars and Seas, were suddenly disturbed by an extremely violent aura. They could not suppress the boiling blood and spurted it out. They even staggered back more than 10 steps, and their eyes were filled with horror. Gu Tianxing could still hold on, but his face was extremely ugly. Above the vault of heaven, a crack like a natural moat appeared. The abnormally powerful devil chi was suppressed by another force until it completely turned into nothingness. Gu Tianxing and the others calmed down and looked over with a shocked expression. They saw Jun Patriarch standing in front of the demonic emperor, and the golden light in his hand extended to the demonic emperor's forehead. The flowing light gradually weakened, and the original appearance of the demonic emperor appeared, the form of a stick. The 2 sticks were wrapped in golden pieces, and the middle was similar to black iron. There were dragon patterns and phoenix seal characters engraved on it. Rui Jingu Bang, 13,500 kilograms. The demonic emperor, who was pressed against his forehead, stood there in a daze, especially when he felt the cold aura. His eyes gradually filled with horror. You can go to hell now. Jun Yukong patted the bottom of the weapon like a palm strike. The Jingu Bang was immediately infused with an explosive force and suddenly rushed forward, ruthlessly piercing the demonic emperor's forehead. Reader, the last big boss before the end is only at this level. Bang! At this moment, the demonic emperor, whose forehead was pierced, suddenly exploded on the spot. There was no blood, no flesh, and no bones. Instead, it turned into black attributes all over the sky and gradually disappeared. Boy, I'll remember you. The gloomy voice echoed in the sky and became weaker and weaker. Gu Tianxing and the others instantly realized that the demonic emperor who came to the heaven realm was not the real demonic emperor, but a doppelganger. Plop! Suddenly, the sound of falling was heard. Jun Changxiao, who was still mighty and extraordinary just a moment ago, was lying on the ground like mud. His eyes rolled up and white foam came out of the corner of his mouth. His hands were curled together and trembling violently, as if he was having an epileptic seizure. Pretend to be the most ruthless one. Suffer the most ruthless side effects. The strongest of all time, Gosheng's second law. Chapter 1832. The Sky Devil Emperor was defeated. He was defeated very straightforwardly, and he didn't even struggle. Unfortunately, judging from the collapse of the body, it wasn't the original body that died, but a clone. However, Gu Tianxing and the others were even more shocked. If it was really a clone with such terrifying strength, wouldn't the original body be able to destroy the heaven, earth, and air? Sky Devil Emperor, Vice President Peng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "How strong is he?" "I don't know." The great elder calmed down, looked at the unconscious Jun Changxiao, and said solemnly, "I only know that Jun Patriarch is really unfathomable." As soon as this remark was made, everyone agreed, especially when they recalled the scene of the Sky Devil Emperor's clone being killed with a stick. The shock in their hearts became even more intense. Was this something a human would do? No, this was done by a god. When the Sky Devil Emperor came to the crossing heaven realm, he suppressed Gu Tianxing and the others with his aura, which was enough to show that even the clone had terrifying strength, but he was killed by Jun Changxiao with a single stick. That scene was extremely shocking, not to mention anything else. Once the news spread to the upper universe, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. However, the more enjoyable Jun Changxiao was pretending to be something, the more miserable his convulsions were at this moment. In the martial arts world, it was impossible to ban cheating, using cheats and fighting on behalf of others. But since he had obtained power that didn't match his realm, he must pay the price. This was the law of the martial arts world. "What are you waiting for?" Gu Tianqing shouted. "Hurry up and carry Jun Patriarch back!" Swish! Swish! The scene changed, and Vice President Peng and the others carried Jun Changshao back to the League of Stars and Seas. White foam flew everywhere, and his face was still twitching. It was very satisfying. Creak! The closed door opened, and Sun Bukong walked out in a white coat again. He frowned, looking like a doctor who said, "Sorry, we've tried our best." "How is it?" Rose of Flowers hurriedly asked. Sun Bukong said, "Patriarch's situation is not very optimistic." Rose of Flowers suppressed her panic and asked, "Can we go in?" "Sure." Sun Bukong took off his mask and looked up at the sky. With tears in his eyes, he blamed himself. "It's all because my medical skills are not good enough." Woo woo woo! Outside the courtyard, Lu Wanshi squatted on the ground and cried. As she cried, she added paper money into the brazier and sobbed. "Patriarch, I will always pray for you until you are safe and sound." Li Qingyan, Xiao Ziji, and the others were pessimistic. Boom! Outside the courtyard, Yi Xingqian punched a tree trunk, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "Celestial Devil Emperor, just you wait." He secretly swore that if anything happened to the Patriarch, he would remember this hatred until the day he became strong enough to personally kill that guy and comfort the Patriarch's soul in heaven. In a spacious ward, Jun Changshao lay on the bed with a pale face. It was rare that he didn't have that cheeky look that deserved a beating. Instead, from a haggard point of view, he seemed very mature and manly. "The Celestial Devil Emperor didn't come for you. Why do you have to stand up for him?" Rose of Flowers sat next to him and put her hand on his hand. Her tone was sad and a little bit reproachful. "Little Dodo, those readers don't understand you. They keep slandering and mocking you. I know you have unspeakable bitterness in your heart, but you can't prove yourself in a suicidal way." Rose of Flowers said. Jun Changshao lay motionless on the bed, like a vegetable. From the current situation, the side effects of being possessed by the mythical level Monkey King in the Arcana land were far greater than using trump cards, such as Hard to Keep Away. It was much greater. Jun Changshao was in a coma for more than half a month and still showed no signs of waking up. During this period, Rose of Flowers took care of him meticulously, only hoping that he could open his eyes and wake up. In the main hall, Ryu Sinan, Gong Sunho, and other high-level officials gathered together. Because everyone was frowning, the atmosphere was very depressing. "Everyone," Elder Wei said, "the Patriarch is injured and in a coma. We must take good care of the sect and not make any mistakes." "Yes." Everyone nodded. "Should we ask League Master Gu again?" Ryu Sinan said. "My father said so." Gu Xiaoxi said bitterly, "There's nothing I can do." After Jun Changshao was carried back to the League of Stars and Seas, Gu Tianqing personally diagnosed him. The conclusion was that there was nothing wrong with his body. As for why he was in a coma, it was not clear. To be exact, Go Sheng was not sick. It was a side effect of being in a coma. For example, when he used Hard to Keep Away, he had to be out of action for a year or two. Even the best doctor in the world would not be able to cure him. Jun Changshao did not wake up for a long time. The air above the sect of all times gradually became oppressive. The only thing the disciples could do was to cultivate crazily and desperately. Become stronger. Become stronger. Kill the celestial demonic emperor and avenge the Patriarch. The sect of all times had a strong culture to begin with. Now that Jun Changshao was in a coma, the atmosphere was once again stimulated to the extreme. Back then, Yi Xingqian was killed by Empress Lingyao. After being reborn, he cultivated with a heart full of hatred. Now, the disciples and the upper echelons were all Yi Xingqian. Everyone was the Night Emperor. Cough! One night there was a cough. Jun Changshao, who had been lying in bed for a whole month, finally slowly opened his eyes. An intense pain instantly surged into his sea of consciousness. He wanted to raise his hand, but found that it was pressed down. Rosa Flowers, who was lying on top of him, sensed it. She hurriedly raised her head and saw Jun Changshao's eyelids moving. His sleepiness dissipated. She happily said, "Husband is awake." Her voice cut through the silent night. The disciples outside the courtyard were wild with joy. "The patriarch is awake! The patriarch is awake!" Lu Wanshi and Yao Menjing shouted happily as they took off the mourning clothes on their bodies. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Jun Changshao, who was lying on the bed, muttered to himself. After a comprehensive examination, Sun Bukong took back the medical equipment and said in confusion, "The patriarch's body is fine. There's nothing wrong at all." "Then why do you keep talking to yourself?" Rosa Flowers asked. Jun Changshao had been awake for a few hours. She had been by his side the whole time, but she kept repeating 3 sentences. "Maybe," Sun Bukong said. His brain was stimulated. "He hasn't recovered yet. I remember. I remember." Jun Changshao suddenly stood up and slapped his forehead. "I am the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. I live in the mountain curtain cave of Huagu Mountain in Aolai. I want to fight my way to the heavenly court. I want to be the Jade Emperor." The disciples were speechless. Isn't this the founder of our sect of all times? It seems like the patriarch is really stimulated. That's why he's talking nonsense. Old Jade Emperor. Jun Changshao jumped down from the bed and roared, "Wait until I gather an army and fight my way to the heavenly court. I'll smash your Lingshao palace." The system said it's over. The host has completely gone crazy. Only it knew that the Monkey King possessed the host and brought him terrifying combat power. However, after removing the relationship, the soul could not bear the high burden and caused a serious backlash. As a result, he replaced himself as the great sage. Some people might not understand. In other words, if the one who possessed the body was Xiang Yu's heroic soul, Jun Changshao might raise the sword to his neck and shout, "Although I'm dead, I'm still the hegemon of Western Chu." Chapter 1833. Who would have thought that Jun Changshao would have such a terrible side effect after hiring a substitute player? What kind of madness was this? He imagined himself as the great sage, heaven's equal every day, and thought about how to fight the heavenly court every day. The only normal thing was that he didn't scratch his head like Monkey King. Otherwise, it would be easy to suspect that he was possessed. He wasn't possessed. It was just that the side effect was that he became crazy. Maybe Monkey King left his memory in Go Sheng's mind when he was fighting for him. So he acted strangely after waking up. What should we do? Ryu Sinan and the others stood in the hall and looked at the patriarch lying on the chair, looking like he was in control of his own life. The worry on their faces grew. Sigh. Elder Wei sighed. Everything was fine, but he suddenly went crazy. Everyone. Rows of Flowers walked in and said, "Yuan Gongzi will be in charge of everything for now." Yes. The elders hurriedly cupped their hands. The patriarch was crazy, but the patriarch's wife was still here, so everyone would follow her lead. Husband. Rows of Flowers pulled Jun Changshao out of the hall and said, "I'll take you to the heavenly court." At this time, she could have taken over the management of the sect, but she handed it over to Yuan Feng because she wanted to spend more time taking care of him. Swoosh! Go Xing shook off his hand and shouted, "Monster, don't call me husband." Everyone was speechless. The patriarch was really crazy. He even treated his wife as a monster. Elder Wei thought helplessly. The patriarch is a bit slow when it comes to relationships. Now that he's crazy, I'm afraid there's no cure. Jun Changshao had gone crazy, but life had to go on. Therefore, the sect of all times was temporarily managed by Yuan Gongzi. The various peaks and halls were still operating in an orderly manner. More and more disciples relied on the Tianji secret realm to break through, and their overall strength rose. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! In the open space outside the Array Formation Hall, several newly built Starry Sky battleships began to fly, and the results were quite good. Swish! Inside the War Cavalry Hall, the Diablo battleships were undergoing routine training. Due to the constant improvement in their performance, their combat power was increasing day by day. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, a mech flew up and down, and even did a difficult rotation in the air. It was the most dazzling existence in the Diablo universe. After a while, the mecha landed and the flowing light weakened. The camera zoomed in on the back of the mech with the number 66 engraved on it. Crack! The hatch opened. Jing Ji jumped down gracefully. He threw the helmet to the junior next to him and skillfully took the toilet broom. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind him, everything is normal. There's no need for maintenance for the time being. Senior apprentice Brother Jing is amazing. I'm afraid we'll have to learn for a few years just to do the spinning in the air. Of course. Senior Brother Jing is the first-generation pilot of Mecha number 66. He's definitely the best in terms of piloting. After walking out of the War Cavalry Hall, Jingji stopped and listened to his fellow disciples talking about him. A proud smile gradually appeared on his face. In terms of strength, I'm not as good as second senior brother and the others. In terms of photography, I'm not as good as Li Tian. However, in terms of piloting a mech, Jingji dared to claim that he was the best. Senior brother Jing is so good. Why did he have to clean the toilets? I heard that he deliberately faked his injury and was punished by the patriarch to clean the toilets. His technique is not bad, comparable to senior brother Mao. As expected, gold shines even in the toilets. The junior brothers looked at Jingji's back as he gradually disappeared into the distance. Their eyes were filled with deep admiration. In the forging hall, a brand new set of armor was produced one after another. Fan Yezi caressed the equipment that he was responsible for forging. His haggard face was filled with relief. The busiest halls in the sect of all times were definitely the Pill Hall, Array Hall, and Forging Hall. This was because they were constantly researching pills, mecha, armor, and other strategic materials. So, over the years, Hall Master Fan had been working under high intensity. His beard almost reached the ground. His face was so haggard that it looked like he was about to die. In fact, with the current productivity of the sect of all times, it was more than enough to equip the disciples. However, in Jun Changxiao's plan, since he wanted to crush the star spirit world with absolute strength, it was unrealistic to rely on one sect alone. He had to mobilize the entire eternal world and use all the available forces. Therefore, all kinds of strategic materials were actually allocated to the various clans. Not only did he arm the sect, he also had to arm a plane. Everyone, don't say that I took the hall to deliberately fake the scene, because today's close-up was to pave the way for a better show-off tomorrow. The point was that when Jun Changxiao led everyone to the star spirit world, the scene had to be absolutely shocking. It had to be difficult for painters to cry. It had to comply with 3 things: martial artists, battleships, and special effects. At that time, I hope everyone will change to a new high-end phone in advance to prevent it from crashing. In front of a waterfall in Ironbone Mountain, rows of flowers stopped and pointed to the cave residents inside. Husband, this is the water curtain cave you were talking about. Jun Changxiao had been talking about Huagu Mountain and the water curtain cave crazily, so she ordered Paige to create one according to her own guess. Here came the problem. Jun Changxiao said the name crazily. How could she make it so similar? Because in the past, when he was free and had nothing to do, Gosheng had told Rose of flower stories, such as Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods, so she knew more in this aspect. Bullshit! Jun Changshao said, "It's not the water curtain cave at all. Don't deceive me." Although this guy said so, his body was very honest as he walked over. "The king is back. The king is back." After passing through the waterfall and entering the cave residence, a group of monkeys surrounded him. Don't ask where they came from. If you asked, they were the actors personally selected by Hall Master Z from the Spirit Beast Hall to accompany the patriarch's wife to act. Haha, children, I've made you wait for a long time. Jun Changshao sat on a chair and crossed one leg. He said loudly, "Bring me good wine." Smack, smack. Jars of drunken dreams were neatly arranged. When the seal was opened, the smell of alcohol filled the entire cave residence, making people drool. Come, drink to your heart's content. The crazy Jun Changshao really put himself in the shoes of the great sage, heaven's equal. Even the way he drank seemed to be unrestrained. Plop! After 3 rounds of drinking, he fell to the ground drunk. Elder Nyo took off his monkey skin and broke down. "Madam, how long do we have to act for?" "Until he sobers up," Rose of Flowers said. "Next, you have to act as the great sage, Demon King Bull, and act as a sworn brother with our husband," Rose of Flowers instructed. Yes, it was a little difficult to act as a monkey, but it was natural to act as a bull. At night, Jun Changshao slept in the water curtain cave. Because he drank too much, his snoring sounded like thunder. Rose of Flowers came and gently covered him with a quilt. She sat next to him and whispered, "Husband, do you remember that on the night of our wedding, I fell asleep while reading memorials? You covered me with a blanket before you woke up drunk and left?" Jun Changshao didn't say anything, because he slept like a log. Rose of Flowers leaned on the edge of the bed and held her chin with both hands. Her eyes flashed with the luster of the past. She said, "I've been asking myself why I fell in love with you. I thought for a long time before I understood. Maybe it was because of my inadvertent action that day. I don't know what you're burdened with that you have to wholeheartedly develop the sect. I only know that you've been avoiding feelings, even if many people misunderstood you. Now, you should have let go of your burdens. And At this point, Rose of Flowers got up and gently leaned into Jun Changshao's arms. She said softly, "As your wife, I will always be by your side and act out a carefree play for you." Chapter 1834. Rose of Flowers began to weave a scene for her husband based on the story she heard in the past. It was a scene where he seemed to be living in a dream and didn't have to rush about in reality. At this stage, Jun Changshao had the least burden and the least responsibility. He lived his life in a natural and unrestrained manner. The plot certainly couldn't follow the original version of Journey to the West. After all, as the protagonist, Sun Wukong couldn't fight against the heavenly court and the Buddha. In the end, he was suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain. As the screenwriter, Rose of Flowers made a lot of changes to the plot. From beginning to end, the actor, Jun Changshao, was always in an unrestrained environment. For example, Namo Amitabha. In the sky above Mount Huagua, Dunan with a shiny head was cosplaying as the Buddha. He said, "You naughty monkey, why don't you put down your butcher's knife?" This was the 8th episode of Journey to the West, which was directed and written by Rose of Flowers. The original version corresponded to the plot after Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the heavenly court. Old man Tathagata. Jun Changshao held a wooden stick and pointed at him angrily. "Don't get involved in the grievances between me and the heavenly court." Dunan was silent. He was temporarily pulled to play the role of the Buddha. There was no script and no lines. He had to act on his own on the spot. "What should I do?" Dunan howled in his heart. "Humph." Jun Changshao turned the stick and said coldly, "Since you want to meddle in other people's business, don't be impolite to me." After saying that, he jumped up. Whoosh! The power of the true spirit poured into the wooden stick. The powerful energy gathered and broke through the air. Naughty monkey, don't make trouble. Du Nan struck out a palm in the air. The swastika flickered. According to the patriarch's wife, he had to lose, so he planned to throw the game. However, the golden palm print was overbearingly broken as soon as it touched the wooden stick. The remaining power of the stick, which carried an explosive force, was not reduced. Du Nan's face changed. It's over. Boom, plop. Du Nan fell heavily in the distance. A deep red stick mark appeared on his face. Before he fainted, he didn't forget to foam at the mouth. This is not acting. Sigh. Rose of Flowers shook her head. Take him away. Several disciples quickly rushed over and carried the fainted Buddha actor Du Nan to the medical hall. At this moment, it was filled with injured people. There were people cosplaying as heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, as well as Li Fei and others cosplaying as the 4 heavenly kings. They were all extras invited by Rose of Flowers. However, in the process of acting, Jun Changshao went all out and was inevitably beaten up. AI. Su Xiaoma covered his swollen face and said, Why is the patriarch's strength still there? A few more performances, and we'll all die. Li Fei said. Not long after, Yi Xingchen, who was cosplaying as Yang Jian, was carried in with the Fangtian halberd. His face had been beaten to the point of being in the mood for love, forcing everyone to turn their heads and say, That's terrible! Rose of Flowers guided the new version of Journey to the West. Rather than saying that she was cooperating with the crazy Jun Changshao, it would be better to say that the senior disciples were being beaten up throughout the whole process. Of course, it definitely couldn't just be fighting. There had to be love and hatred. In the nth scene, Jun Changshao squatted on a stone outside the water curtain cave and took a bite of a peach. He said, Miss, you've got the wrong person. I'm not Joker. Rose of Flowers, who was cosplaying as Xixia Fairy, looked at him with hidden bitterness and said, How long are you going to run away? What am I running away from? Running away from your feelings. I repeat, I'm Sun Wukong, the great sage, heaven's equal, not Joker. Get out of here and stop harassing me. Rose of Flowers knew that it was an act and that her husband had gone crazy, but tears still flowed down her cheeks. That was how the show was. So was the reality. Why is Madame crying? She's too immersed in the role. The disciples hiding in the distant forest whispered. At the same time, they admired the acting of the patriarch's wife. King, Old Ox, who was cosplaying as an old monkey, ran over and said, You said that you would marry Xixia Fairy. When did I say that? Last year. Nonsense. How come I don't remember? Old Ox handed over a sword and said, King said that he would marry Xixia Fairy if he pulled out the purple and green sword. Since you have my purple and green sword, how dare you say that you are not Joker? Rose of Flowers said. Jun Changshao ignored her. He grabbed the sword with one hand and pulled it out of the scabbard against the sunlight. He was stunned and said, You really pulled it out? King, Old Ox said, a king doesn't joke. Jun Changshao threw the sword on the ground and returned to the water curtain cave while cursing. Old Ox saw this and hurriedly sent a message. Madam, what are we going to do next? Prepare for the wedding. Rose of Flowers wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, I want to marry him. Old Ox's mouth twitched slightly. Madam's acting was very professional. On the same day, a group of little monkeys began to decorate the water curtain cave to prepare for the next scene of the great sage's marriage. Little Amo, Rose of Flowers, said, My husband often says that your acting is very good. Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, It's okay. So, Rose of Flowers said, You will play the role of the bull demon king who steals the bride in the next scene. Su Xiaoma was dumbfounded. This is the script, Rose of Flowers said. Su Xiaoma took the booklet and opened it to understand that not only did he have to play the role of the bull demon king who steals the bride, but he also had to kill Fairy Xixia in the battle with Joker Bao. This is a villain role, It's a test of acting skills. Is there a problem? Pa! Su Xiaoma closed the script and said with a serious expression, No problem. Jing Ji dared to claim to be the best among the disciples in operating the mecha. In acting, he, Go Sheng, also dared to claim to be the best among the disciples. But, stealing the protagonist's wife and accidentally killing her, he felt like he was going to be beaten up. No, it won't. Su Xiaoma comforted himself in his heart. The patriarch is a straight man. He definitely doesn't understand the feelings between men and women. That night, the scene of the great sage's wedding was on. The water curtain cave was decorated with red and green. The higher-ups and disciples all gathered together to wait for the bride and groom to appear. Su Xiaoma, who was playing the role of the Bull Demon King, hid in the dark. He had acted in many scenes, but this time he was a little nervous. His palms were sweating. It's time. Let's welcome the groom. Jun Changshao, who was wearing a bright red wedding dress, was pulled in by the monkeys. His expression was as ugly as it could be. It was obvious that he was very resistant to marriage. Let's welcome the bride. When the MC's voice fell, everyone subconsciously turned to look. Rosa Flowers was in their field of vision. She was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red veil on her shoulders. She walked slowly in a beautiful manner. She usually didn't like to dress up, but she was already devastatingly beautiful. Now that she was wearing red makeup, she was really beautiful. The people who came to pay their respects were amazed by the peerless beauty of the patriarch's wife. TSK, Jun Changshao snorted coldly. Bow to heaven and earth. The MC, Elder Wei, shouted loudly. Wait a minute. At this moment, Su Xiaoma with a ring on his nose appeared. He shouted angrily, I object to this marriage. He had to admit that the makeup skills were very good. He really looked like the Bull Demon King. Something's wrong, Jun Changshao said warily. Why did he change his appearance? Previously, Elder Ox had played the role of the Bull Demon King and even became sworn brothers with him. Today, Su Xiaoma looked quite similar, but there were obvious differences. Cut the crap, the Bull Demon King said. Zixia, fairy is mine. Jun Changshao sat on the table and took an apple. Then I'll give it to you. This sentence directly stunned Su Xiaoma. He then looked at the patriarch's wife for help. It meant that the plot was wrong. How could he act? Bang! At this time, Rosa Flowers threw the phoenix coronet on the ground and looked at Jun Changshao with resentment. Joker, you're too heartless. Please. Jun Changshao said angrily. I've said it 10,000 times. I'm not Joker. Rosa Flowers bit her red lips, and tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. At that moment, her expression, her eyes, and even the most subtle body movements were vividly acted out. The disciples thought that the wife's acting skills were extraordinary. Only Elder Wei and Su Xiaoma knew that she was not acting. She was really showing her emotions, because whether in or out of the movie, Jun Changshao's performance was still terrible. Okay, Rose of Flowers said angrily, I'm leaving. After saying that, she turned and left. Her hair fluttered, and so did her tears. This was a slow-motion scene. There were no extras in the scene. Only Rose of Flowers and Jun Changshao. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoma clasped his hands and said, Thank you for your help. The play was not over yet. Even at the risk of being beaten, he had to continue acting. However, Gosheng was quite sensible. He didn't seem to be here to rob the marriage. Instead, he turned into a bodyguard and followed behind Rose of Flowers. Stop! When she was about to step out of the water curtain cave, Jun Changshao's voice sounded. Rose of Flowers stopped and was delighted. Husband, do you want me to stay? Take off the robe. I spent a lot of money to rent it from Ao Lai. Plop! Elder Wei fell directly to the ground. The patriarch was crazy, but his stingy character was still there. The problem was, shouldn't he care about his wife at this time? Why should he care about the robe? It's hopeless, Elder Wei said to himself. It's completely hopeless. Rows of flowers stood in front of the cave and didn't speak for a long time. Tears splashed on the ground one by one. The higher-ups and disciples felt aggrieved and wronged for their wife. Jun Changshao. Suddenly, rows of flowers turned around, tore off the robe, and said with tears, "Am I not as valuable as the rented props in your heart?" Su Xiaoma said to himself, "My wife even called his name wrong." She didn't call him wrong. At this moment, Rose of Flowers didn't think of herself as Zixia Fairy, nor did she think of Jun Changshao as Joker. Her emotional outburst was not an act. "I've always been hoping that you have me in your heart, even if I'm crazy, but—" Rose of Flowers smiled. Her smile was pitiful and said, "I was wrong. I thought too much." Crack! Jun Changshao sat on the table, chewing an apple in his mouth. It was very sweet, but the more he chewed, the more bitter it was, and the more he chewed, the more his heart ached. In fact, when Rose of Flowers turned and left, Jun Changshao's mind was even more confused. He couldn't tell why. "I'm tired." Rose of Flowers folded the robe and gently put it on the table. She said, "I quit." She didn't choke with sobs when she said the last 3 words. It sounded flat, as if she had completely let go of the burden in her heart and was truly alone. Crack! Jun Changshao lowered his head and crushed the apple in his hand. In the camera, the back of Rose of Flowers gradually faded away and gradually blurred, as if she would disappear at any time. Everyone was at a loss. They were now completely unsure whether this was an act or not because the director didn't shout cut. Su Xiaoma. At this moment, Jun Changshao raised his head and shouted, "Close the door for me!" Su Xiaoma was stunned for a few tenths of a second. Immediately, he rushed to the door and closed the 2 stone doors, successfully intercepting his wife, who was about to disappear. Jun Changshao jumped down and bent down to pick up the phoenix coronet on the ground. He conveniently picked up the robe and stopped in front of Rose of Flowers. First, he patted the dust off, then gently put on for her. He reached out to wipe the tears on her face and said in a soft and low voice, "You're not allowed to quit until the play is over." "You," Rose of Flowers said in surprise, "are you crazy?" Whoosh! Jun Changshao directly picked her up and strode to the main hall. He said, "In the play you wrote, Joker and Zixia Fairy must have a perfect ending. Children, play the music." Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly beat the gongs and drums. Just like that, Joker and Zixia Fairy held their wedding in a joyous atmosphere. When the whole play came to a successful end, the 3 words, the end of the play, gradually appeared on the screen, and various subtitles from bottom to top were displayed one by one. Title: The Wedding of the Great Sage in the New Journey to the West Director. Rose of Flowers Screenwriter. Rose of Flowers Lead Actors. Jun Changshao Joker. Rose of Flowers Zixia Fairy. Actors: Wei Qingfeng Master of Ceremonies. Su Xiaoma Bull Demon King. Guest stars: Jingji Maid, Mao Xiaodao Maid. Post-production: See You in Jianghu. Opening song and ending song: See You in Jianghu. Producer: Reader. Producer: Doraemon. P.S. June Rose's love story is also coming to an end like the plot. In fact, I have been hinting many times in the text that Jun Changshao has to suppress his feelings for the sake of developing the sect and is not a real Iron Man, but it is always misinterpreted by Dogiai and Dodo. As for the love story between Jun Changshao and Rose of Flowers, I hope to write a progressive feeling. You are not allowed to say whether it is good or not, because the pen is in my hand, just like the ticket is in your hand. You can give it or not, but do you think I care? Grandpa, count the tickets. Chapter 1835. Su Xiaoma was very glad. After the play, he didn't get beaten up. After all, he was playing a villain who wanted to steal the wife of the protagonist. He was definitely courting death. In the end, Jun Changshao didn't follow the normal script. Like Rows of Flowers, he acted as himself. Patriarch is not crazy. After the play, everyone was thinking about this question. At that time, Su Xiaoma was playing the role of the Bull Demon King to stop his wife from leaving. When the patriarch called out Su Xiaoma's name, his tone and expression were completely normal. I'm crazy. In the courtyard full of roses, Jun Changshao explained, but I'm awake again. When did you wake up? Rows of Flowers looked at him. Jun Changshao was silent for a while and said, the moment you put down the robe and turned to leave. Pain. Stimulation of the nerves. It made him come out of the Monkey King's memory. Although the description was very simple, in fact, in just a few seconds, Jun Changxiao's inner drama could be described in a chapter, especially the past with Rows of Flowers. It passed through the sea of consciousness like a movie clip. As a warrior, unless he didn't want to remember something, or he had amnesia due to certain factors, he wouldn't forget. Those memories were forgotten in the corner, quietly waiting for a certain node to erupt and tell the master loudly that some things couldn't be forgotten, or even engraved in the heart. So, in the process of acting, Rows of Flowers abandoned the identity of Xixia Fairy and restored herself, which helped Jun Changshao to go from being crazy to being normal. It could also be said that Jun Changshao had Rows of Flowers in his heart. When he saw her put down the robe and left in tears, the memories and emotions that he had been suppressing finally took the initiative and broke out. Thank you. Take care of me, understand me. During the period of madness, Jun Changshao remembered Rows of Flowers' kindness. He remembered to protect her day and night, and also remembered to create a play for himself, so that he could really be unrestrained and do whatever he wanted. You don't have to thank me. I have my own selfish motives. Rows of Flowers looked at him and said, he changed your story and forced another story into the script. Jun Changshao had talked about the journey to the west, and he had also talked about the journey to the west. This could be considered as the original work and the story of the journey to the west. However, she had deliberately added in the plot about the Joker and Xixia Fairy. Rows of Flowers' selfishness was to break into his life using the identity of Xixia Fairy. Even their marriage was deliberately arranged. I'll write a scene for you and I'll be the female lead. Back in the Spiritas continent, the marriage between the two of them was nothing more than a show. Rows of Flowers' script was still an act because she knew it would never happen in reality. The adaptation is pretty good. Jun Changshao said, lovers will eventually find their way together. Rows of Flowers smiled. It wasn't because he was praised, but because he was clear-headed. But there was still an inexplicable melancholy in her heart, because no matter how perfect a play was, it was still a play. Returning to reality would still be normal. Life is a play. There's no shortage of male and female leads, no shortage of supporting roles, and no shortage of melodramatic scenes. Jun Changshao leaned over and whispered in her ear, I still like a female lead in my play. Would you like to play it? Rows of Flowers' smile froze, and then she took a few steps back. Because she had heard a lot of stories, she could understand some professional words. But Rows of Flowers said with a suspicious look, Are you Jun Changshao? No. The system roared, he's not. It could listen to the heart of its host, and it would never believe that Go Sheng would say such mushy words. And he still lacked a female lead. This was too pretentious. Was he replaced? Was he possessed? Or was his brain kicked by a donkey? Just as you said, I'm tired. Jun Changshao took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, Actually, I'm also quite tired. Why don't we just lay our cards on the table? Hearing this, Dorak, who had been paying attention to Go Sheng's emotional problems all year round, and Feng Yichen hugged each other excitedly. Tears fell like rain. We'll see the moon when the clouds open. Remember. Jun Changshao took another step forward, put his finger on Rows of Flowers' chin, and said, In my play, you're the female lead. No. The system roared, Where's the knife? I'm going to split this guy and see what kind of soul is in his head. It knew what kind of person Gosheng was better than anyone else. Today, he suddenly turned into a domineering president, which was simply against common sense, especially since he had been constantly ridiculed since he ascended to the upper realm. If the straight man setting was gone, it would really be a disaster. In other words, Jun Chang Shao definitely knew about the system's inner thoughts. In the past, he would definitely tell it to scram, but this time he did not fight back because he treated it as air, as if it did not exist. Who? Rose of Flowers' breathing was a little rapid, and her chest was heaving up and down. Did he approve of her? Did he accept her? No, I'm too nervous. It's too sudden. I can't accept it. In the past, Jun Changshao hid his feelings and acted like a retard. Rose of Flowers was already used to it. Today, he suddenly turned into a domineering president. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to handle it. Big sister, give me a straight answer. As soon as Jun Changshao said this, there was immediately an internal meaning. He didn't change, nor was he possessed. The system affirmed. He's really Jun Changshao. Rose of Flowers put her hand on her heaving chest, trying to control her emotions. Then, she lowered her head and turned into a shy little girl. I'm willing to be the female lead in your play. It's obviously a serious fantasy. How did it suddenly become a romance? The system roared as it was pulled out by Doric and Feng Yichen. On the way, they beat it up one after another and scolded. You talk too much. Let go of me. The plot is wrong. The style is wrong. This must be a dream. This must be an act. I'm not crazy. They're crazy. In a yard full of roses, Jun Changshao and Rose of Flowers were very close to each other. One smiled gently, and the other lowered her head shyly. The picture seemed to be frozen. Li Tianshang, who appeared and disappeared like a ghost, captured the camera. Jun Changshao raised his hand and clasped her 5 fingers. When I'm done with the rest of the things, I'll hold a grand wedding for you and let the powerhouses of the upper universe be witnesses. There's no need for that. Rose of Flowers said, We've already been married twice. That's just an act. Jun Chang laughed. Moreover, only a wedding with money in it can be considered real. Rose of Flowers covered her mouth and laughed. Do you want to get married, or do you want money? Swish. Jun Changshao gently took her into his arms and said, I want both. And our child, the birth, the full moon, the 100-day wine, the coming-of-age ceremony, and all the powerhouses in the upper universe who have reached the truth-seeking realm must come to congratulate us. None of them can be missing. His voice was not loud, only echoing in the courtyard. However, when Jun Changshao said it, it seemed to contain the profound meaning of the great Tao. It directly pierced through the eternal world and the heaven realm, turning into dense streams of light that flew in all directions. In an instant, no matter how far away or how remote it was, as long as the powerhouses broke through to the truth-seeking realm, their hearts trembled. They all had a strange feeling that they would soon face a tribulation. A top fortune teller stood up and said in horror, a disaster of wealth. Chapter 1836. The oppressive aura that gathered above the sect of all times finally dissipated, because the patriarch had returned to normal from his madness. The treatment process could not be separated from the Rose of Flowers, nor could it be separated from the performance of a group of high-level disciples. Therefore, Jun Changshao held a commendation meeting. At the meeting, he began to reflect on himself. The demonic emperor suddenly attacked without any preparation. If it wasn't for the Monkey King, he would have been dead. The system said, that guy seems to be here to kill the host. I think so too. Although the demonic emperor repeatedly emphasized that he came to the heaven realm to challenge Gu Tianqing, it was a bit unreasonable to kill him just because he interjected. It's also possible that he didn't come for you, but in his heart You're just an ant that can be killed at will," the system said. This sentence hurt Jun Changxiao's heart, but he couldn't deny that without the Monkey King, he was really an ant in front of that guy. Especially, it was just a clone. In the lower realm, in the upper realm, Jun Changxiao had encountered many bosses, but only the demonic emperor gave him a feeling that he was invincible. "I want to kill him fair and square. No chance." The system was very direct. Indeed, as far as the current situation was concerned, Jun Changxiao couldn't compete with the demonic emperor. Either he had to use cheats or find someone to fight for him. What's more, whether it was cheats or substitutes, there must be a cooldown time. Last time, the Monkey King appeared to resolve it. Would he be so lucky next time? What the host can do. The system gave a suggestion. Just stay low and try to avoid the sharp edge. Sigh. Jun Changxiao rubbed his temples and said, "I'm afraid that guy won't give me a chance." Killing the clone with a stick was enough to completely fall out with the demonic emperor. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't give him time to develop. The destruction of the clone should cause damage to the main body. The host should have a chance to breathe. The system said. Jun Changxiao said, "He doesn't have subordinates." The system was silent, in order to not implicate the heaven realm. Jun Changxiao stood up and said, "I must leave as soon as possible," because he could hide in the eternal world. Even if he offended the celestial devil emperor, he would not worry too much. However, the heaven crossing world was different. After all, it was in the Tsangyan department. "Nephew, are you awake?" Gu Tianxing exclaimed in shock in the League of Stars and Seas Hall. "I'm awake." Jun Changxiao said, "I've made Uncle worry." He did not exchange too many pleasantries and directly informed her of his intention to leave. Gu Tianxing understood that he didn't want to implicate the crossing heaven realm, but he shook his head and said, "Actually, whether you leave or not, the crossing heaven realm has already been targeted by the celestial devil emperor. At least 20 planes in the Tsangyan system have received the celestial devil emperor's challenge letter at the same time. He wants to conquer the entire Tsangyan system." "Not bad," Jun Changxiao said, as expected of an ambitious person who wants to change the structure of the universe. "During the time when you were crazy," Gu Tianxing said, "for first-class planes have already been suppressed. According to that guy's ambition, the crossing heaven realm will also be doomed." Jun Changxiao frowned. He was not disgusted by the celestial devil emperor's desire to dominate the universe. After all, it was natural for people to want to make great achievements in the world. However, it was not recommended to do it in a bloody way. "Uncle," Jun Changxiao said, "let's go together." He had done many things to save the world before, but most of them were passive. This time, he wanted to save the universe, but his strength did not allow him to do so. He could only choose to live a cowardly life. At this point, I, Jun Changxiao, admit that I can't win. What about the future? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully a young man because he is poor. Go. Gu Tianxing shook his head and said, "Where can we go?" "Uncle, as long as you are willing to go," Jun Changxiao said with a dignified expression, "I will provide the safest shelter for you and Aunt." As a first-class plane of the Tsangyan series, the crossing heaven realm had more creatures and an area than the eternal world. It could not fit all of them, and there were not so many resources to provide. However, it could fit the Gu couple and the League of Stars and Seas. "Son." Gu Tianxing stood up and walked to the door. He looked at the blue sky and said, "Have I told you about Gu Xianyuan before?" "Yes. He is the realm master of the Xianyuan realm. He is the faith of the Xianyuan realm. In the face of the celestial devil emperor, he did not choose to escape. Instead, he defended his home with his life. Such a hero," Jun Changxiao said, "he is worthy of the world's respect. However, when you don't have the strength to reverse the desperate situation, I still hope that you can take a step back. After all, where there is life, there is hope." "I can't," Gu Tianqing turned to look at him and said, "This is my home." Jun Changshao was silent. He did not try to persuade him again, because Uncle Gu's eyes were exactly the same as Gu Xuanyuan's eyes. Some people would say that Jun Changshao did not understand the meaning of home. In fact, he understood it better than anyone because the falling star continent had collapsed in front of him. That kind of grief could not be described in words, because he understood. So he did not say it. "Son," Gu Tianqing said, "Zhaoxi's wedding will be postponed for the time being. Take them and leave." "Do you think I will leave?" Gu Xuanyuan's mother appeared outside the hall. Seeing this, Jun Changshao left silently. He did not hear what they were talking about. However, when he went down the mountain, he looked back and saw the couple leaning against each other outside the hall. They looked at the sky together with enviable smiles on their faces. Boom! In the training room of the sect of all times, Jun Changshao punched the testing machine. His eyes flashed with anger and pain. He wanted to help Uncle Gu. He wanted to help him cross the heaven realm. However, in the end, he found that he could do nothing but run away with his tail between his legs. "I can't accept this. I really can't accept this." Boom! 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 The violent power reverberated in the room. The sound echoed throughout the sect. Yi Xingqian sat under a tree, clenching his fists. As a disciple, he could feel the patriarch's anger and grievance, but he could only sulk. Swoosh! Xiao Ziji got up and walked to the back of the mountain. "Cultivate. Become stronger." Sigh. Hiwudi shook his head and said, "That cheerful sect is gone, which means that many people's youth is gone." He understood the patriarch's pain very well, but he could not help, because no matter how high profile he was, he could not defeat the Sky Devil Emperor with his current strength. Hiwudi's strength did not lie in his realm. It lay in the fact that he had a higher attribute of heaven and earth. He could gradually comprehend the deeper level of martial arts. However, there was a limit. If he could change to a higher plane with a stronger attribute of heaven and earth. He did not dare to be too ruthless, but he could crush the Sky Devil Emperor with a finger. The next day, Eternal docked outside the League of Stars and Seas. Jun Changshao did not bid farewell to the Gu couple and walked into the cockpit. "Brother, I want to stay." "Don't stop me. No one can stop me." Gu Zhaoxi was held back by Ryu Sinan, Gong Sanho, and the others. He could only watch as the cockpit door was gradually closed. Whoosh! Eternal cut through the void and disappeared into the space barrier. "Mother of my child." Gu Tianqing, who was standing in front of the hall, smiled and said, "Our son will definitely have a bright future." Mother Gu snuggled in her husband's arms and smiled. "I don't want him to have a bright future. I only want him to have a family and a family of children and grandchildren." "He will," Gu Tianqing said. "Children will eventually grow up and understand their parents' intentions." Outside the hall, the upper echelons of the League of Stars and Seas, led by Vice Leader Peng, held their heads high. The crossing heaven realm was their home. They would defend it until the end of their lives. Sigh. In the universe, when Eternal disappeared, a black figure gradually appeared. He looked at the crossing heaven realm, looked at Gu Tianqing and the others, shook his head and said, "Another first-class plane chose to rebel against the Sky Devil Emperor. When will the person who will change the universe appear?" Chapter 1837. Eternal was like a boat without a home, bobbing in the endless universe. To put it nicely, it was called interstellar travel. To put it bluntly, it was called a stray dog. The atmosphere in the sect became more and more oppressive, without the cheerful and harmonious atmosphere from before. The disciples spent more time on cultivation, desperately cultivating. As one of them, he naturally didn't want to escape. But what could he do if he wasn't strong enough? Didn't my husband often say that? In the study, Rose of Flowers put the teacup on the table and said, "Nothing in the world is difficult for those who set their mind on it." Jun Changshao said bitterly, "This is just a bowl of chicken soup for the soul." Words of comfort could be said easily, but when one really experienced it, one would know that sometimes reality was too cruel, and it often made people breathless. Of course, Jun Chang-shao wouldn't give up. He was thinking of a way, not to say that he had the strength to fight with the demonic emperor, but at least he had the ability to protect himself. At this time, the system didn't instigate the host to refresh the store, because with that kind of unlucky face and not enough reputation, even if he went bankrupt, he might not get anything good. Brother Monkey. Jun Chang-shao said to himself, "Can I come out again?" After thinking for a long time, he thought of looking for a substitute. He didn't want to, but in the current situation, if he had the confidence to fight with the demonic emperor, he could only ask Brother Monkey to substitute. Shwa! Jun Chang-shao took out the great sage Sect, gently stroked the golden chain armor, and said, "At that time of crisis, I wanted to rely on it to resolve it, but the result seems a little different." "The difference is huge," the system said. "It's like a different person. Could it be that this great sage is not the same great sage?" The readers had a god's perspective and knew that the substitute Brother Monkey came from the Sky Might's secret realm. As the person involved, Jun Chang-shao was still in the dark. To be precise, when he looked for a substitute, he looked for the special effect of the return of the great sage. But the one who came to save the scene was a mythical, heroic soul. Could it be the SSS-level heroic soul from the Sky Might's secret realm? Jun Chang-shao said. He could guess that it wasn't because his IQ was too high. Instead, it was during a conversation with Li Qingyang that he accidentally learned that he had been possessed at that time. His appearance was similar to the macaque on the wall of the secret realm. They both wore light yellow tiger skin skirts and had unkempt, forked hair. I remember that he was questioning his equipment. The system said, combined with Yi Xingqian and the others, they encountered Guan Yu and Lu Bu without any equipment. Is there any connection between the two? Could it be, Jun Chang-shao guessed, the great sage Sect was stolen from here? Although he didn't want to admit it, there was one thing he couldn't change. Every time he bought something from the mall, 80% of it was stolen. What about the other 20%? The owner has not been found yet. I have to go in and take a look. Jun Chang-shao set off for the back mountain. He wanted to enter the Sky Might's secret realm to explore, but he was repeatedly rejected by the whirlpool. He decided to use his body and head to smash into the whirlpool. In the end, he hugged his head in pain and squatted on the ground. The system said, I already said that only disciples can enter. The host definitely can't enter. Thank you for your auspicious words. Jun Chang-shao continued to smash into the Sky Might's secret realm while the poison healer worked. If the great sage Sect really came from the legendary hero in the secret realm, then there must be secrets hidden inside. As long as he mastered it, he might not be unqualified to fight against the celestial demonic emperor. At least he could protect Uncle Gu and the crossing heaven realm. Boom! Boom! Jun Chang-shao did not give up and crashed into the Sky Might's secret realm again and again. When the disciples passing by saw this, they subconsciously guessed. Did the patriarch go crazy again? Why did he do such an unreasonable thing? Buzz. At this moment, the whirlpool of the secret realm reacted. Jun Chang-shao was delighted, but it was immediately replaced by disappointment. There was some movement, but that was because Yi Xingqian had walked out from inside. What is the patriarch doing? Night Emperor asked. Jun Chang-shao replied, hitting the wall. Yi Xingqian was silent for a while and said, I have good news to tell the patriarch. I'm not free. Jun Chang-shao said, Move aside. Don't delay me from hitting the wall. After saying that, he was about to speed up and rush into the whirlpool. At the moment when he was about to hit, he suddenly felt satisfied and turned his head. Good news. Yes. Yi Xingqian nodded. You can say that. What good news? I have gained the approval of the demonized Lu Bu. You beat him into submission. You can say that. Jun Chang-shao said, It is indeed good news for you. This disciple of his had been challenging the demonized Lu Bu in the sky Might's secret realm in recent years. To be able to gain the other party's approval was enough to show that his strength had significantly improved. If it was before, Go Sheng would be gratified, but now he did not feel much, because even if he gained approval, it only proved that he was stronger, but he was not strong enough to compete with the celestial demonic emperor. The system was speechless. This guy has been hit hard. Now he has to compare himself to the celestial demonic emperor. The demonized Lu Bu said. Yi Xingqian added, I have gained his approval, so I can summon him to battle. What? Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. Yi Xingqian turned around and walked a few steps, stopping in a more spacious area. He gently raised his hand and said, Lu Bu among men, red hair among horses. Shou! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the word shou was shouted, a fierce wind suddenly rose. If Jun Changxiao had not broken through to the Tianji realm and healed his wig, the current situation would have been his wig blown away, revealing his shiny skull and rows of flowers shouting in the distance, My husband is so handsome! What's going on? Jun Changxiao raised his hand and retreated against the wild wind. When the momentum weakened slightly, he narrowed his eyes and looked over. He saw Yi Xingqian standing in the spacious area with a horse carrying a person behind him. This person was about 20 feet tall, wearing a beast-faced armor, a 3-pronged purple gold crown, and a Sichuan red embroidered robe. He carried an 8-armed divine bow on his back and held a heavenly halberd in his hand. His cold gaze was as sharp as a sword, and the aura of a veteran on the battlefield burst out. Marquis of Wen, Jun Changxiao said, Lu Feng Xian. Yi Xingqian and the others had not read the records of the 3 kingdoms, nor had they read the romance of the 3 kingdoms, so they did not know much about Lu Bu. Go Sheng, who came from Huaxia, was naturally influenced by him, so he immediately recognized him. Who are you? Lu Bu, who was surrounded by a crimson light, said coldly, You know my title. I. Jun Changxiao paused, and a feeling of meeting an old friend in a foreign land welled up in his heart. He said, Same origin as you, but from a different sect. Same origin referred to the same ancestor. Same ancestor referred to the same clan or surname. Same origin, but from a different sect, meant that although they were not of the same clan or surname, they had a common ancestor. That was right. The 2 of them were the souls of Huaxia, and they had a common ancestor. Little guy. Lu Bu sneered. Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me, because I've already. He looked at Yi Xingqian and said, Signed a heroic soul contract with him. Heroic soul contract? Jun Changxiao was stunned. What do you mean? Lu Bu said, I'm the heroic soul and he's the host. The host's enemy is my enemy. If the host wants to fight, I will fight. Jun Changxiao understood. Damn, the system could not help but complain. We just walked out of the romance genre. How did it turn into the summoning genre? Chapter 1838. No. Jun Changxiao face-bombed and said, It's a bit messy. According to the Heavenly Might's Secret Lands manual, it was just a secret land that gave out equipment and training partners. Why would it give out heroic souls? I seem to have understood something, said the system. Understand what? Jun Changxiao hurriedly asked. The system explained, Is the heroic souls inside also a kind of reward? Only when they are recognized will they be able to fight together with the disciple. Then what's the situation with me? Even if it was similar to the Holy Grail War, the disciple could summon heroic souls, but he could not enter. Why did he summon Monkey King? No, it was not a summon, but a possession. It was very different from Yi Xingqian's demonized Lu Bu. Why do you care so much? The system said, Logic is something that the author needs to consider, not the protagonist. Since you're benefiting from it, shouldn't you improvise a Gokuraku Jodo? That makes sense. Jun Changxiao was enlightened. No matter what secrets were hidden in the Heavenly Might's secret land, Since the disciple could summon heroic souls to fight, his strength would definitely increase. Why should he not get to the bottom of it? Xingqian, Jun Changshao said, is he strong? Since he had established a heroic soul contract, he naturally paid more attention to how much help it could bring. Kid. At this time, Lu Bu raised his sky piercer and said coldly, "Are you questioning my ability?" From his posture, it seemed that he wanted to fight. Jun Changshao rubbed his nose and said, "How about we have a fight? I'll accompany you to the end." Outside the main peak's hull, the demonized Lu Bu rode the red hare and stood behind Yi Xingqian. Whether it was his body or his weapon, they were covered by a stream of light similar to red flames. "Damn," Su Xiaoma said in surprise. "Why did he come out?" To be honest, he almost did not recognize Lu Bu when he was fully armed, because whether it was his temperament or aura, they were like two different people. "I heard that he was subdued by junior brother Yi," Li Fei said. "That works." Su Xiaoma's eyes widened. Li Qingyang crossed his arms and said with a serious expression, "When we challenged him, he was already very strong without any equipment. Now that he is fully equipped, I wonder how strong he is." "Come," Jun Changshao said. "I can't wait any longer." After saying that, he leaned back in his chair. "Wait a minute. Didn't this guy want to fight? Why are you sitting on a chair?" At this moment, the camera zoomed out and revealed that Jun Changshao was sitting leisurely in front of the hall with the back of his head resting on his arm. As for the one facing off against the demonized Lu Bu on the training field, it was the Purple King who was gently taking off and folding his school uniform. "No," Z howled in his heart. "The patriarch asked for a fight. Why am I the one fighting?" "Who?" Suddenly, Yi Xingqian's gaze turned serious. Behind him, the heroic soul Lu Bu resonated with the host soul. Immediately, he charged forward on his horse. The heavenly halberd in his hand pierced through the void, and a crimson light burst forth. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! The aura was so strong, and the light from the special effects made it hard for everyone to open their eyes. "Oh my God!" Su Xiaomo exclaimed. "This is super strong!" Boom! In an instant, a loud explosion could be heard from the training field. Clouds of dust and blood-colored air whistled through the air. Li Qingyang and the rest retreated. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Lu Bu, who was equipped with equipment, was very powerful just by looking at the seemingly casual attack of his halberd. Hall mastered whoosh! At this moment, a purple shadow slid out from the air and stood at the edge of the field in a half-squatting posture. The Purple King crossed his arms. His purple hair danced in the wind. His face was slightly ferocious. During this period of time, whether it was the higher-ups or the disciples, they were all breaking through. As the Purple Koan, his strength had increased by a lot. He could definitely fight a half-step divine realm cultivator. However, facing the demonized Lu Bu's attack head-on was still a little satisfying. Swoosh! Yi Xingqian clasped his hands together and said coldly, "Arrow-piercing sun and moon!" Right after he said that, Lu Bu, who was riding on the red hare, jumped up and took out the dragon tongue bow from his back. He pulled the bowstring with his left hand, and instantly, a ray of light that seemed to pierce through the sun and moon gathered. Whoosh! Not good. The Purple King's expression changed. He could not care less about his image and rolled to the side like a donkey. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the arrow landed on the training field. The stone slab that was reinforced by multiple arrays and made of extraordinary materials shattered instantly, revealing a huge pit that was several feet wide. The Purple King, who barely managed to dodge, turned around and looked. Cold, sweat appeared on his forehead. Arrow-piercing sun and moon. Arrow-piercing sun and moon. Yi Xingqian made a series of hand seals. Whoosh! Whoosh! The demonized Lu Bu floated in the air and kept on pulling and releasing the bowstring. One could only see the arrow after another bombarding the training field. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. In the rain of bullets, the Purple King kept on dodging. Although his movements were a little unsightly, at least he could deal with it. He yelled in his heart, "Does this thing not have a cooldown? Keep on shooting." It does. After shooting more than 10 arrows in a row, the demonized Lu Bu put away the bow and held the sky halberd with both hands. He used the sky halberd to press down from above. Damn it! The Purple King steadied himself and stepped on the shattered ground with one foot. His exposed body emitted a purple light. His pink fists gathered majestic demonic energy, and he shouted, "You've gone too far!" Some people might have forgotten Z's exclusive title. That's right, Roar of Incompetence. Although it was a little outdated, at least when he was angry, he could roar recklessly in battle to increase his combat strength. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky halberd pressed down with raging waves of crimson energy. The pink gloves met the attack with monstrous, purple demonic energy. Ka-ka-ka! The surrounding space quickly collapsed. Boom! Finally, the crimson and purple energy met in midair, like two nuclear bombs colliding, instantly rolling up shocking waves of air. No! Li Qingyang clutched his head in despair. At this moment, he didn't care who won between Lu Bu and Z. He cared more about the martial arts arena. Gone. Everything was gone. The ripples that kept spreading out gradually weakened. The high-end martial arts arena that he worked so hard to create had been replaced by a huge pit. Even the cracked bricks were crushed into powder by the power. It was a miserable death. Su Xiaoma and the others were dumbfounded. They locked their eyes on Yi Xingqian, Lu Bu, and the Purple King. All three parties were motionless. It was as if time had stopped. Impressive. After a while, Z took off his pink gloves and gave a thumbs up. Then he fell to the ground with a loud bang. His eyelids rolled up, and the soy milk he drank early in the morning kept coming out of his mouth. Nice. Jun Changshao stood up and clapped, satisfaction on his face. To be able to beat Z up like this, the demonized Lu Bu's combat strength was very strong. To be able to sign a contract with him was equivalent to having a golden fighter. Patriarch! At this moment, Shangguan Xinyao's voice sounded in his ear. Unidentified flying objects are appearing on the map one after another. It seems to be a Star Spirit Realm battleship. Oh! Jun Changshao immediately returned to Eternal. Su Xiaoma and the others sent Hall Master Z to the medical hall. However, just as they left, Z, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I fainted. Otherwise, I would have been unlucky. Chapter 1839. Everyone thought that the Purple King had fainted, but in fact he was faking it. Why was he faking it? Very simple, he couldn't beat him. Without equipment, the core disciples had a hard time winning against the demonized Lu Bu. Now that he was fully equipped, he was truly an invincible general. The Purple King, who had been tortured by Yuan Gongzi, learned to be smart. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately pretended to be dead. However, it was really painful. Hiss! The Purple King only moved a little, and he felt as if his body was falling apart. As a rare Kuan beast, its physical defense was strong, but if he didn't pretend to be dead and continued to fight with Lu Bu, the result would not be as simple as fainting. Too wise. Z was glad of his witty strategy. Jun Changshao and the others were all deceived. They didn't expect that a guy who was not inferior to Yi Xingqian would fake his death. Where was his dignity? Where was his face? In fact, the moment he picked up the needle and thread to sew the clothes, dignity and face were no longer important to the Purple King. This also told us that in the entire sect, except for a few disciples, many people were changing, such as Yi Xingqian and Jun Changshao. Eternal ship. Jun Changshao sat on the captain's chair, looking at the star map. The light spots on the screen represented the existence of warships. Shua! Shangguan Xinyao zoomed in on the screen and gradually saw the shape of the light spots. There were dozens of them, very similar to the Star Spirit World warships. Jun Changshao said, "Not like the Star Spirit World warships." The old man from Taixien was also present. After careful examination, he nodded and said, "Just in terms of physique, it is much bigger than Eternal Ship." Patriarch, Shangguan Xinyao said, "The area these warships are flying to is unknown." Jun Changshao was silent for a moment and said, "Follow them." Warships and Star Spirit World had many similarities. There should be some relationship between the two. He wanted to find out. If there was a chance he could. The system said robbery. "You said it," Jun Changshao said. "I didn't." Go Sheng did have the idea of robbing. Of course. This was based on the premise that he had enmity with the Star Spirit World. If the two sides were involved, he naturally would not be merciful. Furthermore, dispatching so many battleships at once, they were definitely not here for a vacation. Perhaps they were preparing to do something bad. Swish! Eternal changed its direction and flew toward the group of battleships. Along the way, it intentionally maintained a distance to avoid being discovered. As expected, the old man from Taixien said proudly, "This is a concealment array that I personally developed. It can conceal the aura of a warship without being discovered." Amazing. Jun Changshao praised with a smile. "Patriarch, they have stopped," Shangguan Xinyao said. Jun Changshao hastily looked out of the cabin and saw dozens of battleships slowly coming to a stop outside a shining plane. His eyes immediately turned cold. Celestial Devil Emperor's fleet? How could he tell? Back then, the Celestial Devil Emperor's subordinates had besieged the Xianyuan domain with battleships. The difference was that there were fewer battleships this time, but the formation was still not weak. Beings of the Green Nightmare world, listen up. My Emperor has given you time to consider. Since you have chosen to resist, you will have to bear the consequences. A cold voice came from the main battleship, confirming Jun Changshao's guess. In fact, the Green Nightmare world was one of the planes that Gu Tianxing mentioned that the Celestial Devil Emperor had issued a letter of challenge. In the words of the letter of challenge, if they refused to submit to the Celestial Devil Emperor, then today would be the day of punishment. Swish, swish. Half-step experts flew out from the Green Nightmare world one after another. They hovered in the dark, starry sky, facing the dozens of battleships. Their eyes flashed with anger. Kakik! Strange laughter came from the main battleship. Look at your faces. Are you planning to refuse to submit? Of course, a white-haired old man said firmly. Since receiving the letter of challenge, which was actually a letter of persuasion, he and his companions had been discussing it. The final conclusion was that they would rather die than live in dishonor. In that case, then I will announce it today. From now on, the Green Nightmare world will be removed from the gray cloud system and the entire upper universe. Hearing this voice, Jun Changshao's gaze became even colder. He had said the same thing when he destroyed the other sections. However, the premise was that there was conflict between the two parties. But the Celestial Devil Emperor had destroyed the other party just because they refused to submit. Did he really think that he was the ruler of the universe? Crack, 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 crack. At this moment, the cabins of dozens of battleships opened. One after another, tall and burly soldiers wearing special armor flew out. As they gradually lined up in the void, there were actually hundreds of thousands of them. Of course, being able to move in the universe did not mean that they were all half-step heavenly secrets. They were also equipped with treasures that could resist the power of space. Jun Changshao had obtained such treasures before. Destroy. An emotionless voice came from the main battleship. Swish, swish. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of well-equipped soldiers charged towards the Green Nightmare world, charging towards the experts guarding their home. A plot of invasion and resistance was about to unfold. Powerful demonic chi and explosive booms resounded throughout the universe, and energy waves rippled one after another. The celestial devil emperor had many half-step, heavenly secrets experts under his command. Especially in terms of numbers, he had the upper hand. To be honest, this scene was worlds apart from Gu Xianyuan protecting his home, but it still shocked the upper echelons and disciples on the eternal ship. Boom! Boom! Energy exploded in the universe like fireworks. Not only did it shake the space, but it also took away many peak, truth-seeking, and half-step, heavenly secrets experts. I'd rather die than live in dishonor. After being severely injured, an expert from the Green Nightmare world roared and chose to self-destruct his soul to die with the enemy. Crack! Jun Changshao clenched his fists. His eyes turned red. The scene of the Green Nightmare world expert sacrificing himself to protect his home reminded him of the destruction of the falling star continent. Anger and killing intent filled his mind. Patriarch Yi Xingqian appeared in the cockpit and said coldly, "Disciple requests to fight." "I'll wait." Li Qingyan, Xiao Zueji, and the others also came over. They loudly said, requesting to fight. They had no relationship with the Green Nightmare world. It was difficult for them to fight the celestial devil emperor with their current strength. Even if they watched from afar, no one would say anything. However, the patriarch was furious. As a disciple, the only thing they could do was to calm him down. Jun Changshao slowly got up from his seat. He kept his head down and his back to his disciple. After a long time, he said, "Since we're already at odds with the celestial devil emperor." He looked up with killing intent in his eyes. The sect of all times is not afraid of a battle. Boom! Boom! The celestial devil emperor's army of hundreds of thousands closed in. The dozen or so Green Nightmare world experts who were stubbornly resisting were already injured. They were close to collapsing. If they died, the Green Nightmare world would be destroyed. "Everyone," the gray-haired elder roared, "the world exists if we live, and the world dies if we die." Whoosh! 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 Specks of fluorescent light emanated from his body. This was a sign that only appeared when one's soul was burning. It was obvious that he wanted to drag a few more down with him before he died. "Stop him! Don't let him self-destruct." In an instant, more than a dozen enemy experts pressed forward. All kinds of energy whistled and exploded, aiming to kill the target in advance and avoid the explosion caused by burning one's soul. Swish! 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 At that moment, arrows suddenly flew over from the distant void and hit the group of experts. They exploded on the spot and turned into a bloody mist. Boom! The gray-haired elder was not stopped in the end. His soul successfully self-destructed. Like a nuclear explosion, the shockwave swept across the universe and took away thousands of enemy soldiers. Before he died, he saw the area where the arrows came from. A young man holding a bow walked out from the darkness, followed by dozens of similarly dressed martial artists. Time was too tight, so he could not see everyone's faces clearly. He only remembered that there were 3 words carved on their chests. Sect of all times. Chapter 1840. The old man's soul had self-destructed, taking thousands of enemies with him at the last moment of his life. In other words, even if Jun Changshao rushed to the battlefield with his disciples, the old man's sacrifice did not change the outcome. Senior, rest in peace. Jun Changshao held the dragon tongue bow and said softly. In fact, in the situation just now, the old man could have given up on burning his soul to kill the enemies who rushed over, but he still did so. Why? Because his injuries were too serious and because he could not hold on anymore. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well self-destruct to let more enemies die with him. Even if he had to risk his soul being destroyed, he would still take the enemy down with him. This kind of spirit had deeply influenced Jun Changshao. So, All these people who came to invade today must die. The Sky Devil Emperor's subordinates who were attacking the Green Nightmare realm turned their heads and looked at Jun Changshao with sinister eyes. Sect of all times? The captain in the main warship clasped his hands together and looked at the group of people who appeared on the star map. He smiled coldly. The Sky Devil Emperor once ordered all fleets to gather in the Crossing Heaven realm after the destruction of the Green Nightmare realm. We must eliminate this sect. I didn't expect to meet them here. Swoosh! Jun Changshao returned the dragon tongue bow to Yi Xingqian and took out the long-haired Hard to keep Blade from his space ring. Calculating the time, the last time this first wish weapon appeared was when the little dragon was nailed to the dragon pillar. Was there no more seal talismans left? No, there were still 2 more. Jun Changshao did not take them out because, after leaving the upper realm, the 4th form of the Hard to keep Blade was obviously weak. Kid, the captain ignored the toy knife and said, "What position do you hold in the sect of all times?" The position of patriarch. Jun Changshao's answer was very calm. A dog that barked did not bite, but a dog that did not bark did. At this moment, the calmer Goshing was, the more terrifying he was. "You're the patriarch?" The captain, sitting on the main warship, was stunned. The Sky Devil Emperor had ordered that all fleets must gather outside the Crossing Heaven realm after destroying the designated plane before they could go and destroy the sect of all times. What did this mean? This meant that the sect's strength was extraordinary. If they wanted to take him down, they would need to gather more forces. This further proved that the patriarch of the sect of all times was not a simple character. Otherwise, the Sky Demonic Emperor would not have paid so much attention to him. "Captain," the vice-captain said with a solemn expression, "the situation is not good." The captain also realized this. At this moment, the smile on his face had been replaced by an absolutely serious expression. As soon as they heard that it was the patriarch, they immediately took it seriously. The subordinates of the final boss, the demonic emperor, were not idiots. "Today, I declare you to be sentenced to death." Jun Changshao lowered his head and walked over from the void. Clang! The crisp sound of a blade being unsheathed could be heard. His entire body was instantly enveloped by a pitch-black attribute. Gradually, he put on a black robe and walked out with a crescent scythe. There was no way to explain. There was no background music either. This time, the unsealing of the Hard to retract blade could be said to be the simplest in all of history. However, the more it was so, the more sinister the aura of the universe became. The binding force that stirred up space surged over like a stormy wave. All the soldiers who came into contact with it immediately felt their bodies stiffen. Oh no! Everyone cried out in alarm and used their mental cultivation methods to resist the binding force. Soon, they suppressed it to a tolerable range. At this time, the weakness of the Hard to retract blade was reflected. It was really difficult to control these soldiers who were all at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Of course, there were too many of them. Jun Changshao did not expect to restrain them and repeat the scene of killing in all directions. His purpose was very simple. He wanted to release the binding force to bring side effects to the other party so that it would be easier for his disciples to annihilate them. Although the 4th form of the Hard to retract blade could no longer deal with the crueler martial arts environment, the newly trained disciples could be considered to have the ability to hold their own in the truth-seeking realm or even the half-step realm. "Kill," Jun Changshao said. This voice sounded very low through his throat. Before the upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times could take action, the cabin of the main battleship opened, and the fully armed captain rushed over with a stream of light. That crescent scythe was a little strange. For safety reasons, he had to do it himself. Die! Whoosh! Demonic chi exploded in the sky, turning into a black hand that grabbed at Jun Changshao. This captain's strength was not ordinary. He was already at the divine secret realm. Whoosh! Jun Changshao waved the scythe like the Grim Reaper and instantly split the black hand into two. Then he raised his sleeves without any wind and charged forward with the power of the true spirit. Divine Secret Realm versus Divine Secret Realm. Hiss! Suddenly the red-hair horse neighed. Yi Xingqian turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the crowd. Behind him, Lu Bu's heroic soul, demonized Lu Bu, galloped on his horse. Red hoofprints were left in the void. Go! Whoosh! Whoosh! Ryu Sinan and the others also unleashed their cultivation and charged forward. You overestimate yourself. The captain sneered coldly. This patriarch of the sect of all times was a little strange. He was very cautious and did not underestimate the enemy at all. However, he dared to charge at an army of hundreds of thousands with only a few dozen people. Was he not trying to break a rock with an egg? Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, a surge of demonic chi exploded. The smile on the captain's face froze. This was because, in his vision, armored soldiers riding on demonic beasts appeared. 100, 1,000, 10,000 Zhong. He pulled out his sword and shouted. The will to break through the enemy lines, only death awaits. Kill! 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 The well-equipped members of the war cavalry hall jumped on their horses and charged toward the battlefield like sharp blades. The Taishan elder in the cockpit held his head high with a proud look on his face. Only the peak truth-seeking realm members of the war cavalry hall could ignore the power of the universe. This was because he had deciphered the array in the token and could mass-produce it. I see it now. The system said the Taishan elder is in charge of patching. Only the war cavalry hall was here. There was also the demonic tribe army led by Yao Menjing. Although there were only a few tens of thousands of them, they were all carefully selected. Boom! Boom! In the sky above the universe, Jun Changshao and the captain had already started fighting. Because both of them were at the celestial mystery realm and they were fighting with real weapons, the surrounding space was instantly shattered. Dance of 10,000 demons. The captain seemed to be afraid, or maybe he did not want to waste too much time. After a few probing moves, he directly used his ultimate move. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the dark universe, in the shattered space, a strange ink-like attribute rushed out crazily. They gradually gathered and condensed into different forms of demons and ghosts. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward Jun Changshao. Ka-ka-ka! Ka-ka-ka-ka! Everywhere they passed, the universe collapsed. Jun Changshao stood where he was. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, but he calmly put away the unstoppable blade. Then he looked up at the sky and flew rapidly. Roar! Roar! Tens of thousands of demons roared and chased after him. From afar, a stream of light shot up rapidly as if it was going to break through the universe. Tens of thousands of demons and ghosts chased after it. Their howls and screams echoed in the universe, shaking the space. Under normal circumstances, the antagonist would look down on the protagonist for only running away. However, the captain's expression was serious. He even felt a sense of uneasiness. Not good. His expression suddenly changed. He was about to turn around and run. It was too late. Jun Changshao, who was flying upward, suddenly stopped. Then he leaned back and lowered his head. At the same time, he slowly stretched out one hand. A golden light suddenly flashed and a huge swastika appeared in the sky. Then, a golden palm with special effects could be seen pressing down on the tens of thousands of demons and ghosts. Boom! 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 6 golden words slowly appeared on the screen. Viro Kana Zen Palm. That's right. The system said, the martial arts from the supreme goods have finally been used by the host. It's worthy of more than 300 chapters in the finale. The readers have forgotten about it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. the golden palm that could be seen from extremely far away pressed down like a hot knife through butter. No matter if it was demons or ghosts, as long as it touched it, it would turn into ashes. Ah! Ah! Screams like ghosts and howls like wolves sounded, as if evil spirits had fallen into hell and were suffering endless torture. No, the captain roared with his eyes wide open. The area where he was just in the area covered by the Vairocana Zen palm. He could only stare in horror and let the palm press down. He was powerless. This celestial devil emperor was very cautious. He used a big killer move at the beginning of the battle. However, Jun Changshao was more stable than him, because he also used a killer move without hesitation. You have tens of thousands of demons dancing. I'm Vairocana. You have 4 twos. I'm King Exploding. Boom! Ryu Sinan and others who were fighting with the enemy suddenly heard a violent explosion. They looked back in shock and saw a golden lotus with the word Buddha gradually condensing in the collapsed space in the distance. Swish! Jun Changshao landed on it and sat cross-legged with his palms together. Unfortunately, his alopecia was cured. Otherwise, with a shiny head, he would definitely be comparable to a holy monk. Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The golden lotus emitted Buddha's light, illuminating the dark universe. All the disciples of the sect of all times who were touched felt like bathing in the spring breeze. Their combat power instantly increased a lot. The one who was most encouraged was Dunan. He held a staff obtained from the Tianwei secret realm and shouted, "Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. If you don't die." Boom! Boom! The staff with the power of reform exploded the heads of the celestial devil emperor's subordinates again and again, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Then they turned into nothingness in the wailing and howling. "Damn," Su Xiaoma said in surprise. "When this guy is fierce, he's even more ruthless than us." "You're wrong." Du Nan clamped the monk's staff between his arms and put his palms together. "I'm not fierce, I'm—" He turned around, and the monk's staff carried the Buddha's light to obliterate several attacking soldiers. "I'm sending them to the land of bliss." "Okay, let's go together." Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others were not to be outdone. They took out their exclusive artifacts and activated their exclusive characters. Taking advantage of the Buddha's light, they bravely killed into the crowd. Some people would ask, "Where's the captain?" His soul has already gone to the land of ultimate bliss to register. Don't blame the divine secret realm for not having any cards up their sleeves. The winner and loser were easily determined. The main reason was that both of them used their killing moves. In the end, one of them would definitely die. Go Sheng had just been enlightened, and his relationship with Rose of Flowers had reached an epic level. His son was not even born yet, so who would die and who would live, everyone knew, right? The Buddha's light lasted for a few hours. When the universe returned to its dark state, the few remaining Green Nightmare World experts were already dumbstruck. In the distance, the higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times were actively cleaning up the battlefield. The old man from Taixien brought people in and out of dozens of battleships. When he was done with the adjustments, he said, "Patriarch, these battleships are all under control." Swish! Jun Changshao waved his hand and stored them into the eternal world. Then he snapped his fingers and led everyone back to the eternal ship that was docked in the distance. He really came and left quietly, only taking away dozens of battleships with a wave of his hand. Watching the flowing light gradually disappear, the Green Nightmare World experts' legs went soft and they were paralyzed in the void. As the camera gradually zoomed out, hundreds of thousands of corpses floated around them. Blood gathered into a river. The scene presented was like a slaughterhouse or a purgatory of death. Chapter 1841. The hundreds of thousands of troops of the Celestial Devil Emperor were annihilated, and dozens of battleships were taken away. This was something that the surviving warriors of the Green Nightmare World never expected. Sect of all times An expert cupped his hands in the direction where the eternal ship disappeared. Thank you so much. They were prepared to sacrifice for their home, but they did not expect to be saved at the critical moment by a sect whose disciples had advanced to the finals of the universe. Holy war! We're saved. The invaders have been annihilated. It's the sect of all times. The sect of all times saved us. Inside the world, the warriors spread the news and cheered excitedly, remembering this great kindness in their hearts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for saving the green nightmare world and making its living creatures grateful. This is in line with the main task of dominating the world. Progress, 5%. Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the cockpit, was stunned. Rescuing a world that was about to be suppressed by the celestial devil emperor actually gave him a completion rate of 3%. Sigh. The system said, "It looks like the host has to fight the celestial devil emperor to the end." That's right. Jun Changshao agreed. The celestial devil emperor targeted many worlds. Did helping the green nightmare world mean that he could get a completion rate by helping other worlds? He had guessed that killing the celestial devil emperor would allow him to complete the main task. Now he seemed to be sure that as long as he stopped the celestial devil emperor from expanding his forces, he should be able to complete the task smoothly. Jun Changshao clenched his fingers and said coldly, "One of us must die." "I think so." The system said, "The host should be more concerned about how to escape." Destroying the celestial devil emperor's subordinates would definitely enrage him. It would be normal for him to be hunted down endlessly. "I have the eternal world," Jun Changshao said proudly. "What can he do to me?" This was the only thing Shun could boast about. At least he would not be found if he hid. "I'm afraid," the system said, "it involves the heaven crossing world." Jun Changshao clenched his fists. He was not worried about being hunted down by the celestial devil emperor. At most, he could hide in the eternal world until he was strong enough to fight him. But Uncle and Aunt Gu were outside. "There's a way," Jun Changshao said. "Let's go and fight the demonic emperor." Hiding was not a solution. He had to do his best to show off his existence and draw more anger onto himself so that the other party would not have the time to care about other things. For example, looking for the subordinates who were suppressing the other planes. That's a little dangerous, the system disagreed, because if he kept showing himself and clashing with the other party, he would sooner or later make a mistake. Is there a better way? It seems to be gone. So, we can only take a gamble. Jun Changshao decided that he would try his best to bring trouble to the celestial devil emperor in the limited time. At least, he could not let him do whatever he wanted in the Tsangyan department. Right, the system said, the host can go look for the ruins of N Sword Saint. Forget it. Jun Changshao shook his head. I don't want to drag the disaster onto others. From his conversation with Uncle Gu, he knew that the ruins of N Sword Saint was very strong and could be considered a senior in the Tsangyan department. But he might not be able to contend against the celestial devil emperor on unimportant matters. Shun could find someone to take the blame, but on major matters, he would definitely not implicate the innocent. This was his bottom line. Not to mention, Zhou Hong still had to wholeheartedly cultivate. Although he had become enemies with Sky Demon Emperor, Jun Changshao would still participate in the Universal Holy War. Perhaps he would be involved in conquering the universe. Patriarch, Shangguan Xingyao said, we've discovered another fleet group. Jun Changshao looked at the star map, and light dots appeared in an even more distant area. Let's go, Jun Changshao ordered. Follow them. Since he had already destroyed a fleet, he didn't mind destroying a few more. Why did OL-7's fleet disappear for no reason? I'm afraid something unexpected has happened. In the main battleship 6, the captain with a cold expression said in a deep voice, hurry and report to the Celestial Devil Emperor. The Celestial Devil Emperor had sent out many letters of challenge, and there were many planes that refused to submit, so there were many fleets that came to punish them. For example, The main battleship that Jun Changshao destroyed earlier was number 7. It used to be number 7, but now it was Qianshan, because the formation system had been broken by the Taishan Elder. Even the surface was painted with a new color. There were many other battleships that were sent in, and they would be broken down one by one and then named after the disciples, such as Qingyang and Sinner. Jun Changshao wasn't worried about the name, but whether he could steal more battleships. Soon, he was relieved, because as he approached the light dots, he saw dozens more battleships. And whether it was in terms of specifications or quality, they weren't any weaker than his eternal ship. Ryu Sinan said, "Celestial Devil Emperor's subordinates again." So, Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together and said with a burning gaze, "Steal them all." Anyway, he was going to fight to the death with the Celestial Devil Emperor, so it didn't matter if he expressed his intention to rob. Do. In the battle cavalry hall, the alarm sounded. Shwa, shwa. One by one, the members ran out of the dormitory and jumped into their respective mechas. They had just received the order to enter battle mode. Sigh. Mao Xiaodao happened to be cleaning the latrines of the battle cavalry hall. Seeing his fellow disciples moving again, he said enviously, "I also want to fight." Jingji was silent. He didn't show any desire to fight, but the blood in his heart was burning, and he couldn't wait to rush to number 66. Jingji! At this moment, Zhong Yi shouted, "Here!" Out of habit, Jingji straightened his body and saluted. The feces bucket he was carrying fell and splashed all over Mao Xiaodao. "Patriarch's order." Zhong Yi said, "You will control number 66 to fight." This sentence was like a thunder, exploding in Jingji's sea of consciousness, making him tremble unconsciously, and tears gradually gathered in the corners of his eyes. When he was cleaning the latrines, he had been thinking about the mechas. Even before he went to sleep, he would simulate the flying posture. Today, finally, the patriarch called him again. "Why are you in a daze?" Zhong Yi shouted, "Hurry up!" Yes. Jingji wiped away her tears and happily rushed towards Mecha number 66. She rushed towards the love of her dreams. Senior brother. Behind, Mao Xiaodao waved and shouted, "It's time to prove yourself. Don't let everyone down." This was a very pungent and tasty encouragement. Click. The hatch of the mecha slowly closed. The long-lost feeling filled Jingji's sea of consciousness, which made him close his eyes unconsciously. His soul seemed to be sublimated. "Number 66 pilot, please answer if you hear me. Number 66 pilot, please answer if you hear me." The voice from the command desk kept repeating the call. "This guy," Tao Yuan said, "why don't you answer?" Swish. At this moment, Jingji, who seemed to be in the universe and integrated with the mecha, opened his eyes, put his hands on the streamer array, and called up the dense mecha data with his mind. Air pressure normal, energy normal, temperature normal, mode normal, all values normal. Number 66 pilot, Jingji requesting to fight. When the last 4 words were said, Jingji's blood was burning to the extreme and perfectly showed the professional quality of an excellent mecha pilot. "Take off," Tao Yuan immediately ordered. Jingji's right hand swayed quickly on the streamer array, like a top racer changing gears. Whoosh! In an instant, the tail wing of number 66 mecha emitted light, turned into a streamer, rushed out of the runway, and merged into the endless sky. Through the reflection of the screen, his excited face could be seen. "It's me, number 66 pilot. Jingji is coming." Boom! In the universe, after a crazy battle, the last wave of soldiers of the Sky Devil Emperor's number 6 battleship were killed. The bright light dispelled the darkness and announced the end of the battle. In this battle, the captain of the No. 6 battleship was obliterated by Jun Changshao. More than 100,000 soldiers were also killed, and 20 battleships were seized. The sect of all times won a total victory. Patriarch. After the battle, Li Qingyang said, "Hundreds of mecha were damaged and need to be repaired except number 66 mecha, piloted by junior brother Jing, self-destructed." No. Jing Ji was dragged out of the hall by a few disciples and roared. The mecha was not maintained properly and broke down halfway. In a crisis, I could only choose to self-destruct. It's not my operation problem, Patriarch. Listen to my explanation. Listen to my explanation. Chapter 1842. Jing Ji sat alone on the bed with his head lowered. A depressed atmosphere filled the room. Professional debugging, top-notch takeoff. Enough to be called the benchmark of the disciples of the sect of all times, but in the end he failed. Blame him? No. He had already tried his best to operate and control it. But due to maintenance problems, the machine malfunctioned and there was really no way to reverse the situation. So at that time, the only thing that could be done was to self-destruct and drag a lot of enemies down with him. Jing Ji did what he could, which showed that a pilot could still remain calm in a special situation and use the best means to fight for benefits for his side. Sigh. Mao Xiao Dao walked over and patted him on the shoulder. I understand, senior brother. No. Jing Ji raised his head, tears falling like rain. He shouted, None of you understand me. No one understands. At this moment he cried like a child. Jun Chang Xiao did not blame him for the accident, but Jing Ji blamed himself. The patriarch gave him a chance, but he repaid it with the accident. He could not accept it, could not accept it. In the entire sect, Jing Ji deserved to be called the number 1 mecha operator, and he also thought so. So this setback undoubtedly brought a painful blow. The more proud a person was, the more they could not accept mistakes. It did not matter whether he could get the patriarch's forgiveness or not. The key was that he could not forgive himself. This was the most uncomfortable point. Next, Jing Ji kept cleaning the toilet in a depressed mood. In the past, after he was done, he would continue to simulate piloting the mecha, fantasizing that he was swimming in the universe, representing the sect of all times, representing justice and fighting the evil army. But now, he was living in self-blame and regret. As a good friend, Mao Xiao Dao repeatedly tried to persuade him, but to no avail. He could only stand in the distance, shaking his head and sighing helplessly. Jun Chang Xiao was also secretly observing, but did not come out to persuade him. Why did he suddenly order Jing Ji to fight? Because this disciple's love for mecha had long been seen in his eyes. He had not been summoned and had been letting him clean the toilet. In fact, it was a test. To achieve great things, one must first bitterly train one's mind and bones. Ding! Disciple who completes so-and-so mission will receive 100 reputation points. Ding! Sect reputation points, 20,000. After returning to the study, Jun Chang Xiao heard the notification that his disciple had completed the mission. Then he opened the system shop skillfully. So, the system seized the opportunity and said, whether the host can fight the demonic emperor or not, the host still has to rely on them all. Jun Chang Xiao rolled his eyes and began to refresh. After the first refresh, an item called Xiao Tian Demon Slaying appeared in the 3rd slot of the 2nd row. He clicked on the introduction. Item: Xiao Tian's Demon Slaying Sword Introduction. One of the Xiao Tian model mechas created in a world with mecha as its main focus. Effects: the Akatsuki model has a total of 7 mechs. Among them, the Demon Slaying mech is the main killing mech. Strength: combat power and defense are top-notch. Disadvantages: extremely high energy consumption. Price: 20,000 reputation points. Grade: using the mainstream mecha world as a standard, Xiao Tian's Demon Slayer can be classified as a T0 tier mecha. Jun Chang Xiao was speechless. So there really are mechas in the market? Of course. The system said, there are only things that the host can't think of. There's nothing that the host can't get. Using the mainstream mecha world. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, the universe system I'm in is not a mecha master. Who knows if a T0 tier mecha is strong or not? He had no intention of buying it. If its performance was not as good as the 3rd generation Diablo, then it would be F*** KED. Buy it. The system explained, since the host has reached the Tianji realm, the reputation items in the mall must be good. Jun Changshao was in a dilemma. At this moment, he saw Jingji carrying a shovel and walking away as if she had lost her soul. He made a decision in his heart. So what if I spend 20,000 for this disciple? Plop. Jingji returned to her room and lay on the bed weakly. The scene of her being ejected and the mecha exploding appeared in her mind. Her eyes were wet. I'm useless. I'm useless. I've let down the patriarch and my fellow disciples. Senior. Just as she was blaming herself, Mao Xiaodao rushed in and said breathlessly, the patriarch wants you to go to the main hall. I'm afraid, sigh. Jingji got up, tidied her collar, and said, what will come will come. Then she went to the main hall as if she was going to the execution ground. Ta. After a while, Jingji stood in the main hall with a tragic face. I know, I'm in the wrong. I'm willing to accept the punishment. As soon as Jun Changshao opened his mouth, Jingji took the initiative to admit her mistake. I've let down the patriarch and my fellow disciples. I'll accept any punishment. Actually, I know, bang! Jun Changshao sent Jingji flying with a punch and said angrily, can you not interrupt? Uft. Jingji, who was lying on the ground outside, spat out white foam and said with difficulty, I can... beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Alarms sounded in Eternal, and light dots appeared on the star map. Patriarch, Shengguan Xinyao said, we found the Sky Demon Emperor's fleet again. Swish. Jun Changshao appeared in the cockpit, then sat on the chair, clasped his fingers together, and said, continue to rob. Outside a certain plane, 20-star battleships were floating. Perhaps the Sky Demon Emperor's subordinates hadn't received the latest information and still didn't know that the 6th and 7th fleets had been completely wiped out. So they were all focused on the mission of suppressing the plane. Are you sure you don't want to surrender? The voice of the 7th captain resounded through the starry sky. The Sky Demon Emperor has brought disaster to the universe. Sooner or later, he will suffer retribution. The powerhouse guarding his home roared. The plane he was protecting was only 2nd class. It was absolutely vulnerable in front of the Sky Demon Emperor's iron ship. So he had long given up hope. In other words, since he couldn't win, why didn't he choose to surrender? Because a plane and a race chose to surrender and not resist. In the end, it was no different from being exterminated. Courage and dignity. Someone needed to defend it. In the turbulent era, in the era of war, there were always those ancestors who were unwilling to be slaves of a fallen country, who stood up for their homeland and shed their blood. Retribution. The captain laughed and said, Lord Sky Demon Emperor's actions are aimed at benefiting the universe. His achievements will definitely be passed down through the ages. And all of you who stand in the way of the general trend will repent of your ignorance in the underworld. Kill. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The fully armed heavenly demon soldiers charged over, their numbers so great that they looked like a swarm of locusts. Whoosh. Suddenly, space shook violently and ripples appeared on the surface of the water. A battleship appeared out of thin air in the starry sky, closest to the plane. The words "Eternal Ship" were engraved on it. Crack! The cabin opened. Jun Changshao slowly appeared. He sat on a chair, crossed his legs, and shook a goblet of water in his hand. He said, "This great hero's world, I will protect it." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he spoke, Lu Sinan led the upper echelons and disciples to fly out. They formed a formation in front of the great hero's world and unleashed their half-step, heavenly secrets cultivation. There are still people who pretend to be heroes these days. The captain sneered, courting death. Kill! Kill! Tens of thousands of sky demon soldiers charged over, but not long after, they subconsciously stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with surprise. The captain got up slowly and said in disbelief, "What is this?" In their field of vision, a mecha that looked like it was made of steel was dragged down by a few chains. It slowly descended from the bottom of the eternal ship. This thing was dozens of feet tall, like a mountain. Diablo was made by a Taishan elder. Although it was made of high-quality ores, its design was still relatively ancient. And this mecha that slowly appeared, every part and every detail showed an extremely high-tech feeling. It even shone with a bright luster in the pitch-black universe. The left shoulder was engraved with Shur, and the right shoulder was engraved with Demon. Its chest was like a lion roaring with its mouth wide open. A scabbard that looked very mechanical hung on its back. The hilt was exposed, but it still showed an extremely high-tech aesthetic. Energy replenishment 20%, 30%, 40%, 100%. A sweet lady's voice came from the cockpit. Jing Ji put down the operating manual, then put on the special sensor helmet and began to press various buttons. Pa! Pa! The 4 chains were released, and the mecha floated steadily in the starry sky. Jing Ji heaved a sigh, then put one hand on the touchstick and said with a serious expression, "The pilot of the demon-slaying ship, Jing Ji, requests to join the battle." "Approved," Jun Changshao said. Whoosh! Before he could finish a sentence, a violent gust of energy blew over, messing up his black hair and distorting his face. Li Qingyang and the others looked over in shock. They saw that Xiao Tian demon-slaying ship was already standing behind one of the battleships. His legs were crossed, and his hands were holding his saber. Crack! There was a cracking sound. A battleship that was not inferior to the eternal ship slowly broke into 2 in front of everyone and then exploded. The fire shone on Xiao Tian demon-slaying ship's back, and they could clearly see the number that had just been engraved, 66. Damn! Su Xiaoma opened his mouth and said in surprise, "So strong!" Chapter 1843. In the cockpit, Jing Ji's tears fell like rain. He used to blame himself, but today, piloting Xiao Tian's demon-slaying battleship, he finally proved himself with his strength. Awesome! Su Xiaoma and the others gave him a thumbs up. If they were asked to fight with real weapons, they would have no problem. However, they were definitely not as good as Junior Jing when it came to piloting such a special weapon. Everyone had their own specialties. When it came to piloting mechas, Jing Ji was definitely the best. You didn't disappoint me. Jun Changshao nodded. Soon he roared, "Why did you destroy the battleship?" A battleship that could travel through space was definitely worth a lot. It was a waste to destroy it just like that. Boom! Just then, there was another explosion. Jun Changshao turned his head stiffly and saw Xiao Tian's demon-slaying battleship stop behind another battleship. The light from the explosion made Battleship 66 shine brightly. Another battleship exploded. Go Sheng leaned back in his chair and clutched his chest. This is terrible. Kill! Kill! Li Qingyang and the others were not willing to let Junior Jing perform alone. They all unleashed their cultivation and charged forward. In an instant, the attributes gathered in the universe, spread out like waves. The overall strength of the second-class existential plane was not high. The Sky Demon Emperor did not send many subordinates, so they could not pose a threat to the sect of all times. Especially, there was also Xiao Tian's demon-slaying battleship. This kind of mecha that was filled with the beauty of technology was really terrifying. Not only did it shake space, but it also took away a large number of soldiers. It could be said that it killed gods and demons. I've struck it rich. Jun Changshao was very excited. At first, he did not have much hope. After all, it was only 20,000 reputation points. Even if it was useful, it would only be slightly stronger than Diablo. However, this kind of combat power that could destroy battleships was really good. I told you, the system said, you won't lose out if you buy the items in the shop. Die. Just then, a black stream of light flew out from the enemy's main battleship, emitting a violent demonic aura and murderous aura. The captain of battleship number 9. Although his strength could not be compared to the one killed by Jun Changshao, he was still a genuine divine secret realm expert. His target was demon-slaying Shao Tian. After all, the battleships had exploded and the soldiers had died. It was all a show. Beep beep. An alarm sounded in the cockpit. Jing Ji, who had wiped out a group of soldiers, saw a powerful force attacking from the radar screen. He immediately turned around, raised a saber, and sneered, "The big fish has come out!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The captain waved his hand, and the devil Qi seemed to have turned into cannonballs, pressing down like a torrential downpour. Shao Tian Devil Slaying raised his saber and waved it around, creating an airtight layer of sabers in front of him. Pung pung pung! Pung pung pung! The demonic Qi cannonballs attacked madly, but they were all broken down one by one. Seeing this, Su Xiaoma held his head and said, "This is too unbelievable." If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand so many artillery shells. Yet they were easily neutralized by a mech. If someone else was in the cockpit and saw the radar screen that could lock onto the incoming energy, they would immediately realize that it wasn't Junior Brother Jing who was strong, but rather technology. Of course, it couldn't be denied that it was Jing Ji's technology. To be able to play demon-slaying Shao Tian so sneakily in his first operation, it was a bit of a monster. Demon-slaying Sky Slash. After neutralizing the dense devil Qi, Jing Ji controlled the mech to fly over. Holding the saber with both hands, he suddenly slashed at the void. A thick saber light seemed to tear through space. The power of this slash was very strong, but it didn't contain the heaven and earth attribute. The reason was very simple. The mech's movements and outbursts all relied on energy conversion. It could be categorized as a power level. Impossible. The 9th captain's eyes widened. Without any heaven and earth attribute, without any martial arts profound meaning, this big guy that looked like a stone could tear through space with brute force alone. This was too scary. Space battleships were also powered by energy, but they relied more on the formation system. Demon-slaying Shao Tian was a real technological product. After scientific transformation, it was understandable that it could burst out with the power of a non-martial arts world. Similarly, in the past, the modified sniper rifles, field cannons, and other firearms also didn't have the heaven and earth attribute. Their operating principle was to use the energy of a high martial arts world to drive technological products. There were many formulas involved. I will list them out when I have time. Boom! The domineering saber aura directly swept past the 9th captain's shoulder. The explosive airwave shocked him so much that he broke out in cold sweat. Once his mentality was frightened, his momentum was at a disadvantage. On the contrary, Jing Ji, who had merged with demon-slaying Shao Tian, felt his blood boiling. He immediately rushed over with his saber. The saber shadows covered the sky and pressed down on him. Boom! Boom! Both sides exchanged dozens of moves in an instant. The 9th captain became more and more frightened because that big guy didn't use the heaven and earth attribute from beginning to end. He was completely relying on his strength to fight with him. No, there must be something fishy, or the other party was deliberately playing with him and didn't use his true strength at all. Thinking of this, the 9th captain panicked even more. The fight between experts was a competition of mentality and details. Any problem would be fatal. Moreover, demon-slaying Xiao Tian had an accurate radar that could analyze the flaws in all aspects. Therefore, Jingji seized the opportunity to directly consume the energy to the limit and slashed with his saber light. Whoosh! The light burst out and disappeared in a flash. Beep, beep, beep. Only 5 energy left. Only 5% energy left. The alarm kept ringing in the cockpit. Jingji took off his helmet, picked up the cigar beside him, lowered his head and lit it. He leaned against the air pillow and slowly exhaled smoke rings. Reporting to the Patriarch, the target has been killed. The camera zoomed out. Demon-slaying Xiao Tian stood in the universe with his saber in hand. The 9th captain floated behind him. He turned around with a dull expression and said with difficulty, "So fast, Poochie!" A small crack appeared between his eyebrows and spread from top to bottom. Then, with a bang, it exploded on the spot, not giving the other party a chance to finish a sentence. Seeing this, Jun Changshao picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Roger." A smile appeared on Jingji's face. 2 lines of tears flowed down uncontrollably. These were not tears of sadness. These were tears of joy after showing his worth. All this time, whether it was him or the other disciples, they had lived under the light of the core disciples. There was no denying it. The senior brothers were very outstanding. However, as a disciple of the sect of all times, who didn't want more screen time, who didn't want to use their strength to repay the patriarch, Jing Ji didn't have any unspeakable deals with the author. There were so many plots, and it wasn't that he used insignificant disciples to make trouble. Instead, it represented the collective epitome of the nameless disciples who had never appeared before. Today, I announce, Jing Ji has been awarded the title of Chief Mecha Master of the Sect of all times. Jun Changshao announced in a clear voice, leaning against the cockpit. Jingji's tears flowed like a spring. If everyone's imagination was limited, they could refer to the scene of Lu Piapiao crying in the taxi after Yi Tianqiu said, "I'll take care of you." If coupled with that episode, it would be even more sensational. Boom! Boom! The higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times were having a great time killing. After 2 to 4 hours, the battle ended. Everyone began to skillfully collect the spoils of victory. Jun Changshao had always adhered to the principle of changing places after each shot. After cleaning up the battlefield, he left with everyone. Benefactor, great benefactor. The warriors of the plains who were saved all shouted and deeply remembered the name of the sect of all times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for saving a certain world and making the living beings deeply grateful. This is in line with the main mission of domination. Progress 10%. Why is it only 2 points? Jun Changshao had already destroyed 3 fleets of the Celestial Demon Emperor in succession. The first one gave him 3%, the second one gave him 3%, and this one only gave him 2%. It was really unacceptable. It should be given according to the level of the plane the system deduced. If I saved a plane comparable to the Shenyuan realm, wouldn't I get more? Jun Changshao asked. Perhaps. The system was worried that it would slip up if it said too much, so it was very cautious. Jun Changshao said, I still have to think more about the universe to complete the mission. Patriarch, Jing Ji walked in from outside. She wiped away the tears that hadn't dried and grinned brightly. The depression and depression from yesterday were completely gone. How's Xiaoqian's demon-slaying performance? Jun Changshao asked. Too strong, Jing Ji said excitedly. After his first test drive and battle, he even had the thought of switching on his mecha and fighting Yi Xingxin alone. Go. Jun Changshao waved and said, clean the latrines. Yes. Jing Ji turned around, but then hurriedly turned back and said, Patriarch, this disciple still has to clean the latrines. Nonsense. Jun Changshao roared at him. 5 out of 20 battleships were destroyed. Don't you need to clean the latrines to pay for such a great loss? Do you want me to do it for you? No. The same scene appeared again. Jing Ji was carried away by a few of his fellow sect members. On the way, he shouted loudly, I definitely won't destroy battleships next time, Patriarch. Please give me another chance. Chapter 1844. In an altar-like environment, a black shadow sat cross-legged. His exposed skinny hand was trembling slightly. He was obviously very angry. My emperor. The 3 fleets were all destroyed by the Eternal Sect. The subordinate standing in the distance trembled with fear as he continued. The Eternal Sect destroyed all 3 fleets. A bunch of trash. The black shadow raised his hand and light shot out. Kaboom! The subordinate, who reported, crashed into the wall and slid down while vomiting blood. Inform the other fleets. The black shadow said coldly, even if we have to turn the entire blue cloud system upside down, we have to find the sect of all times and crush them. Yes, the subordinate dragged his heavily injured body and left. Just as he walked out of the secret room, a young man rushed over and knelt on the ground. He screamed, Why did you kill Mu Jin? That's right. It was Lingli. He came out of the demonic Abyss Valley. She used her life to exchange for yours. That's why, the Black Shadow said calmly. Since he was called Godfather, then he was naturally the Sky Demonic Emperor. The system was right. This person lost an avatar, which indeed affected the main body. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting cross-legged in the secret room to heal. No, Lingli collapsed on the ground. The Sky Demonic Emperor said, If you're trapped by love, you'll be doomed sooner or later. Godfather, don't say any more. Go back and rest. When the universe sacred war starts, you have to bring back the championship for me. Lingli stood up shakily as if he had lost his soul. He lived through cruel battles since he was young. His life could be described as darkness. Only when he met a ray of light did he have something to rely on and motivation. Now he lost it forever. Sect of all times. Lingli clenched his fists and said, I, Lingli, will fight you to the death. He blamed Mu Jin's death on the Sect of all times because without this sect, he could have won the Galaxy Tournament and received his godfather's praise instead of being sent to the demonic Abyss Valley and causing the death of his beloved. Anger, killing intent, it filled his body and mind. His eyes gradually turned red. The power of love can change a person, but it can also inspire a person. Demonic Emperor paid attention to Ling Li's changes and thought, I hope he can vent his anger during the universe competition. Your Majesty. At this time a subordinate came to report, the Night King Alliance seems to have received the news and sent a large number of powerhouses to the Blue Cloud Department. Oh, got it. The Celestial Demonic Emperor responded faintly, as if he had expected this. Your Majesty. An old man who looked like a strategist walked over and asked in confusion, This Night King has been opposing us at every turn, even forming an alliance with other realms. Why don't we get rid of him? It's not that I don't want to. The Celestial Devil Emperor said, It's fear. The strategist was stunned. There are still existences in the upper universe that our emperor is afraid of? In terms of power alone, I'm not afraid of any plane. But in terms of cultivation, the Night King is no weaker than me, the Celestial Demon Emperor said. Your Majesty has fought with him before? The strategist asked. No, the strategist muttered in his heart. Since they had never fought before, why would he be afraid? Have you heard of Wei Buzi? I have. Wei Buzi once divined the Night King's fortune, saying that he is the only combatant in the upper universe qualified to enter the path of eternal life, the Celestial Demon Emperor said. The strategist's expression became serious. From what he knows, Wei Buzi is just like his name, able to predict the future without leaving anything out. If he said that, it means that the Night King isn't normal. In your humble subordinate's opinion, the strategist continued, Wei Buzi probably didn't predict that your Majesty would one day appear out of nowhere. I did, the Celestial Demon Emperor said. He once came to find this emperor. The strategist was shocked. If this came from anyone else, he might have doubted it. Send the order. The celestial demon emperor thought for a bit and said, Keep an eye on the Night King Alliance's people. Report to me as soon as there's any movement. Yes. The strategist left. The celestial demon emperor returned to his secret room. He didn't continue to heal his wounds and instead stood in the central area, recalling the time when Wei Busey came to find him. I'm sorry. Even if you unify all the realms, it won't change the universe's structure. Why not? Because you're not qualified. What a joke! If I'm not qualified, who else in the upper universe is qualified to change the structure? I can't predict who can change the structure of the universe. But I'm sure you're the only one who's not qualified because your killing intent is too strong, cruel, and heartless. It doesn't conform to the heavenly law. Thinking of this, the celestial demon emperor's eyes turned cold. People say you can predict the future, but I'll use my actions to tell you that you can predict the world. But you can't predict me, the celestial demon emperor. The main hall of the sect of all times. Jun Changshao leaned against the chair, clutching his chest in pain. Normally, he should be happy to have destroyed another battleship. But why did he look so miserable? Because according to Yuan Gongzi's latest statistics, in order to recharge Xiao Tian's demon slaying, a total of more than 1 billion top-grade spiritual stones were used. No, Jun Changshao said in pain, my heart hurts. Killing a divine secret was enough to prove Xiao Tian's combat strength, but the energy consumption was too terrifying. Of course, there were many spiritual stone veins in the eternal world, and he could easily summon them with his identity as the Sector Lord, but burning billions at once was too much for anyone to bear. No wonder it's so cheap. Jun Changshao howled in his heart. Go Sheng originally planned to buy this mecha crazily after his reputation points jumped to contribution points. But now he completely dispelled the idea. After all, if one mecha cost more than 1 billion, wouldn't dozens or hundreds of them go bankrupt in minutes? Don't worry, the system comforted. Maybe you can get an energy-saving version in the future. In some situations, it could be sarcastic, but when it was related to the cost of the system store, it could be said to be a surrealist. I'll be damned if I believe you. At this time, the Taishan elder walked over and said, Can you let our formation hall study Xiao Tian's demon slaying? This kind of high-tech product was his favorite, and he couldn't wait to disassemble it and carefully study its internal structure. Yes. Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said, I can let Master try to modify it from a high power consumption to an energy-saving one. Take it. No. 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 Outside the formation hall, Jingji reached out and cried in pain. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji almost couldn't hold her back. Everyone. The Taishan elder wore a white coat and a professional mask, holding a board in his left hand and a pair of pliers in his right hand. He said in a deep voice, Let's begin. Okay. The members of the research team nodded and then set up various dismantling tools, walking side by side to Xiao Tian's demon slaying on the martial arts practice field. Ka-ka-ka, z-z-z, buzz-buzz-buzz. The sound of a drill, an air gun, and a rotating shaft rang one after another. No. Jingji cried and struggled, but could only watch as her beloved, who was more precious than her wife, was dismantled step by step and turned into a skeleton. Chapter 1845. Unbelievable. In the array hall, the old man from Taishan bent over with a magnifying glass and carefully examined every piece of the mecha. He was more and more shocked. A work of art. Fan Yezi stroked a screw and exclaimed, A perfect work of art! Jun Changshao, who was sitting next to him, shook his head. He had often seen this kind of technology in cartoons or movies, so he was not surprised. Gentlemen, Jun Changshao asked, Can you copy it? It's difficult. The old man from Taishan and Fan, Yezi said in unison. In fact, they also wanted to copy it, but their strength did not allow it. Study it slowly. Jun Changshao said, don't worry. Go Shun did not expect to be able to make a copy tomorrow after dismantling the mecha today. After all, technology and martial arts were very different, and it took a lot of time to understand. The appearance of Xiao Tian's demon-slaying mecha enlightened the old man from Taishan and Fan Yezi. Even if they did not want to burn spiritual stones to start it, it was worth it to just leave it here for them to study. Liao Jing knew it was tough. She had just had a good time, but the mecha was dismantled. Whenever she thought of the dismantling scene when she cleaned the toilet, tears would fall like rain. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. In the cockpit of Eternal, a series of notifications rang out. Many light spots gathered on the star map, crisscrossing and covering a large area of the universe. Patriarch, Shangguan Xinyao said, are they looking for us? Yes. Jun Changshao leaned back in his seat, swirling his goblet, and said, after so many fleets were destroyed, the celestial demon emperor must have taken action. Fortunately, we found the teleporter hidden in Eternal in advance. Otherwise, we would have been surrounded by now, Shangguan Xinyao said. That's right. Jun Changxiao's current situation was like he was in the dark while the celestial demon emperor's battleships were in the light. As long as he wanted to avoid them, he would not be caught. That was why he dared to take action one after another. Otherwise, he would have hidden in the eternal world to develop. Don't let them find out. Jun Changshao ordered, continue firing. Move to another location. Yes. For the next period of time, Eternal wandered around the ash cloud system like a ghost. It never had a direct confrontation with the celestial demon emperor's troops. Occasionally, it would annihilate any stragglers it encountered. Gradually, the number of captured warships exceeded 100. Converging in the eternal world, they formed a magnificent scenery. The members of the Array Formation Hall worked overtime to modify them, and then named them according to their disciples. The Celestial Devil Emperor had sent high-specification warships time and time again, which was undoubtedly sufficient preparation for the subsequent arrival of a huge fleet in the star spirit world. Of course, he wasn't a fool. Gradually realizing that their warships had been snatched away, they began to become more cautious. The more cautious the enemy was, the fewer chances there would be. Jun Changshao constantly adjusted his strategy to avoid being caught by the enemy. Sometimes he would hide for several months. As they repeatedly targeted the celestial demonic emperor and protected the other planes from being destroyed, the three-word Sect of all times began to spread in the Tsangyan faction. They were even viewed as a great savior and hero by many planes. However, not all planes could be saved by Jun Changshao. In just half a year, as many as 10 planes were suppressed by the celestial demonic emperor, and the number would continue to rise. Eternal hovered outside the destroyed plane. Jun Changshao stood in the cockpit and said helplessly, I really want to be a hero who saves the universe, but my ability is limited. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, several streams of light suddenly burst out from the endless, dark universe. Like intercontinental missiles, they locked onto Eternal and rushed over at a speed that tore through space. Shangguan Xinyao hurriedly changed direction, and the huge warship instantly put on a good show of extreme dodging. Discovered by the celestial demonic emperor, this was Jun Changshao's first thought. But looking at the direction of the stream of light, he saw 3 masked men in black walking over from the universe. From their appearance, they should be humans. Sigh, the masked man in black walking at the front side. We are still one step too late. Destroying a plane just like that, how heartless. The warrior on the right said coldly, his body gradually filled with killing intent. So, the warrior on the left unsheathed his sword and pointed at Eternal. Such a heinous act must be punished by us. The 3 of them spoke one after another, and Jun Changshao suddenly understood. that they had mistakenly thought that he had destroyed a plane, and even thought that he was the lackey of the celestial demonic emperor. Don't misunderstand. Go Sheng explained. I wasn't the one who destroyed this plane. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? The man in black, holding the sword, sneered. I didn't do it, so why should I admit it? Jun Changshao replied indifferently. It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not, because... The man with the sword had a cold look in his eyes. Several streams of sword qi burst out, and wherever they passed, deep sword marks were left in the space. Patriarch! Shangguan Xinyao was shocked. We can't dodge it. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the universe suddenly exploded. The incoming sword qi was destroyed, and Jun Changshao stood there with his long hair fluttering in the air. He said coldly, Are you blind? Don't you see the Sect of all times engraved on it? Although Eternal's shape was similar to the celestial demonic emperor's battleship, it still had the words Sect of all times engraved on it. Moreover, he had been looking for trouble with them recently, and had also saved many planes. Anyone with a bit of brain and intelligence would not be mistaken, right? Pretending to be a sect and doing terrible things, the leader said indifferently. The celestial demonic emperor is capable of doing such a thing. Jun Changshao cursed in his heart. How brainless! Everyone, the leader said, since we have met, we should abide by the rules of the alliance, enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, and eradicate evil. As soon as he said that, the other two agreed, and they all unleashed their cultivation. F***CK. Jun Changshao cursed. Who the hell are you? The leader raised a golden-laid token with the word Yi engraved on it and said, Night King Alliance! Night King Alliance? Jun Changshao tried hard to recall what Uncle Gu had told him about the upper universe, and the final conclusion was that he had never heard of it. Whoosh! At this moment, the sword-wielding warrior pressed forward. Sword qi shot out from different directions like meteors, just from the sword momentum alone. It was comparable to a divine secret. I hate being misunderstood the most. Jun Changshao drew his green dragon crescent blade and said coldly, Even if you are enemies with the celestial demonic emperor. Bang! Bang! The blade flashed, and the sword qi was all destroyed. This kid is not weak, the leader said in surprise. The warrior beside him said, The celestial demonic emperor dares to dominate the upper universe, so his lackeys are naturally not to be underestimated. We don't have to care about the rules of the underworld when dealing with such evil people. Swish! Swish! The two came from the side. From the aura they released, they were obviously divine secret. 1 against 3. That was interesting. Jun Changshao was speechless. He had tried so hard to avoid being found by the celestial demonic emperor, but in the end he was blocked by some bastard alliance. The most unacceptable thing was that he was recognized as that guy's lackey. Fine. Then let's do it. Chapter 1846. Space cracked, the wind howled. Violent energy filled the air like electric arcs. 3 figures stood in a triangle. Powerful aura filled their bodies, causing the space around them to tremble. From the scene of heaven and earth collapsing, there should have been a fierce battle here. Satisfying. Jun Changshao grinned. Right now, he was sitting on top of a broken meteorite. If there was a jar of wine next to him, his level would be raised. 1 against 3. Go Sheng was not weak at all. The 3 Night King Alliance combatants' expressions became gloomy. To get rid of this evil person, they didn't hesitate to put down their pride and fight him with numbers, but they didn't get the upper hand. You can't win against me, Jun Changshao advised. Let's just forget about it. Brat, don't be arrogant. The sword cultivator suddenly threw out his sword. His hands quickly formed hand seals. His long hair and robe fluttered as he shouted. 9 heavens, sword, shocking change! Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As if heaven and earth had fallen. A sword aura that could swallow mountains and rivers erupted. quickly covering the sword in the air, causing it to expand and become like a mountain peak in space. Old Crane is using his killing move. This move, Hanging Sword of the Nine Heavens, is even more powerful than before. The other two combatants were shocked. As friends, as colleagues, let's not talk about whether the sword move was stronger than before. They should at least praise each other. TCH, Jun Changshao laughed in disdain. He had already used this sword as a mountain peak move so many times. Fine. Jun Changshao stood up, summoning Extreme Immortal Sword. Today, this seat will show you what a sword move is. Xiao. He flew up, the sword hovering in space. Whoosh! A powerful sword aura appeared around Jun Changshao, enveloping Extreme Immortal Sword, then turned into a hammer and loudly sang, Thunder! This heavenly cultivation, heaven collapsing, earth shattering, purple golden hammer. It's over, the system said. Instant kill. Why did it say that? Because as soon as the host opens his mouth, let alone the heavens, even the samsara wouldn't be able to handle it. However, the system's toxic healer was at work again. When Jun Changshao shouted the word hammer, the three Night King Alliance elites remained where they were, as if they were not affected by the music at all. As expected, that's just a joke. Facing a true expert, one's state of mind cannot be shaken at all. The speed at which the system changed its mind was simply incomparable. Of course, Jun Changshao did not intend to use his voice to instantly kill his opponent. His original intention was to use his sword, Dao, to subdue his opponent. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! The hammer-like sword Qi smashed over with a loud bang, and in the most overbearing and destructive way, it blasted the so-called Nine Heavens sword, startling transformation into smithereens. Pooh! The sword cultivator from Night King Alliance coughed up blood and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Old Crane! Swish! Sword light flashed, cutting through thousands of miles. The two experts from Night King Alliance looked over and saw that Jun Changshao was already standing in front of the sword cultivator who was sent flying. The Zenith Immortal Sword was placed on his neck, and he said coldly, Do you submit? The sword cultivator did not say anything, because his sword technique was broken and he suffered a backlash. And you guys, Jun Changshao said, if you don't want him to die, hurry up and put down your weapons and surrender. The two experts from Night King Alliance had ugly expressions on their faces, but they still obediently dispersed their cultivation. Jun Changshao was speechless in his heart. These three should be righteous people who are going against the Sky Devil Emperor. I can casually threaten one of them and make them submit. Their actions are as if they are retarded. Rely on them to save the universe. The system's evaluation was, there's no chance at all. Although Jun Changshao had only met the Sky Devil Emperor once, and it was just a clone, he was sure that this person was not an ordinary villain. If the righteous side did not have any extraordinary people, fighting against him would be equivalent to courting death. From the looks of it, that Night King Alliance was probably not up to the task. So, the system said, saving the universe is such a difficult task, but it still depends on the host to complete it. With a reputation value, refresh the store more. Scram. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. 3 experts from the Night King Alliance were locked up. Ye, Zhao Daodu, and Dai Lu thought that business had come again, and hurriedly began to prepare all kinds of props. In the end, they were warned by Jun Changshao, you must treat the 3 of them well. The prison trio could only silently withdraw the soul-suppressing whip, the red candle, and the immortal binding rope. Actually, this was just a misunderstanding. Jun Changshao believed that time would let them understand that he was not an evil person. Brat, the leader of the experts said angrily, Night King will not let you off easily. Night King? Jun Changshao was interested. He sat on the chair and asked with a smile, Who is it? Night King Alliance leader. Another person proudly said, the only existence in the upper universe who dares to fight against your master, the Sky Devil Emperor. There is a need to clarify again. Jun Changshao said, I am not the Sky Devil Emperor's subordinate. I am his enemy. Humph. The injured sword cultivator sneered. You drive a warship that only the Sky Devil Emperor has, and you say you are not his subordinate. Do you really think we are idiots? You can't blame them for being idiots. The main thing was that the Eternal Ship was too similar to the Sky Devil Emperor's warship. Innocent martial artists would not have such a thing. Jun Changshao was too lazy to explain and asked, Where is the Night King Alliance? This was the first time he learned that the so-called Night King Alliance leader was the only existence that could fight against the Sky Devil Emperor. Regardless of whether the other party was bragging or not, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. If there was a chance, he could make friends with them. This was also the reason why he had to treat the 3 prisoners well. Otherwise, instead of becoming friends, they would become enemies. Trying to get information, the leader sneered, wishful thinking. Jun Changshao was speechless. It seems that in your eyes, I am the same as the Sky Devil Emperor. Forget it, forget it. Shaking his head, he said, Now that the 3 of you have become prisoners, if you want to live, why don't you quickly inform your alliance leader to pay the ransom? Not to mention the location? Sure, I have many ways to get your alliance leader to come over. Unless he did not care about the lives of the 3 divine mysteries. Brat. The leader said coldly, A lackey like you is not qualified to meet our alliance leader. Jun Changshao stood up, took the soul-subduing whip from Arya, kicked open the cell door, and walked in angrily. If I don't torture you today, you will not know why the flowers are so red. Pa pa pa, pa pa pa, ah, ow ow. The sound of the whip and howling in the cell rose and fell one after another. Zhao Daodu and Dai LV sat outside. One was cracking melon seeds while the other was eating peanuts. Zhao Daodu said, Ha! Didn't we agree to treat the 3 of them well? Why did Sect Master do it herself? Study. After torturing the 3 Night King Alliance powerhouses, Jun Changshao lay comfortably on the chair, but his expression gradually became serious. From the conversation just now, he realized 2 problems. First, his Eternal Ship was similar to the Sky Devil Emperor's battleship. Although this was known for a long time, the main point was that the battleship was snatched from the Star Spirit world. No need to think about it. The system said, the Sky Devil Emperor and the Star Spirit world must be openly colluding. Second, this Night King alliance seemed to be righteous, which meant that other than himself, there were other forces in the upper universe that were rebelling against the Sky Devil Emperor. Quickly contact them, the system said. One more layer of power, one more layer of confidence. Night King Jun Changshao shook his head and said, In the end, he is only a king. My sect of all times has the Emperor. In terms of title, we are definitely better than him. Emperor? Who is that? Night Emperor. Courtesy name Xingqian. Chapter 1847. A certain system, a certain world. A mountain shrouded in clouds and mist was moving slowly. There were buildings and pavilions on it, giving people a very awe-inspiring feeling. Why was the mountain moving? Because this mountain was being dragged by a giant turtle beast. Any overlord with good eyesight would immediately realize that this was the mountain-moving Saint Turtle, which was extremely rare in the upper universe. It was as rare as the koan. Boom! 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 The mountain-moving Saint Turtle moved very slowly, but every move it made could make the mountain collapse. This beast wouldn't appear in the mortal world. It only existed in the wild, so even if it caused a huge commotion, it wouldn't bring disaster to living beings. Some people would even pray to the mountain-moving Saint Turtle by chance, hoping to be protected by it. No, more accurately, they hoped to be protected by the mountain. This started from the signboard in front of the mountain gate, which had the words Night King Alliance. That's right. This moving mountain, carried by the mountain-moving Saint Turtle, was where the Night King Alliance was located, which Jun Changshao had asked about earlier. Ever since the Sky Demon Emperor caused trouble in the upper universe, this alliance was born and was even seen as a savior by the entire upper universe. The Sect of all times was also a savior, but it was only limited to the Ash Cloud system and hadn't spread to other systems. May the Night King protect our Dark Earth realm from the Sky Devil Emperor. The mountain-moving Xian tortoise slowly walked past, and an old man piously put his palms together. He came here from another plane, hoping to be protected by the Night King Alliance. Coo! 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 Suddenly, the sound of a pigeon sounded in the sky. Then, a beam of light flew across the sky and landed in an elegant bamboo forest in the moving mountain. It was a golden pigeon. Its eyes blinked, and it looked very intelligent. So noisy! A sloppy middle-aged man walked out barefoot from the bamboo house. Every step he took created a tornado. Whoosh! He stopped under a tree and called the golden pigeon down. He pulled a long face and said, spit it out, I still want to sleep. Coo! 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 The golden pigeon chirped in the bird language. The expression on the middle-aged man's face gradually changed from sleepy to solemn. Then he leaped up and flew towards the incomparably majestic hall in front of him. He hurriedly walked in and said, Alliance Master, Old Li and Old here in trouble. Swish! Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, several streams of light flew over from the other mountain peaks. There were charming women, cultured and refined scholars, and old men with eyes like torches. Although their appearances and clothes were different, all of them had strong auras. It was obvious that their strength was extraordinary. Who did it? Do you still need to guess? It must be the demonic emperor. Looks like this guy wants to shed all pretense of cordiality with my Night King alliance. So be it. I've been pissed off at that guy for a long time. As long as the Night King gives the order, I'll kill my way to his lair. You can beat the Celestial Devil Emperor. We have to fight even if we can't beat him. We can't just let him wreak havoc on the universe. The crowd stood in the main hall and discussed. The overall atmosphere was rather indignant. Obviously, they had already blamed the Celestial Demonic Emperor for the accident of their companions. Of course. After all, he still had to listen to the Alliance Master. Greetings, Night King. Everyone cupped their fists and shouted. Shwa! The black shadow sat down. Because it was shrouded by the black attribute, it was difficult to see its appearance clearly. It gave off a mysterious feeling. So did the Celestial Devil Emperor. Feelings, as long as one had power, one had to maintain a sense of mystery. Kuei 3. The Night King said, Go to Tsangyun and investigate. His voice sounded normal. It was neither cold nor hoarse. It was a very ordinary tone. Me. The barefoot man was speechless. Third brother might be barefooted all day long, but he's famous for being as fast as lightning in the upper universe. If you don't go, who will? The beautiful woman smiled. She could be said to be extremely charming. The Sky Devil Emperor is currently conquering the major planes of the Tsangyun system. What if we meet him? Kuei-san asked. Let's fight, the red-haired, bare-chested man said. Kuei 3 was speechless. If I had skin as thick as yours, I'd definitely fight the Sky Devil Emperor to the end. Go. The Night King interrupted the two. Don't waste time. Okay. Kuei 3 said, I'll go now. With that, he turned and left. Wait. The Night King stopped him. On the way, use this king's name to visit the ruins of N Sword Saint. I hope he'll consider joining the Night King Alliance for the sake of the world. There's no hope. The gentle scholar shook his head. The ruins of End Sword Saint has been in seclusion for many years. Unless the Sky Devil Emperor provokes him, he won't easily come out. These old antiques are too pedantic. The Sky Devil Emperor is committing crimes in the universe, but they're all just watching. The beautiful woman said angrily. Sigh. The scholar said helplessly. There are too many people in this world who only care about themselves and don't care about the frost on their roof. They don't know that when disaster strikes, no one will truly be able to protect themselves. So, the beautiful woman looked at the Night King with admiration. At the time of crisis, the Alliance Master appeared. With him leading us, we'll definitely be able to defeat evil and return the universe to its former glory. Everyone nodded in agreement. To be precise, it was because they could see that the Night King was an extraordinary person, that these top powerhouses who could hold their own in the upper universe would follow his lead. Whoosh! Kuei, 3 flew out alone from the moving mountain, heading in the direction of the ash cloud system. The Night King stood outside the hall. His face was shrouded in darkness as a pair of strange eyes appeared. He seemed to be thinking about something, but also seemed to be conflicted about something. Sect of all times. Jun Changshao was sitting in his study, studying Hiwudi's martial arts secret manual, when Yi Xingqian came in with a serious expression. What's wrong? Patriarch. This disciple heard that the 3 captured called themselves the Night King Alliance? Yi Xingqian's expression became even more serious. You've heard of this faction? Night Emperor was silent. He had never heard of the Night King Alliance in reality, but in the illusion of the Sky Spill domain he had heard of the Night King and was even the Night King himself. Even an idiot could see that the Night King and the Night King Alliance were related. Xingqian. Jun Changshao sensed something and asked, Is there something on your mind? Patriarch, wait. Jun Changshao hurriedly interrupted him when he saw that he was about to speak his mind. He ordered Lu Wanshi to prepare a table full of sumptuous dishes, and then arrange several jars of drunken dreams. Only then did he wave his hand and said, Come, please tell me your story. Yi Xingqian's mouth twitched. At this moment, there was not only the Patriarch in the study, but also Elder Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho Hall Master Elder Wei Li Luoqiu, senior brothers Li Qingyang and Su Xiaomao. They surrounded the table with bowls and chopsticks in front of them. They were all staring at him as if they were here to listen to his thoughts. Junior brother. Xiao Mu said, We are worried about you. Be brave and say it. Chapter 1848. Pa. Ka. In the study, Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho, and the others were eating sunflower seeds while listening to Yi Xingqian's story. They were very serious and serious. Finished? Finished. Jun Changshao fell silent. It turns out that my disciple went to the Sky Spill domain, and not only did he have an accident with a girl called Jie Yao, he also hid a secret of entering an illusion. What do you all think? Pa. Ryu Sinan finished the sunflower seeds and chewed on the skin. Patriarch, there must be something wrong with this. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. Could it be just an illusion? Coincidentally, it met reality? Gongsun Ho said, Impossible. Ryu Sinan said, It's definitely not that simple. He paused and said, In the upper universe, there are many ways to predict the future. Perhaps what was left in the illusion is a fragment of the future. Yi Xingqian might really inherit the Night King Alliance in the future and become the leader of the alliance. I think so too. Jun Changshao nodded. Actually, what he cared about was not whether Yi Xingqian would inherit the Night King Alliance in the future. He was more curious about who left the fragment of the future behind. To be able to pass down the events of the future through an illusion was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. Patriarch, at this moment, Yi Xingqian said, There's one more thing I didn't say. Speak, Jun Changshao said. Yi Xingqian hesitated for a moment before saying, According to the illusion, I will eventually leave the sect of all times. Boom! Suddenly, there was an ear-piercing thunder outside. Jun Changshao and the others were all experts, but they could not help but be shocked by the sudden noise. Ugh! Su Xiaoma, who happened to be eating, was so shocked that he vomited on the spot. "What's going on?" Gong Sun Ho stood up and said in surprise, "Why would there be thunder on such a calm day?" Jun Changshao was also very surprised by this. As the dominator of the eternal world, he could control the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. However, the frightening thunder just now was completely out of the natural laws of the weather. It was as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Could it be? Ryu Sinan picked up a melon seed and put it in his mouth. His expression gradually turned serious as he said, "Did Yi Xingqian say that the heavenly secrets were revealed?" "Revealed the secrets of heaven?" Jun Changshao's expression turned serious. "Don't say it. Come to think of it, it was really very similar to what was shown in the TV series. This was definitely a sign of leaking heavenly secrets and being struck by lightning." And then Jun Changshao asked, "Disciple is married and has a child. It took a lot of courage for Yi Xingqian to say these words. It also showed that he truly regarded everyone as a patriarch and treated everyone as family." "That's right," Gong Sun Ho said firmly. "It must be a coincidence. Given his character, how could he marry and have a child?" Although his words were relatively straightforward, they were unanimously agreed by everyone. There were two straight men in the sect. One was Yi Xingqian and the other was... No, the patriarch seemed to have changed a lot recently. The frequency of him pruning the roses in the madam's courtyard had also increased. Jun Changshao did not think it was so simple. He asked, "Who did he marry?" Yi Xingqian was silent for a long time and said, "Jia Lingyao, boom!" Before his voice died away, the thunder sounded again. This time, the sound was louder than before. Everyone's eardrums were buzzing. Even if they had not eaten, they still had the urge to vomit. Jun Changshao's expression became more serious. He was sure that the thunder did not come from the natural system of the eternal world. It seemed to directly penetrate the space barrier from the outside world. If he had to explain, it might be yes. The system said for him, "The power of Heaven Wei." "That means," Jun Changshao said seriously, "what Xingqian said is true." "It's hard to say." The system said, "There are so many things in the universe. There are many variables and coincidences. Maybe this Night King is not the Night King." "I believe it." According to the system's poison healing ability, Jun Changshao chose to believe in Yi Xingqian. He also believed that this scene could happen in the future. "Patriarch," Yi Xingqian stood up and said firmly, "Today I swear in front of the elders and my fellow disciples that I will not leave the sect of all times, no matter if I live or die. If I break my promise, I will." No need to say more. Jun Changshao handed over a bowl of wine and said, "It's all in the wine. Come on, don't just stand there. Eat what you want and drink what you want." Yes, everyone did not stand on ceremony. "Patriarch." At this time Li Tiantian ran in and said hurriedly, "Hall Master Z was drying clothes in the courtyard and was struck by lightning twice. He has been sent to the medical hall." Everyone almost choked. Yi Xingqian swore. How could he be struck by lightning? Nighttime. As usual, Jun Changshao went to the courtyard where rows of flowers lived to trim the flowers and plants. Needless to say, he was so skilled that it made people envious. "What's going on with Xingqian?" Rows of flowers walked out of her room and sat in the pavilion. "You know?" "Yes." Needless to say, it must be Big Mouth Su who spread it. Jun Changshao straightened the branches that he had cut and sat on the bench in the pavilion. One of his legs dangled on the bench. He looked up at the starry sky and said, "Is there really a powerful person who can predict the future in this world? If you believe it, there is. If you don't, there isn't," rows of flowers said. "Xingqian believes it." Jun Changshao said, "Otherwise he wouldn't be in a hurry to make the oath." Rows of flowers said, "The sect of all times has an atmosphere that other forces don't have. As long as a disciple is truly integrated, he won't accept the fact that he will leave in the future. It's not that I don't want to see a disciple leave. but Jun Changshao shrugged bitterly and said, "Children will eventually grow up and have families and careers. As a parent, I can only learn to let go." If Yi Xingchen really left one day, Go Sheng would not urge him to stay, because everyone had their own path to walk. How could they be encircled by others forever? For example, Su Xiaoma. Previously, when he took Xia Shuiyin away from the sect to live a peaceful life, Jun Changshao did not urge him to stay. Instead, he fully supported him. After painstakingly cultivating his disciple, he did not want to use him as a tool. He wanted him to be able to walk his own path and live his own life when the time was right. Of course, Jun Changshao said with a cold gaze, "If someone forces my disciple to leave with ill intentions, even if it really happens in the future, I will go against the heavens and change my fate." Rosa Flower said, "No matter what happens in the future, I will stay by your side and never leave you." With a wife like this, what more can I ask for? Jun Changshao stood up and walked over step by step. Just as the two were about to face each other, the eternal world suddenly shook. "Patriarch," Shengguan Xingyao transmitted her voice, "the eternal world is being attacked by an unknown object." Swoosh! Jun Changshao appeared in the cockpit. He first looked at the starry sky map and found that there was no light spot. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the battleship was fiercely bombarded and swayed like a lonely boat in the sea. Jun Changshao hurriedly released his spiritual thoughts. He was shocked when he saw that near the eternal world, in this starry sky, layers of flowing light gradually appeared. There were at least hundreds of thousands of battleships. From the shape that he could barely see, it was obviously the heavenly demon emperor's battleships. "Jun Patriarch," a cold voice came from the huge battleship. "The game of hide-and-seek ends here." Chapter 1849. What was to come would come. Jun Changshao was trapped in a corner of the universe by celestial demon emperor's subordinates. When he chose to fight against them and destroyed a few fleets, this scene would happen sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. "The delivery ship is here," the system said. Jun Changshao gathered his emotions and roared, "Is this a delivery ship?" At this moment, there were more than 1,000 warships surrounding Eternal. Not to mention the terrifying aura. Just the scene alone was frightening enough. If there were only a few dozen of them, Go Sheng would have the confidence to take them down. But now, other than the feeling of being unable to escape, there was nothing else. From this, it could be seen that Celestial Demon Emperor was very cautious. He did not send batches of his subordinates to deliver treasures. Instead, even if it was just to get rid of a fly, he would spare no effort to turn it into ashes. "Patriarch," Shengguan Xingyao said, "what should we do?" "Run." Jun Changshao would definitely not fight head-on. After all, it was not in line with guerrilla tactics. Besides, with so many warships, how many soldiers would be hidden? If they used the human wave tactic, it would be over. Whoosh! Shengguan Xingyao seemed to have turned into an experienced driver. She controlled the steering wheel and used extreme space drift to change the direction and rushed out of the weak encirclement. Because it was too sudden and the impact of the warship was too great, Jun Changshao's entire face hit the wall. Everyone's eyes were filled with pain. They were not feeling pain for the patriarch, but for the wall that was hit. Whoosh! In space, under Shangguan Xinyao's extreme control, Eternal flew at the fastest speed and at the most tricky angle toward the area that was still considered a weak point at the moment. Don't talk about it. Every disciple of the sect of all times was talented. There was Jingji, who had maxed out her talent in mecha piloting, and Shengguan Xinyao, who had maxed out her piloting skills. If they were not named after the readers, they would have thought of being a couple. But thinking about it carefully, a disciple who cleaned the toilet was not worthy. June Patriarch. A gloomy voice came from the main warship. "You can't escape today. Ka-ka. Ka-ka-ka." With that, cannon-like weapons appeared on the thousands of warships and locked onto the flying Eternal. Fire! Boom, 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 boom. Various streams of light and cannonballs instantly pressed down from all directions. The momentum was so great that it shook the space. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Thousands of streaks of light appeared on the star map. This represented cannonballs and streams of light, and the degree of envelopment could be said to be densely packed. Shangguan Xinyao was very calm. She placed one hand on the control panel and gently closed her eyes. The image of the star chart appeared in her sea of consciousness and began to evolve crazily. Swish! He waved his right hand. Eternal moved to the side and successfully dodged the attack. Swish! Swish! Shangguan Xinyao, who was driving with her eyes closed, used her powerful calculation ability to find flaws in the streamer shells. The seemingly clumsy Eternal danced in the rain of bullets like a fairy. Too strong! Su Xiaoma and the others exclaimed. Little Du, who was hidden among the disciples, couldn't help but sigh. The more outstanding Shangguan Xinyao is, the more unworthy Jing Ji seems. Jun Changshao stabilized his body and looked through the window at the stream of light brushing past him. His lips curled up into a smile. True technology. It could only be shown in actual combat. At this moment, the warship suddenly shook. Due to a mistake, the tail was bombarded. It wasn't a big problem. The hull itself was protected by a barrier. As long as it wasn't bombarded, it could maintain normal operation. Pa! At this time, Shangguan Xinyao took advantage of the moment when Eternal was tilting to hit the accelerator button. The energy drive system instantly exploded and the turbine roared. The tail of the ship spewed out a dazzling light as it sped toward a certain area. How fast? In the blink of an eye, they killed their way out of the encirclement. How is this possible? The captain's expression gradually turned sluggish. Eternal was clearly a modified warship of the same type, and he was the most familiar with its performance and speed. However, the acceleration just now was completely beyond his comprehension. How is it so fast? Don't ask. If you did, it would be the modification of the old Taishan. All in all, as long as the warship and mecha suddenly had a godly performance, it would definitely not be without the efforts of this grand elder. No wonder he was the strongest bug-fixing king in the Sect of all times. Chase! Don't let them escape! Xiao! Xiao! Thousands of warships instantly turned around. But it was too late. Eternal had already disappeared in the endless universe, and even the designated star map had no light spots. Captain, that warship is gone. Boom! The captain slammed his hand on the armrest, his eyes filled with anger. To be honest, he had discovered Eternal long ago. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he had been hiding in the dark until he mobilized all his forces to block it in a corner. He originally thought that it would be impossible to escape, but in the end, the enemy still escaped. The captain calmed down and ordered, "Immediately inform Lord Sky Demon Emperor. The Sect of all times worship has been modified, and its performance is far superior to ours. It might take some time to catch him." Yes. The subordinate began to contact the headquarters. The captain looked out into the starry sky and wondered, "It's fine that the warship is fast, but why is there no signal? There must be a special way to keep an eye on Eternal." But it seemed to be useless at the moment. In the Eternal world, Jun Changshao sat down in the main hall and wiped the sweat off his forehead. It's too dangerous, too exciting. Just now, Shangguan Xinyao activated the super performance mode to break out of the encirclement. Although she managed to break out and pull away from the enemy, it consumed all the energy and needed time to recharge. Go Sheng made a prompt decision and stored the warship in the Eternal world. So, it was not that Eternal was super powerful and could fly thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye and escape the surveillance of the star map, but that it had secretly merged into another world. If it was slower, the enemy would definitely catch up. Patriarch, the Taishan elder, said solemnly, "The enemy must have a special way to see through Eternal." He had done a good job in shielding the aura of the warship, but he was still surrounded by so many warships. This meant that the enemy had a stronger detection technique. Then hurry up and develop a new anti-detection technique, Jun Changshao said. The Taishian elder was speechless. So when you say it, the array hall can do it? No need for funds, no need for talents, no need for technology? Buzz. A few days later, an inconspicuous grain of sand in the universe trembled slightly, and Eternal appeared out of thin air. We can't stay here for long, Jun Changshao said. Let's leave quickly. Whoosh! Eternal spewed out light and traveled rapidly in the universe. The surface was covered with streamers visible to the naked eye, which meant that a higher-level anti-detection barrier had been developed. In the end, they were blocked in the starry sky again. Celestial Devil Emperor was even more cunning this time. Thousands of warships were distributed irregularly. It seemed chaotic, but in fact, they had blocked all the possible directions to break out of the encirclement. Patriarch! Shangguan Xinyao opened her eyes and said, There are no flaws. It's hard to break out. Jun Changshao shook his head. He stood up and flew out of the Eternal. A person sat at the bow of the ship, casually lighting an electronic cigar, and said, When will revenge end? From his point of view, he could see that there were many large warships gathering in front of him, and more experts and soldiers were flying out. Really, it was impossible to escape. June Patriarch. The captain of the main warship said coldly, Being a hero in the universe where force is paramount will end up in a miserable death, and you. After a pause, he said, Will not be an exception. Is that so? Jun Changshao scratched his head, then casually spread out his hand, and there was a thunder and lightning lingering in his palm. He said, The path I want to take, no one can stop me. If there is no path to take, I will open one, even if it means I have to cut through all obstacles. Shua. He stood up and pointed the thunder and lightning at the warships in front of him. Like a priest chanting, he said, The holy light will guide you to heaven. Buzz, buzz. At the place where the thunder and lightning lingered, thousands of thunder and lightning suddenly spewed out. Z-Z-Z, Z-Z-Z. Boom! A massive electromagnetic wave blasted out from the bow of Eternal, carrying the power to rend heaven and earth. At the same time, on the battleships in different areas of the Blue Cloud School, warriors found the abnormality, one after another. They stood still and looked in one direction, looking at the thunder and lightning that suddenly appeared in the dark night and seemed to run through the sky and the sun and the moon. Grandfather, what kind of power is that? Within the ruins of Endworld, Jian Xiaohong's eyes widened. Jian Guishu's gaze was unusually focused. After a while, he replied, I'm not sure. Clang. At this time, Zhou Hong, who was standing in the bamboo forest in the distance, sheathed his sword and said calmly, This is the power of my patriarch. Are you sure? Yes. Jian Guishu fell silent. After a while, he said with interest, This old man is becoming more and more interested in this June patriarch. If there's a chance, why don't you introduce him to me? Zhou Hong shook his head. It's best that Shizhuan doesn't meet the patriarch. Why? I'm afraid that you'll take the blame. Ha ha ha. Jian Guishu laughed and said, Although Master has retired from the pugilistic world for many years, I still have some power in the upper universe. Unless your patriarch pokes a hole in the sky, what blame can I not take? Chapter 1850. Captain Number 1. The commander of the fleet under the Sky Devil Emperor. He was originally on a mission in another star system, but due to the destruction of the fleet recently, he was transferred to the Blue Cloud system. As the commander of the fleet, he had high prestige and experience. He locked onto Eternal in the shortest time possible and began to make a thorough arrangement. He named the operation as catching the dog in the jar. Seriously, this guy was indeed outstanding. Although they failed to capture him once, they managed to capture Eternal again. If Jun Changshao was described as a loach, then Captain Number 1 was an expert at catching loaches, especially the second time, from the impenetrable defense line. This was definitely an opponent with high IQ. However, this time he failed again. It was not that the plan was not meticulous enough, but he met with a hack. At this moment, in the area where Eternal was, the universe space was torn apart, forming 1,000 feet wide and endless moat. ZZ. At the edge of the crack, there was still lightning. Even if it was weakened, it was still filled with powerful lightning. Huff! Jun Changshao blew out a smoke ring, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. That wide and long spatial crack had spread out from where he was, starting from where he was. As for the battleships that originally existed in the path, they had long been turned into nothingness by the electromagnetic energy cannon. Not even a fragment was left behind. Ding! Destroyed enemy fleet 1, 2, 3. Ding! Ding! A series of notifications rang in Jun Changshao's ears and finally stopped at 103. Ding! Destroyed enemy battleships. 10350. Ding! Side mission completed. Reward: 10,000 reputation points. Ding! Sect reputation points, 12,000. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the side mission. Reward: Modification Soulstone X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Hearing the words Modification Soulstone, Jun Changxiao's expression froze. Then he covered his face with one hand and laughed out loud. Xiao! At this moment, Eternal erupted with energy and rushed towards the crack at its fastest speed. Boom! Jun Changxiao lost his balance and hit the windshield of the cockpit from the bow. Although his face was stuck to the windshield, he still maintained a smile. Kaka! The windshield, which was made of a special material, couldn't bear the pressure and started to crack. The Taishan old man said, "What a heavy face!" Swish! Accelerating at full speed, Eternal instantly streaked across the starry sky and disappeared without a trace. Why didn't the celestial demon emperors warship chase after them? Because the captain of the first fleet was still leaning against the wall of the cockpit. His eyes were still filled with fear. Through the window of the cockpit, he could clearly see that the crack caused by the electromagnetic energy was only a step away from the main battleship. If he had moved a little closer, he would have died a horrible death. Did Go Shing relent? In fact, he originally wanted to destroy the main battleship together with it, but he did not expect the electromagnetic energy to be too terrifying. Due to inertia, the angle and aiming direction had deviated at a critical moment. Therefore, it was a complete accident that the main battleship survived. One shot, 103 battleships. If Gu Tianqing was here, his eyeballs would have popped out. Jun Changshao was able to do this because he had used his second wish to act cool, the lightning rod. Ever since he sneaked into the upper realm and gathered the power of lightning from the formation of heavenly thunder, he had not used it other than when he successfully defeated Jin Hao. It was not that he did not use it, but it had been gathering the power of lightning all along. This was thanks to the 9-horned thundercloud beast that he caught. When he had nothing to do, he would use it as a mount and throw it into the Tianyuan prison pagoda to charge the lightning rod. That was how he was able to gather so much lightning power. I don't have this thing. It's difficult to complete the side mission. Jun Changshao was glad. Just when he was surrounded for the second time, the side mission was triggered. It was not for him to break out of the encirclement, but to destroy 50 enemy fleets within 60 seconds. 1 minute? Was this side mission as brain-damaged as the author who added Thunder Flash? Jun Changshao did not think that he had the ability to destroy so many battleships within 60 seconds, so he planned to give up. However, his desire to live was strong, and he suddenly remembered that he still had the lightning rod, so he hurriedly took it out from the Tianyuan prison pagoda. To be honest, as soon as he walked into the cell and saw the equipment surrounded by lightning, Go Shing was shocked. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, he could see that the lightning power gathered at this moment was much stronger than when he was in the formation of heavenly thunder. Of course, the formation of heavenly thunder was a lightning formation created by the upper realm hall. The so-called power of heavenly thunder was only of a low level, and the people it targeted were nothing more than people who sneaked in from the lower realm. The 9-horned thundercloud beast was a 9-level thundercloud beast, and the purity of its lightning attribute was very strong. After infusing the lightning rod with energy for a long time, the explosive power was naturally extraordinary. In other words, the system said, if the host can find a better lightning attribute as the energy source, the destructive power of this thing will definitely be greater than the unstoppable blade. Whether you can find it or not depends on your skill. While the two were talking, the camera slowly moved away and moved to the 9-horned thundercloud beast lying on the ground, which was so thin that it was just skin and bones. It was so scared that it immediately changed its position. In the dark universe, a grain of sand floated. No one would have thought that there was actually a huge plane hidden inside. Calm down. Jun Changshao sat in the study, emotionally merging into the spatial ring, and then holding the warm modification soul stone in the palm of his hand. He did not care about the 10,000 reputation points rewarded by the side mission. What he cared about the most was this thing, because according to past experience, it should be able to improve the quality of the unstoppable blade. Swoosh! Jun Changshao waved his hand and took the unstoppable blade. He touched the modification soul stone with his soul, causing it to slowly melt, and then enveloped the toy blade like mercury. As expected, it can be modified. By right, the first wish blade had been modified 4 times, and Goshing should be very calm. But at this moment, he was exceptionally excited. There was no other reason. The celestial demonic emperor brought him too much pressure, and he was eager to have a stronger trump card to protect him. At present, the 4th form Death God Scythe could still restrain an ordinary peak, truth-seeking realm. If it was upgraded to the 5th form, would it be able to fight a celestial demonic emperor head-on? The modification process needed time. Jun Changshao squatted on the ground and began to imagine the scene of the unstoppable blade meeting and killing gods, and the smile on his face gradually twisted. 2 hours later, the mercury that gathered on the unstoppable blade gradually faded. It worked. Jun Changshao stood up in joy and suddenly found that a strange attribute emerged from the blade and instantly merged into the sea of consciousness. Go Sheng held his head and screamed, his voice like a ghost's howl. The power that eroded the mind was fleeting, and Jun Changshao quickly recovered. Then he hung his shoulders and stood in place with his head lowered. After a while, he reached out and grabbed the unstoppable blade, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, saying, "The 5th form unstoppable blade can be used without the opening seal talisman. This setting is more humane, Kikik." Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, Jun Changshao was enveloped by crimson flowing light, and his whole body seemed to turn into magma. Crack! 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 The sound of chains rolling sounded as if it came from hell. Whoosh! Suddenly, the magma flames that filled Jun Changshao's body suddenly disappeared, and he stood in place with magma as armor and red flames as boots. In front of him stood a sword wider than his entire body, and the blade of the sword was slanted and broken. It was a broken sword. The sword was very wide, and its color was slightly red. Although the tip of the sword was broken and looked incomplete, it did not affect the words engraved on both sides of the sword. The content was King's Sword, the Soul of the Tyrant. Chapter 1851. Jun Changshao held onto the 5th form of the hard-to-keep blade and felt the endless power surging out, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. In the past, no matter what form it was in, it would always emit an aura that would bind space. This time there was no aura, only the aura of a king and a tyrant. What a pity! Jun Changshao said regretfully, "It's a broken sword. The moon waxes and wanes, and people have their joys and sorrows." The system said, "It's normal." Jun Changshao said, after upgrading to the sixth form, "Will the sword be complete?" It's easy for readers to suspect that you're spilling spoilers. The system said. Jun Changshao said snappily, "Haven't there been enough spoilers for the various missions that were released in the past?" The system was speechless. Shua! Jun Changshao raised the broken sword and said heroically, "If the demonic emperor comes again, I will let them understand what terror is." In fact, with Go Sheng's current cultivation, there was no pressure in fighting against a Tianji realm that was not very powerful, but he was afraid of being beaten up by a large group. Now that the fifth form of the hard-to-keep blade was completed, its power would definitely increase, and there was no need to be afraid at all. He even had the intention to fly out and take the initiative to look for the demonic emperor's subordinates. Steady. He couldn't go wild. Jun Changshao forcefully suppressed his complacent state of mind. Although the upgraded hard-to-keep blade could shine brightly against the enemy, it was a bit unrealistic to rely on this thing alone to fight against the demonic emperor. Moreover, previously, he had used the lightning rod to destroy so many warships. As long as the other party had a brain, they would not dare to chase after him for the time being. Jun Changshao's mind stirred. Buzz. Buzz. The surface of the tyrant's sword was bound by layers of chains, and then it gradually returned to its pocket-sized form from its wide form. Ka. After a while, the hard-to-keep blade was unsealed and once again turned into a broken sword. The system said, "Is it fun? You've never played it before, right?" "It's fun. It's not over yet." Jun Changshao's face revealed a smile like that of a landlord's silly son. How strong the fifth form would be needed to be proven in actual combat. The happiest thing was that the epic cerebral palsy setting that could be unlocked through the opening seal talisman was finally removed in the new version. The reason why Goshing didn't use Unstoppable Blade so often was that it required an item to be unsealed. Furthermore, the quest rewards were very few, so Goshing couldn't bear to use it. Now that there were no more restrictions, it would definitely be exhilarating. Buzz. Ka. The broken sword was retrieved and unsealed again. Jun Changshao was like a child who had never played with a toy since he was young. He stood in the same place and unsealed it several times. However, the upgraded, unstoppable blade had changed a lot. Even if Go Sheng kept tormenting it, it was still full of energy and showed no signs of weakness. Could it be that from today onwards, the setting where one had to pay a painful price to obtain power that did not match their realm was going to be changed? Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. Entering the cell, Jun Changshao placed the lightning rod in the center and instructed, "Continue charging." The nine-horned thundercloud dragon lying on the ground cried. When needed, it was used as a mount. When not needed, it was thrown into the cell as a power bank. This was a true tool. The three of you. Jun Changshao came to another floor of the prison and sat on a chair with his hands on his legs. He smiled and said, "Are you used to living here?" The three Night King Alliance experts were silent. "Actually, I also have a grudge with Sky Demon King. Since we have a common enemy, why not become friends?" Jun Changshao said. After hearing about Yi Xingchen, he was very interested in this Night King alliance. If they could bury the hatchet, it would be for the best. "Brat," Old Crane angrily said, "we are all smart people, so stop pretending." They had always thought that Jun Changshao was Sky Demon King's dog, so no matter how he explained, they would not believe him. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. If Night King Alliance were all smart people like you, how could they beat the ambitious Sky Demon King? "Brat," Old Crane angrily said, "Kill us if you want, but don't humiliate our Night King Alliance." Needless to say, although the three brothers looked dumb, they valued their own power. Even if they were taught a lesson by the soul-suppressing whip, they still dared to go against Jun Changshao. Time will prove that I am innocent. Jun Changshao was too lazy to care about the three and turned to leave. Ha! The old man, who had been silent all this time, sneered. Brat, you really think the heavens and earth don't know you captured us? What do you mean? To tell you the truth, we Night King Alliance have a special way of communicating. As long as we are in the same galaxy, we can easily find you no matter where you hide. Old Crane coldly said, So, either you kill us or wait for a disaster to befall you. Jun Changshao muttered in his mind, How stupid, they can even say this. They are not stupid. The system said, daring to say this, they are probably asking for death. Jun Changshao was silent. Gradually he understood. The old man had said that the Night King Alliance had a special way of contacting him to anger him. He wanted to die, and he didn't want him to use them as hostages to force the Night King Alliance to submit. Man enough! Jun Changshao gave him a thumbs up. Patriarch! At this time a voice came to his ears. We are blocked again. Whoosh! Jun Changshao returned to Eternal and subconsciously released his spiritual sense. He found that there was no celestial demon king's worship in this area. Only a barefoot middle-aged man with disheveled hair standing in the path of the worship. Just one person? Goshing frowned. Whoosh! Suddenly, the barefoot man landed in front of the windshield and tilted his head to look inside, muttering to himself, This worship is very similar to celestial demon kings. Why aren't his subordinates inside? So fast! Jun Changshao was shocked. He was still far away a moment ago, but he suddenly approached the worship. He almost couldn't keep up. You are? Jun Changshao asked solemnly. Pa. The barefoot man stuck a piece of paper on the windshield with the word Night on it and introduced himself, Night King Alliance's protector, Feng Wanli. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. The three brothers in the prison just said that Night King Alliance had a special way of communicating. He didn't expect a comrade to come to him. Judging from the speed of his flash, he should be quite strong. What do you want? Saving people. Jun Changshao didn't want to admit it, but he could tell that the other party knew he had imprisoned his Night King Alliance comrades. He shook his head and said, Please change the word saved to ransom. Ransom? Feng Wanli laughed. From what you said, my Night King Alliance members were kidnapped by you. Kidnapping is going too far. Jun Changshao said, Your three comrades can't distinguish right from wrong and slandered the seat as Celestial Demon King's lackey. Naturally, you have to pay the price. Oh, Feng Wanli scratched his head and said, If this is true, this Feng apologizes on their behalf and asks you to release them quickly. I can release them, but you have to pay. He temporarily defined Night King Alliance as a righteous faction that went against Celestial Demon King. But no matter what, they had to pay. After all, they had slandered him as a lackey, so they had to pay for the damage to their reputation. Fine. Feng Wanli raised his hand, and a vortex appeared, smashing into the windshield. With a pung, it shattered on the spot. Damn it. Jun Changshao stood up and said angrily, You dare to destroy this seat's warship. Didn't you want money? Feng Wanli waved at him and grinned. Come out. This phone will give it to you. Chapter 1852. The Eternal was docked in space, and the members of the array hall were changing the windshield in front of the cockpit. Shatter the mirror reinforced by the array with a single palm strike. The Taishian elder said seriously, That person is very strong. Jun Changshao had used his face to hit the windshield, and although it was unintentional, it still caused a small crack. But the other party shattered it with one palm. In comparison, one could roughly estimate the other party's strength. Feelings. Go Sheng's face had become the standard to measure one's strength. The patriarch is very angry. Ryu Sinan said, If that guy doesn't have the ability, I'm afraid he'll be in trouble. That's right. Everyone nodded in agreement. From their point of view, Jun Changshao was standing in the vast space outside, full of anger. The Eternal was the first worship they had obtained. although it was not as good as the one they obtained from the Sky Devil Emperor in some aspects. They still had feelings for it. Today, its windshield was destroyed. This was absolutely unforgivable, unless they had to pay. Kid. Foam wanly took out a spatial ring and smiled. There are many spirit stones inside. If you want it, it depends on whether you have the ability to snatch it. Obviously, he did not intend to use money to ransom him. Okay. Jun Changshao opened his hand and shook his head. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Not good. Boom! The whirlwind suddenly exploded, and Jun Changshao, who was warming up, was sent flying with a tilted face, crashing into a faraway meteorite. However, Feng wanly stood where Goshing was and lightly retracted his foot. You don't seem to have the ability. Ryu Sinan and the others were silent, kicking the patriarch away. This person's strength was not something the three imprisoned Night King Alliance members could compare to. Peak. Hiwudi leaned against the cabin door and thought. Others might not know, but he who came from a higher level knew that the heaven's secret realm was actually divided into normal and peak. Normal. Jun Changshao's type. The few captains who were killed were also at this level. Peak. It was something like 10,000 miles pointing wind. Disregarding everything else, just from the speed at which he sent Jun Changshao flying with kick, there was a clear difference between the two of them. If it was the captain sent by the Celestial Devil Emperor, with the strength of the Night King Alliance Protector, he would not have been killed. On the contrary, he would have crushed Gosheng. Who? Jun Changshao steadied himself and rubbed the shoulder that was kicked. Feng Wanli was not surprised that this fellow could still act as if nothing had happened after being kicked by him. He said, I can now confirm that you are not the demonic Emperor Eaglehound. What do you mean? Jun Changshao asked. Because. Feng Wanli shrugged and said, too weak. Jun Changshao did not say anything. Normally, he should be angry after being mocked in such a blatant manner. However, he was unusually calm at this moment. He could even tell from the other party's words that the Celestial Devil Emperor should have many experts under his command. That's right, an ambitious person who dared to conquer the upper universe. If his subordinates were all captains, how could he do whatever he wanted? The system said, perhaps in their eyes the Ashen Cloud system is just a small place and they can just send some people over to settle it. If they are serious, the subordinates they send can destroy everything. For example, Jun Changshao looked at Feng Wanli and said, such a person, although I don't want to attack the host, but the system paused and said, there may be more than one. Jun Changshao was silent. If the Celestial Devil Emperor really had so many experts under his command, he would have to be more careful when he went out in the future. Let them go. Feng Wanli said, the previous grudges are written off. I think so too. Jun Changshao said, but pay first. Who cares if you are a good or a bad person? You have to pay if you offend me. Jun Changshao had always been firm and would not choose to compromise because of the opponent's strength, because he had a stronger trump card. Kid, Feng Wanli said, you are really stubborn. Forget it, forget it. He shook his head and said, since you care so much about worldly possessions, I can only let you understand that the most important thing in this world is not money, but whoosh, 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 whoosh. As he spoke, his body was surrounded by wild winds, which soon turned into a tornado. He said, life. Ka, ka, ka. The wind mercilessly filled the surroundings, and the space was gradually cut apart. In my opinion, Jun Changshao took out the unbearable blade and played with it on his fingertips. He said, life is important, but money is more important. Haha. Feng Wanli, who was in the whirlwind, laughed and said, I have wandered the universe for so many years, but this is the first time I have seen someone who wants money more than life. Whoosh! That vertical tornado moved toward Jun Changshao with the momentum of rolling the universe. The strength of the wind could be described as heaven and earth collapsing. Retreat! The Taishian elder said, Quickly retreat! Whoosh! Whoosh! The members of the Array Formation Hall, who had just replaced the new glass, returned to the battleship. Shangguan Xinyao immediately turned around and flew to another star region at the fastest speed. Ka-ka-ka! Ka-ka-ka-ka! Not long after they left, the area they were at previously distorted and collapsed under the wind. With the tornado as the center, the entire space within 1,000 miles was like a piece of paper that was suddenly crushed into a ball. The scene was terrifying. Jun Changxiao looked calm on the surface, but he was shocked on the inside. They were both at the Heaven's secret realm, but this person's aura was too terrifying. Kid, Feng Wanli, who seemed to have merged with the tornado, said indifferently, "You have one more chance to choose between money or life." Whoosh whoosh! The wind whistled and messed up Jun Changxiao's long hair, revealing a knife-like face. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, revealing an unruly smile. Pa! As he spoke, his finger flicked on the unbearable blade. Clang! The sound of the blade being unsheathed was heard, and it sounded especially crisp in the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! At the same time, a magma-like and flame-like attribute erupted in the fluctuating universe and gradually condensed into a materialized, broken sword. Feng Wanli frowned. Pa! A hand reached out from the magma-like flame and grabbed the broken sword's hilt. Jun Changxiao slowly walked out from it. His hair, shoulders, and body were dragging flames. Patriarch, Ryu Sinan and the others who had hidden in the safe area were stunned. At this moment, not only did they see Jun Changxiao standing in the universe with a broken sword in his hand, but they also saw the word king carved on the left side of his face and the word tyrant carved on the right side of his face. Combined together, it was Tyrant King. Whoosh whoosh! After releasing the fifth form of unbearable blade, Jun Changxiao's body emitted a monstrous aura. The flame-like attribute seemed to be dancing wildly in all directions. Gradually, the wind slowed down and even stopped. How is this possible? Feng Wanli was shocked. This guy's aura can actually suppress my 9 heavens' mysterious wind. Sorry. Jun Changxiao gently raised the Tyrant King's sword, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became wider. Only children make choices. As for me, I want both money and life. Buzz. After he finished speaking, a red ripple visible to the naked eye erupted with him as the center. Feng Wanli was shocked. Not good. The tornado stopped abruptly. The space that was originally like a ball also returned to normal. Feng Wanli stood there in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. At this moment, Jun Changxiao stopped in front of him. That seemingly heavy and huge broken sword was already on the other party's neck. The scene exploded. What happened? It was nothing much. It was just that Jun Changxiao suddenly rushed over, and the surrounding tornado collapsed into nothingness, resulting in the current scene. As for the whole process, not to mention Ryu Sinan and the others, even Feng Wanli, who was being held hostage, didn't notice it. Thus, he wouldn't still be in a state of shock and confusion. Shua! Jun Changxiao waved his hand and snatched the space ring, saying, "Thank you." Needless to say, there were quite a lot of spirit stones inside. It was just enough to make up for a part of the losses that Eternal had consumed when it first broke out. Chapter 1853. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. The one called Old Crane chewed on a steamed bun and said, "Night King will definitely come and save us." That's right. The other one agreed and used his chopsticks to pick up the cold noodles. As prisoners, they weren't bullied, but the food that was delivered every day was a bit unpresentable. From this, one could see that Jun Changxiao didn't want to recruit them, or else he would have ordered the canteen to prepare delicious food to persuade them to surrender. Sigh. The one called Oldly said helplessly, "We failed Night King's order." This sentence made the 2 companions who were eating feel ashamed. They were ordered to come to Blue Cloud to save a suppressed plane, but they didn't even complete the mission and became prisoners. In the end, they had to ask Night King to come and save them. After we go back, Oldly said, "We have to apologize." From his tone, it wasn't hard to see that he really thought they could be saved. Creak. At this time the cell door was opened. Swoosh! Swoosh! Old Crane and his companions hurriedly threw away the steamed bun and noodles in their hands, then proudly stood up straight. That unyielding aura once again spread between their brows. Go in. Ka, ka, ka. The sound of chains hitting the ground was heard. Another prisoner? The three thought in their minds, then slowly opened their eyes wide. Because the prisoner that came in had messy hair and was unkempt, obviously it was. Oldly was shocked. "Protector Fong!" Fong wanly shook his head, sat on the wooden plank, and lowered his head. "Don't ask anything, let me be alone." As one of the protectors of Night King, he was ordered to save 3 members. He thought it would be easy, but in the end he was also a prisoner. The most tragic thing was that his 7 to 8 space rings were all taken away. Just thinking about his family's property being gone made his heart ache. So painful. So painful. TSK, TSK. In the Sect of All Time's main hall, Jun Changshao checked the space rings one by one and said in shock, "This Night King Protector is very rich." "We've already offended Sky Demon Emperor. If we offend Night King, I'm afraid." Ryu Sinan said, "AI." Jun Changshao said, "I also want to maintain a friendly relationship with this organization, but they are completely uncooperative." Ryu Sinan was silent. "You're always thinking about extorting money. Who's willing to cooperate?" However, Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together and said, "This Night King alliance has given me some inspiration. Rather than fighting the demonic emperor alone, why not find more helpers? What does the patriarch mean? For example, we could form an alliance and gather the experts of the various planes to fight against the celestial demonic emperor together." Jun Changshao did not think that with his current strength he would be able to contend against the celestial demon emperor. If he relied solely on developing, it would take time. It would be better for him to use the Night King Alliance's method of uniting with other realms to form a force that could contend against the celestial demon emperor. If that's the case, the system asked, why not join the Night King Alliance? How can I be at ease with such an idiotic subordinate? Jun Changshao said, besides, dealing with the demonic emperor requires a leader with brains. I'm confident that I can take on that responsibility. Pay. The system couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of phlegm. You just want to be the boss and not lower yourself to others. That's right. Jun Changshao was honest, looked at you outside the camera and asked, "Is there anything wrong with that?" Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. Xiao Ziji walked in first and placed a chair at the door. Jun Changshao sat down elegantly, looked at Feng Wanli, who had his head lowered the entire time, and smiled. "Protector Feng, are you used to living here?" Feng Wanli raised his head and said with a serious expression, "Who exactly are you?" This was his first time in the Blue Cloud Sect, and he had more or less heard of the famous experts. But he had never heard of such a young expert who could even subdue him with a single sword strike. "I will not change my name, nor my surname." Jun Changshao said, "Patriarch of the Sect of All Times, Jun Changshao." "Sect of All Times? Jun Changshao?" Feng Wanli murmured, "Never heard of him." "Protector." Old Crane pointed at Jun Changshao and said angrily, "This guy is the Sky Demon Emperor's dog. He is just making up an identity to deceive us." "Damn." Jun Changshao stood up and roared, "Who are you calling a dog?" "You. I dare you to say it again." "Dog, dog." Old Crane's finger reached out from the cage, pointed at Jun Changshao's nose, and emphasized again. The latter was so angry that he opened his mouth and bit it. If Xiao Ziji didn't pull him back, he would have bitten him. "Patriarch, calm down. Patriarch, calm down." "Huff." Jun Changshao sat on the chair angrily, tried to calm down, and returned to the topic. "Of course, I have another identity. What identity? June Alliance leader. June Alliance? Feng Wanli had never heard of it. Of course. Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together and said solemnly, the establishment of this organization can be traced back to ancient times. Whenever a great calamity is about to befall the upper universe, it will reappear in the world and save the world from disaster. Feng Wanli was confused. This little cow sure knows how to brag, even talking about the ancient times. Besides, your name is Jun Changshao, and this organization is called the June Alliance. It's obvious that you came up with it. Do you really think we are idiots who believe everything you say? I know. Jun Changshao said, you have doubts. It doesn't matter. I will use my actions to prove that when the Sky Demon Emperor is doing evil, when the universe is at its darkest, only the June Alliance has the ability to save the world. Feng Wanli laughed, leaving aside whether the June Alliance was real or not. This sentence alone was enough to break his tongue. Kid, Feng Wanli said calmly, although I don't want to discourage you, there is something I must tell you. In the upper universe, the only one who has the ability to save the world is the leader of the Night King Alliance. Jun Changshao mumbled in his heart, is he brainwashed? If so, he said expectantly, I would like to meet this Night King. Please tell me the address. I have prepared a great gift for the visit. Sorry, Feng Wanli said, no comment. Then stay here. Jun Changshao stood up and left. Guard. After he left, the old crane said, you don't really believe that this guy is the patriarch of the sect of all times, the leader of the June Alliance, right? No. Feng Wanli shook his head. In my opinion, this guy is the Sky Demon Emperor's dog. No. Feng Wanli said, this guy is definitely not the Sky Demon Emperor's subordinate. He was not sure if it was the patriarch or the leader, but he was sure that it had nothing to do with the Sky Demon Emperor. If it did, he and his companions would not have been imprisoned. It's him. Who is he? Feng Wanli sat in the cell thinking. Until he combined the special sword and the terrifying sword aura, he realized. Could it be related to the ruins of N Sword Saint? Ruins of N Sword Saint? Old Li was shocked. Isn't he living in seclusion? Not necessarily, Feng Wanli said. The Night King once said that the ruins of N Sword Saint was cynical when he was young. Now that the Sky Demon Emperor is wreaking havoc in the upper universe, there is no way he can sit still. He might have already made a move in the dark, and that young man might be his subordinate. Achoo! In the ruins of End World, the ruins of N Sword Saint, who was supervising Zhou Hong's sword practice, suddenly sneezed. He was confused. Why do I have a bad feeling? Chapter 1854. Feng Wanli misunderstood. Jun Changshao had nothing to do with the ruins of N Sword Saint. Actually, it was not his fault that his imagination was too exaggerated. The main thing was that when the sword Dao was mentioned in the Ashen Cloud system, the first thing that came to mind was that secluded senior. Moreover, the sword aura that erupted from the fifth form was too terrifying. If it was slightly older and more immortal-like, it would be easy for people to suspect that it was the ruins of N Sword Saint himself. Getting rid of a top divine secret like Feng Wanli meant that the upgraded Hardblade had already caught up with the current version. Awesome! Back in the study, Go Sheng was grinning from ear to ear. During this period of time, he had been sullen because he could not fight against the Sky Devil Emperor. He could only wander around the universe with his tail between his legs. The hard-to-retract blade was strong again, and it could be unbridled again. Hee! The laughter of a villain intoxicated with success came from the study. Plop! Suddenly, the sound of falling replaced the strange laughter. The camera turned and saw the complacent Jun Changshao lying on the ground in the study. The energy in his dantian was sealed, and he could not summon any strength. Judging from the symptoms, that's right, Go Sheng was weak again. Isn't there no side effects? Jun Changshao roared in his heart. After Hardblade was upgraded, he had played with it a few times, but nothing happened. Now that he suddenly felt weak, he definitely could not accept it. The system said, if I'm not wrong, the host can unseal it at will and play with it at will. As long as it is used in battle, the side effects will be triggered. Jun Changshao was speechless. It's already very good. The system comforted him. At least you cut off the unsealing process. Not bad. Jun Changshao said, when I had the seal in the past, did I lack the talisman to open the seal? What's the difference between cutting it off and not cutting it off now? The system was speechless. Indeed, in some critical life and death situations, Gosheng really did not lack the talisman to open the seal. He would open the seal whenever he wanted to, so there was no point in unsealing it. The unsealing mechanism was cancelled, but the side effects were still there. This made Jun Changshao, who was beside himself with joy, instantly enter a state of seclusion. Originally, he thought that if the Sky Devil Emperor's subordinates caught up again, he would directly use the fifth form to wipe them all out. But now, he had to think about it again. AI. Lying in the space-time secret realm, Jun Changshao looked at the distorted space and thought, in the end, I'm still too weak. Without external help, I can't defeat the Celestial Devil Emperor. The more this was the case, the more determined he was to establish an alliance to fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor. From now on, Jun Changshao said with a stern look, the Jun Alliance has been established. Boom! In the outside world, in the dark and endless universe, when Gosheng was about to put his casual words into action, there was a sudden clap of thunder. No matter how far away the plane was, it could be faintly heard. What was that sound? Thunder? It seems to have come from the depths of the universe. Many martial artists from different factions were discussing this, and their eyes were filled with awe. In an inconspicuous area of the gray cloud system, a man in black who was flying at high speed suddenly stopped when he heard the thunder. His eyes were filled with excitement as he said, the person who will change the situation of the upper universe has finally appeared. Who is it? Who is it? In the ruins of End Realm, the ruins of End Sword Saint, who was drinking tea in the bamboo forest, also heard the thunder. He gently put down the teacup, and the words of an old friend rang in his ears. The day when the heavenly thunder shakes the universe, a new era will begin. Is the prophet's prophecy about to come true? Whoosh! At this moment, a black figure appeared out of thin air and said respectfully, Master, I've just received news that the patriarch of the Sect of all times has destroyed several fleets of the Celestial Devil Emperor. Oh, Jian Guishu was a little surprised. The Celestial Devil Emperor was extremely powerful and powerful. The sect that his disciple belonged to had dared to attack him. They were quite bold. Pass down the order. Jian Guishu stood up, and his indifferent aura was replaced by an unstoppable sword aura. He said, all members of the Sword Alliance gather and officially declare war on the Celestial Devil Emperor. This, the black-robed man was a little worried. Isn't this a little too hasty? Jian Guishu said, I believe that many old guys have already taken action. After all, they're all waiting for the prophet's prophecy to come true. They're all waiting for the person who will change the situation of the universe to appear. Now that the Heavenly Thunder Avatar has appeared, it means that the opportunity has arrived. Opportunity? The black-robed man was puzzled. You mean? I can't say. Jian Guishu pretended to be mysterious. The sound of thunder reverberated throughout the universe, alarming many important figures. For a time, undercurrents surged in many planes. Whoosh! Beside a pond in a certain realm, a white-haired man put away his fishing rod and left with his fish basket. His silhouette gradually turned from plain to sharp. It was as if he had transformed from an old man with one foot in the grave to a young man full of vigor. Boom! A barren mountain in a certain realm slowly tilted. The middle-aged man, who looked like he was about to lift the entire mountain, took out a 9-ringed saber from the bottom and smiled. Old friend, this opportunity has appeared. We can't miss it. Similar situations played out in many other planes. After hearing the heavenly thunder, ordinary people seemed to have been reborn in both their aura and mentality. In a grand hall, Celestial Devil Emperor sat at the head of the table. He also heard the thunder and even remembered what Prophet Wei Busey had said. Only when the heavenly thunder filled the universe, it meant that the person who would change the situation had appeared. "My Emperor," the counselor reported with a solemn expression. "The branches have sent in information that many hidden experts and forces have appeared one after another. It seems that they want to be enemies with us." Celestial Devil Emperor said disdainfully, "Just a bunch of trash who won't amount to anything." He wasn't afraid of having too many enemies, even if he had to become enemies with the world. He even welcomed them to oppose him because this would give him more reasons to speed up his conquest of the upper universe. Pass down the order. Celestial Devil Emperor's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Anyone who resists this emperor, along with their plane, will have to bear the risk of being destroyed. Yes. The counselor retreated. Celestial Devil Emperor leaned back in his chair and said indifferently, "Prophet Wei Busey, although you didn't miss anything in your calculations, don't forget that with this emperor's cultivation base, I can completely defy the heavens and change fate. In this upper universe, only this emperor is qualified to change the situation. No one else is worthy." The upper universe became abnormally strange because of the heavenly thunder. Jun Changshao was like a pile of mud lying in the space-time pocket to recuperate. He began to plan how to develop the June Alliance. Alliance. Therefore, the first thing to do was to recruit allies. After the side effects disappear, I'll have to wander around the major planes. Jun Changshao muttered. The reason he decided to develop the alliance on a whim was because of the inspiration given by the Night King Alliance. He also believed that going against Celestial Devil Emperor wasn't something he could do alone. He needed to unite everyone. Why should they follow you? The system poured cold water on him again at an inappropriate time. Because Jun Changshao paused for a moment and pointed at himself. "I understand." Without waiting for him to speak, the system said first, "Because the host is thick-skinned.